Do I have my Tingle tuner plugged in for the run? No, Hadrick. No, I don't. Oh, I think we're live on RPG Limit Break.
All right.
Can you confirm that for me?
It certainly looks like it.
All right, wonderful. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Sent. You might recognize my voice as that weird, homeless-looking guy who sometimes shows up at GDQs to talk about prizes. But in my downtime, I enjoy RPG speedruns, and today I'm going to show you a really fun one. It's the next game in the Trails series, Trails of Cold Steel number 1. And joining me is my co-commentator, Frick. Frick, say hi to the people.
Hi, the people.
Oh, there you go. He said hi to the people. I just realized I'm not going to be able to look at chat at all during this run, so you know what? Frick is going to be my my ambassador to chat for you guys. I'm just waiting to make sure that we are good with the restreamer before we get started, and yeah, we'll get this thing on the road. You guys will get to see all the exploits of Class 7 and the like 3 characters that matter.
Also, just to let you guys know, we're going to have a pay spin that goes on at the end of the game, about 5.5, 6 hours from now, something like that, 6.5, somewhere in there. A while.
About 5 hours from now, assuming nothing goes horribly wrong. You guys are going to get to help choose the ending of the game, so get those votes in whenever. There's no urgency. It sounds like Schultz says everything's coming through well on his end, so without further ado, let's get it started in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this is Trails of Cold Steel, and you might be wondering what's going on with this opening, because there are like tanks shooting at other tanks, and there's soldiers, and things are exploding. Don't worry about it. None of this matters. We'll be back here in about 4 hours, and we'll explain it to then. Trust me, it doesn't get any more interesting than it is right now.
There's going to be a lot of mechanics going on in the first 5 minutes of this run, and then we immediately lose all the abilities to do that, and slowly tutorial our way back up to having all these abilities. So don't worry about what's going on right here.
Wow, we actually got the No Emma prologue. That's,
Rip run.
yeah, rip run. Time to reset. So don't worry about anything that's going on here. Everyone's dead. That's normal. Should be happening. Really low damage roll on that, actually.
There's some confusion in chat already about Cat Lady, and I've been claimed that this poll is cheating because Crow's in there twice, but I mean, there's two options for Crow.
Exactly. That poll is 100% accurate to all of the important characters in the game. If you notice anyone missing, they're not important. It's just that simple. So don't worry about them. Pick the one you like the most, and we'll be going over all of them individually so you can understand how mediocre most of them actually are.
You know, there is one little piece of tech that we can talk about right here. You'll notice that Sentin was changing his lead character as he was walking by those enemies. This is specific to CS1. If you change characters while an enemy is aggroed on you, it drops their aggro and you have about 5 seconds to walk around them. This makes it so that most of the time, if we're not in tight corridors, we can avoid all random battles.
Got a thing. Let's see the lower damage roll. Is it good? It's not. You know what? I'm just gonna have Green punch this, cause he can. So now there's like a big cannon and Reen yell. Again, we'll be back here in about 4 hours. None of this is relevant. So let's get to the meat of what Trails of Cold Steel actually is. It stars our main character, Reen. He has a last name, but no one cares about it. Don't worry. He's pretty much just a plot device and not a character in this game right now. But he's going to his first day of school at Thor's Military Academy, which is an incredibly confusing pseudo-militaristic academy in the middle of this otherwise beautifully scenic town. And he's going to meet up with a bunch of people who all hate each other because the plot demands them to. But don't worry, they will eventually team up with the power of friendship and maybe do something. I have absolutely no idea what they're trying to do. Bait you into buying the sequel, I think. Don't worry about it. It's a good game, though. Man, so I heard that the chat really wants to keep up the counter for the Ore no Bandana, which, if you don't know, is a very common phrase in the Kiseki series. It roughly translates to just about "it's my turn." I'm about to dash all of your hopes and dreams, and you know what? I'm gonna let the game do it real quick instead of spelling it out for you.
So this is it.
I have the game in English. There will be no bandanas this run. So anyway, here we have Eustace. He drove his car through the center of town to the school. Is he allowed to do that? Is that even a road? It looks like just a bunch of cobbled stones.
I mean, there's literally no cars there at any other point in time.
No.
This entire game.
There is. After the summit, when all the other important people drive away, there are cars.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, no.
You just have to be extremely rich to drive your car up there.
Exactly. I know the deep lore. There will be plenty of deep lore about this game. Now you could pick out all of the important characters because they're wearing the different outfits and have the different hair. It's just Japanese anime 101. See, Sarah. She's got weird hair. She's an important character.
So we've got the question: is it okay to watch this if we haven't beat AO yet?
Yeah, sure.
Probably.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. A lot of people say that you have to start the Trail series with Sky. Like, if you're not starting with Sky 1, you've done something horribly wrong and you've ruined the series for yourself. I actually started with Cold Steel 1, and it made perfect sense as a standalone game, and then was really a lot more interesting once I'd played through, like, Sky and SC and FC. Still haven't played AO or Zero myself. Still haven't actually finished CS2 myself. But, yeah, you can definitely start with CS1 if it's something that you feel is more your speed compared to Sky.
Same. This was my introduction to the series, so.
Yeah. So, we go to this old schoolhouse because we're part of, like, a special class that has to go to this old schoolhouse, and it turns out there's just a giant trap door in it. How or why is never explained. Don't worry about it. There's just a trap door in it. In fact, I think it's explicitly mentioned that they can't control the shape of the schoolhouse. So, yeah. But
it's a risky prospect when you think about the fact that they literally took everybody's weapons and put them down here. So, like, if the schoolhouse changed, oh, your family's sword, it's gone. Sorry.
This relic that's been in your family for no, it's gone. Whatever. So anyway, as any sensible group of people do, the first thing we do is split up to explore a linear dungeon. First off, Eustace and Machias go their own ways because they hate each other already. Then all the girls click off and go together, except Fee, who just goes off by herself because she really doesn't want to be here, leaving us with the two characters that matter for this segment, Gaius and Elliot. Elliot is that one friend who will always stay by your side, but has the personality of some cardboard with art drawn on it, and Gaius is there too.
My turn.
If any of you have been playing the new Fire Emblem game, it's Ignatz and Petra, effectively.
Here we go.
Only a lot less cool Petra.
Wow. Good job, Rain. You missed the cat bat. I've never seen him miss the cat bat.
Leave it to me.
So we took this fight because you have to. It's part of the tutorial. If you don't fight them, it will say, "Hey, you should fight them."
It's my turn.
Hey, we got to go see what the monsters can do, guys. And because we missed the cat bat gets to attack us with double kitty kick.
Is everybody okay?
It's a great skill, man.
Overkill.
So we're gonna pick up our first chest full of resources here. Like the other Trails games, we use Sepith to craft different abilities, and also we'll just be selling some of it for money at different points. Here we pick up our first spell, Needle Shoot. In fact, we're just gonna go ahead and give that to Elliot real quick. It can petrify things. That might be relevant.
Hopefully it's relevant.
There's an orbital
hoping it's
charging station. You can use it to rest. You can use it to make stuff. We'll be using it a good amount for both over the course of the run. Now again, we're going to do that trick we talked about where we switch characters to stop enemy AI, and then we can get free back attacks on them.
My turn.
Yeah, when you get a back attack, you get a double advantage or a triple advantage, and that means you basically get to go 3 times before they go at all, and hopefully they don't get any turns. These enemies are weak against magic, Although Gaius' magic is so bad, he might as well attack.
Guy's magic is so bad, we're just gonna skip his turn. Yeah. He's not very good at magic. He's a physical attacker. It's actually one of the more useful physical attackers we'll see throughout the run. So now we're gonna learn about crafts. We just learned about arts. Now we're gonna learn about crafts. This game has a very creative naming scheme.
My turn.
We're gonna let the game auto-target for us most of the time. We'll probably step in every now and then if we think it's gonna mess with us, especially with some of the support arts we'll be doing. But, for the most part, the game actually does a fairly good job of targeting the most enemies it can hit. Although Reen is also doing a fairly good job of missing everything he attacks. Is this an ill omen for the run? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes this is a bit of a pain, the auto-targeting, because moving things around, at least with a controller, is a little difficult and slow to try and maximize the number of guys that you hit. And not all enemy setups are exactly the same, so sometimes you'll get a starting fight where you can hit all 4, and sometimes...
Reen, please!
Sometimes Reen doesn't hit anything.
Sometimes Reen just misses 3 times in a row. Like... I mean, I really don't want to blow the "that's never happened before" meme this early into the run, but seriously, that has never happened before.
My turn.
I'm actually going to do some basic attacks here just because I've already used so many craft points. It's missing Autumn Leaf.
My turn.
Probably should have just cast it there to kill him, but it's fine. Well, that was the worst bug fight I have ever seen in like 2 years of playing this game. Great omen, everyone, when the prologue is already going so well. So anyway, here's Machias. Machias' character trait is that he really doesn't like nobles. That's about it. He really hates people of noble birth or standing. Luckily for him, Gaius is just some random dude from the plains, and Elliot is a musician, so he's cool with Bar Party right now.
My turn.
Hey, you guys are boring. I'm okay with you. I'm also boring. And of course he says to Reen, "Hey, are you also boring?" And Reen says, "I'm not boring."
Exactly. So then we run into
And that's
the
fine in my
girls
head
who
for now.
have clearly gone down the wrong path, but I'm not actually sure where they go after this cutscene, because it's not like where we go. We don't run into them again until we're fighting the final boss of this dungeon, so no idea where they've gone off to. Don't worry about it. They're probably fine. Probably.
Also, you'll notice that Lisa's last name is R. That's canon. She doesn't have a full last name.
Yeah, no, she's
Amnesia or something.
She's just a Lisa R. She doesn't like to spell it out. And here we have...
She's like an S-craft, right?
Exactly. We have Fee here in her natural habitat, hiding behind something. She also has wall jumps. That's pretty cool. I want wall jumps.
Wall kicks will work.
Dude, that's not my favorite star in Mario 64, but it is a star in Mario 64. So now we meet Eustace. Eustace's character trait is that he's rich. That's about it. And Eustace is going to say some really mean things about Machias' dad. But we're going to side with Eustace because we need him to cast some spells for us. So, bro, calm down. Calm down, bro. We need this guy. He's got money. Go cool off.
And this begins the ever-continuous rule in this run is always side with the nobles? Because they're always better?
I think generally, yeah, they are.
Right.
Alright, well, I'm going to actually do something, again, I don't think I've ever had to do in the prologue, and that's I'm going to rest before the boss.
Because you took such a beating on the bugs?
Yeah, the bugs hit me so much that I'm actually going to rest here. You really want to rest as little as possible in this game, because as you can see, this rest takes forever.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Eustace is Lawrence. So, basically, Fire Emblem 3 Golden Deer is Class 7.
That's fair. That's fair. I still haven't played Three Houses, but I assume it's like this game, just with more Fire Emblem. Yes.
And somehow more fishing.
How does it have more fishing than this
My
game?
turn.
It does.
I don't know if I like that.
So this is some gargoyle. I don't know what his name is.
I don't remember what his name is. Frankly, it doesn't matter. We're gonna throw spells at him because his first form is weak to magic, and then we're gonna throw attacks at him because his first form is weak to not. His second form is weak to not magic. That's about it. He's gonna get a 10% health heal because the game really doesn't like me right now. There's no other reason than that, frankly.
So I guess this is a good enough time for us to talk about kind of the slot system. This is similar to what we saw in the other games. The main ones that we're looking for in this speed run is we don't want the boss to heal, and we're going to be looking for getting good criticals. Those are the two that really matter. Later on, in some cases,
Very well.
losing a bunch of CP is also very bad. But otherwise, we're pretty much just looking for criticals and trying to find a way to manipulate it so bosses don't heal.
Yeah, that's about it. Unfortunately, for the first like 2 hours of the run, we really don't have a way to stop the bosses from healing. So if they roll some like 50 HP ups, we might just have to retry some fights. I'll buff Elliot because this should,
Very well.
one of these hits should flip him over to his second phase. It's kind of awkward here because he actually heals back up to half health when he goes into his second form here. So damaging him too much below it isn't really worthwhile. Yep, there we go. He's going to transform. Probably use Gust and knock the party back, but luckily everyone has defense up and healing. Oh, no, he's just going to do that. That's
Very
fine.
well.
So for the second half of this fight, we're going to use his Noble Thrust and Green's Autumn Leaf Cutter. Their special abilities, they do a little bit more damage than normal attacks, and they also both have the chance to delay the boss. So if you want to talk like how delay factors into turn ordering, be my guest, Frick.
Yeah, so the turn ordering in this game is based on the delay system. So everybody has a speed, and at the start of a battle, they do a random roll to kind of figure out where they start, minus their speed.
My turn.
And that can mess us up in some cases. But in general, different abilities cause different delay, and that'll determine who's coming up next, because once somebody's acted, it steps up until the person with the lowest delay to act. And so certain skills will actually add delay to enemies, and Reen's Autumn Cutter is one, as is Eustace's Noble. What is it? Rapid something?
Thrust, I think.
Rapid Thrust.
We're calling it Rapid Thrust. It's Rapid Thrust.
And that's the main reason why we pick Eustace for this, and also because Machias' magic is trash.
Yeah, Machias' magic stat is terrible, and his the thing is, his physical attack stat is also not very good. Did that delay? It didn't. I am actually going to use a Tear Bomb on you,
Thank you.
and the boss gets 10% health back. Nothing we really could have done there, unfortunately. We didn't get the delay. Delaying him off of it would have been good.
Here we go.
Yeah, once we start to get S-crafts, which we don't have yet, it becomes a lot easier to try and manage the boss what he's getting in the slots, because we can interrupt the order. But for now, our best bet is if we see it really far away and know that the boss is going to get it, you might be able to cast an Arts instead. That'll take up a casting turn, and when the spell goes off, it gets its own turn. But even that, usually it's not fast enough.
Basically. We also can't link right now, which is another good way to pretty heavily increase our damage. I'm just going to have my Elliot attack, because I think we should win on this cycle. And I don't want to waste time with an art from
Very
him.
well.
Yeah, that should kill. Yep, there we go. Alright, first major boss is down. We did it. Hardest prologue ever. Does not bode well for the rest of the run. I'm looking forward to it. But anyway, now that we've all teamed up and fought the dragon, the rest of the party's gonna run in, and they're gonna do, their attacks, and eventually everyone's gonna realize, wow, we really are strong as a team. Maybe this whole Class 7 thing could be cool. We didn't really mention it. The whole idea behind Class 7 is it's a combination of the nobles and the lowborn people. Normally they're split up because how dare the nobles, share a class with the commoners. That's unheard of.
And of course, Machias is like, I'm not going to be part of Class 7 if there's nobles as part of Class 7. And Eustace is like, I'm going to be in Class 7. And Machias is like, well, if you're going to be in Class 7, I'm going to be in Class 7.
I'm gonna be better at class 7 than you are. You're like, all right, calm down, Machias. So fun fact, I think there's only one commoner in class 7 when it actually comes down to it. I think Gaius is the only regular person amongst this group of people.
Well, there's a difference between commoner and regular person. Nobody here is regular.
Nobody here
Even
is
Gaius
regular.
isn't regular.
Gaius is pretty regular. Gaius is kind of just a dude.
He's a regular dude who basically saved a general's life with his amazing spear skills, and a general was like, "You better let him in this academy."
I guess. I mean, he's still just kind of a dude. A dude with a spear.
I mean, they're all just kind of a dudes. They're all here because their dads are important.
That's not true.
Or moms.
Elisa's mom. Yeah, there we go. Elisa's mom is important. And, yeah.
Oh yeah, Fee's totally regular.
I don't.
There's nothing weird about her at all.
Right, of course. Absolutely nothing. So anyway, Rena's terrible at school because he just mashes the A button whenever anyone asks him a question. But that's fine because he can cheat off of his friends. So here we have, you know, a main crux of the gameplay, and it's walking and talking. We're going to do a lot of walking and talking over the next 5.5 hours or so. Right now we're going to walk outside, and then we're going to talk to Toa. Toa's a good character.
There's also a lot of teleporting.
There is a lot of teleporting, but that's just fast walking. Really fast walking. But first we're going to run into this guy. His name is Crow, and he's going to flip a coin and cheat us out of the coin. With the power of questionable animation, we were unable to see what he did with that coin. But don't worry, we'll come back.
That was just Reen zoning out. Like, he was so bored with his magic trick.
Is this really a magic trick? I think you're just stealing money from me, dude. Yeah, whatever.
Zorhash said he stayed mad about the 50 Mira coin for the entire rest of the game.
They do bring it up at the ending if you go with Crow. But anyway, this is Toa. Unlike most of Class 7, she's actually a person, which is great. Unfortunately, unlike most of Class 7, she's not playable in this game, which is not great. So,
and unlike most of Class 7, she's not in Class 7.
Unlike most of Class 7, she's not in Class 7. But anyway, we got somehow sacked with being the class president. So we have the job of giving everyone their class notebooks. You know, we just got to go around and talk to them. You can see into their rooms a little, gives you an idea of what they like. You know, like Elliot is a musician, Gaius likes to paint, Machias likes to be bland. All important things.
Also, it's important to note that you got this job because you're boring. Like, everybody else is like, I'm gonna go to the swimming club, or I'm gonna like join like horseback riding or music or whatever. And Reen's like, I don't do anything. And they're like, do you want some chores? I guess.
Pretty much. It was just like, so what club are you in, Reen? Well, I'm in the going home club. No, you're not. Here's a list of chores to do every time you have a free day, buddy. Oh, all right, fine. So whenever we have the opportunity, we're just gonna go back to our room and sleep. I just like to imagine Reen as a narcoleptic, just, you know, in his downtime, taking naps. I don't blame him. That's what I wish.
About Emma being class president. I think she's the head of Class 7 because she does the best on the tests.
Yeah, she's definitely the highest ranked. She might actually be the class president, and Reen just has to do all the chores.
But Toa is the real president of our hearts.
She is. She is the president of everything as far as I'm concerned. So thankfully now we have fast travel, and we can travel fast. It's useful.
This guy's like, hey, do you want to fish?
Oh, whoop.
No. Is the
Hey,
answer to that.
Would you like to fish? No, never. I will never be I'd never touch that fishing rod. It doesn't happen. I'm sorry. If you came here for the fishing, come back for CS2. I don't think that run has any of it in it either, but you can try. You can hope.
Oh yeah, I would say that the best feature of this game
Yeah,
is
that's
fast
awesome.
travel. 100%.
So we talked to the principal, and he's just like, "Hey, you know that old schoolhouse you went in? Here's the key to it. Maybe you guys should just like go in there every now and then and I don't know, fight
Just
monsters.
check it out.
And just like go look at it. It's cool, right? Like,
Wink.
nothing weird about that old schoolhouse. Okay. This is the pawn shop. Pawn shop's actually a really cool idea for a game like this. What it does is it sells items that were limited that you can't get anymore, and it lets you buy them up. Has absolutely zero use in a speedrun, but it's just a cool little idea that's nicely implemented.
So your chores are a thinly veiled excuse for you to be like, hey, here's a radio station. Here's a guy where you get your orbital parts from, and also you'll talk to him a bunch over the run. Here's a store where you can buy things. Okay, thanks.
Pretty much. It's just like, hey, here's all the like important things you're gonna need over the course of this run. Alright, enjoy. So now we have to go outside and meet Angelica. Her personality is she has a motorcycle. It's a good personality, frankly. Alright, so the old schoolhouse kind of ends the school segment every time we're back in school. We'll be taking a group in of our choice. Right now we're only really friends with Elliot and Gaius, so we can only take Elliot and Gaius in. And if you want to talk a little bit about the schoolhouse, I'm just going to make sure I know what I'm doing for the menu before this boss. Opening a
So the
slot.
general speed that this game goes at is each of the chapters is pretty much divided by spend some time at the school and then go to the schoolhouse and then go on a field trip. So each time we go in the schoolhouse, it's pretty much the same idea. The floors change. We'll go through, maybe pick up a couple chests, maybe usually for Sepith if we're looking for it, because that will help us get the quartz that we need since we don't fight a lot of enemies. And then we fight a boss, and then we leave. So in this first one, this is a mandatory fight that we have to take because they're showing us how link attacks work.
Leave it to me.
But otherwise, we're gonna not find anybody else. We're gonna pick up, I think, 2 chests. Let me check out what we got.
We're just picking up the secret chest in here.
Okay. What about the white glasses?
Oh, right. I am going to pick those up for safety.
It's my turn.
So we're gonna pick up 2 chests.
Yeah, no, you were right. I completely forgot I was going to do that.
I got your back. The white glasses helps because this boss has a blind, and there's a boss later on blind effect, and it makes you immune to blind, which is nice.
It's my turn.
Probably like throw an art with Elliot. That would have ended this fight like 2 turns ago. But instead, I'm just gonna mash the attack button. It's fine. We got through it.
I'm so used to playing Turbo. That's all you do anyway.
Exactly.
So fast.
I've been practicing in Turbo, which was a mistake.
You were practicing in Turbo 6.
I've been practicing
Which
in
is
Turbo
madness.
6, which is the best Turbo. So yeah, this game comes with a turbo feature, and you can individually set both battle and field speed to any value between ×2 and ×6 speed, which is, you know, again, just a fun little thing they threw in. It's really cool.
As far as speedruns go, right now we're doing the any percent, normal, no turbo. We do have turbo and no turbo versions. The 2 main categories that are run the most are easy and normal. The routes divert a little bit. Easy is a lot safer. Normal, you need to have certain levels for the end fight, and easy, you can pretty much just trip into it.
Pretty much, yeah. Alright, Ring gets poison and attack 1. And Elliot gets 4 attack. I just completely spaced on like the easiest menu. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, all we're doing there is we're giving Reen poison because we're giving his attacks a chance to proc poison against this boss. Just helps a little if it happens.
Leave it to me.
Doesn't always happen, but nice when it does.
Now. My turn.
Did you equip the white glasses for this one?
I
Or were you
don't
just-
bother.
Later.
I'm gonna keep Reen close until I get Resonating Beat on him, just so he doesn't take too much damage. Probably should have just had him wait instead of throw a Fireball. That was silly.
Here we go.
Yeah, you could have got a burn out of it. Then it would have been awesome.
Yeah, getting the burn proc there would actually be good. This boss isn't immune to it.
It's my turn.
So yeah, this is pretty much just how this is going to go. We got the defense buff up on, so now Elliot's going to cast Forte on Gaius pretty much every turn, and Reen is going to not die. Whoops. Forte, Gaius.
It's probably actually better that they gave us Elliot early on, because Resounding Beat does an amazing job of keeping pretty much everybody alive, assuming that they get turns. Especially with Reen having a chance to delay the boss. The boss is always going to attack whoever's closest, and he can do a blind, so we keep Gaius back so that he doesn't get blinded, so he'll always hit.
Yeah, and Gaius has a long-range attack that you've been seeing him use in Gale Stinger, so he doesn't have to get close to deal with the boss. Link attacks can also be done from any range, because otherwise they probably wouldn't be very good. Yeah, you can just see how slow it is to move the cursor there when I had to move it over for Resounding Beat.
I think it's also worth mentioning, so for this fight and later on, what we're always going to be trying to do is getting 2 strength buffs up, because that increases your damage pretty significantly by about 50%. So that's what the Forte Quartz is doing, is it's giving strength up.
That's some bad damage rolls right there. Alright.
Leave it to me.
I will have to rescue him.
Thanks.
I think I had the defense buff dropped off on him. That's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world.
All right.
Make sure to relink. Yeah, that's definitely what happened. Reen lost his defense buff from Elliot, which is a shame. Oh well, it doesn't make a huge difference. Make sure to refresh the strength buff. Oh, we got a poison proc too.
This is probably a good time to talk about that even if Reen had died towards the end of the fight, and if he dies again, we're gonna want to bring him up.
I'm gonna heal him just so he doesn't, because we need Reen to be alive as much as possible, because we need Reen to have levels. The entire route of this run is based around Reen having levels, basically.
You can have more powerful characters do everything you want for them, but in the end, the final
Please don't
boss,
delay him.
Reen is just Reen's level. That's all that matters.
My turn.
Now there, I was upset that Reen actually got the delay off, because it delayed him into the crit.
Ugh.
But it's fine. He'll die in, I think, one more cycle of both of them attacking, depending on if I get breaks. Yeah, he should die from this, so we're good. Yep, alright. Not the cleanest fight, but hey, we got through it, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
It's also important to note that this run does speed up significantly. There's really, what I like to break it down as 3 parts of the run. The first part is early on, where like pre-S-Craft, where you struggle through pretty much every fight because you don't do a whole lot of damage. And then there's the S-Craft portion of the game, where the goal is to try and route around having your S-Crafts available for every major fight and taking in-rests when it's necessary. And then the third part of the game is what we call Megalith, which is just busted and you just have full S-Craft every fight.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, this is not going to be the speed of the game for the rest of the run. It will pick up significantly, as Frick said. We're effectively still in the tutorial. I think the prologue pretty much counts up until you leave for the first field trip. Even though this is technically part of Act 1, I think by the game's standards.
The game is going to be giving you tutorials pretty much through the entire game. The whole game, including the end of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the last fight in the game is a tutorial. Just throwing that out there. Alright. So, you know, we're done for the day. We're just going to go to sleep. As Reen do. We have bonding points, which we can use to spend time with our friends, get to know them a little bit, increase the bonds of friendship we have together. Never gonna
Or
do
sleep.
that. We're going to sleep. We're tired.
Ran around all day doing people's chores. I don't have any friends.
Exactly. Orbit real quick. We're gonna give Elliot Soul Blur, and that should be good.
Soul Blur is pretty much the best quartz in this game, other than Megalith. But that's a
so
that's a
disgusting.
master quartz.
It's just
My turn.
what it does is great. Basically, it's just a very powerful attack that has an incredibly short delay because it's a time elemental quartz. Wind elemental quartzes are a little bit faster than normal. Time elemental quartzes, for whatever reason, are like disturbingly faster. So,
Yeah, the magic scaling on it is really good. It's very fast to cast. It's very fast to recover from after you cast it. And it can feint them. And feint means that you get guaranteed crits.
yeah, feint gives you auto crits. It's very powerful. And in fact, some of our boss strategies are basically we try to feint the boss. So this guy's casting a spell. Reen actually doesn't have enough to interrupt it. Hopefully he didn't walk into the AoE. I think he's fine. We should all survive this.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna move Elliot just to be safe, but they should survive this. Yeah, they're fine. He's on beat.
Won't give up.
So as far as RNG in this run, a large portion of the RNG that exists is getting good Soul Blur feints.
All right.
If you Soul Blur and feint every time, then you'll get a much faster run than if you're fishing for them like we are now.
Now's a chance.
Yeah. If they happen for you, it's great. If they don't happen for you, it's not the end of the world. Game didn't take my down input there. It doesn't matter. They do have the same amount of damage, and I think this guy's actually super resistant to feint. I think you can feint him, but it's like
Nice.
a 5% or something. Still worth going for, Elliot's not doing anything else.
And it still does good damage. So
Right, it still does the same, and it's faster because it's less delay. So
because
definitely,
time.
yeah, time magic. It's all good. So with that, we're getting ready for our first field trip, and everyone is kind of shocked because they got to go away from their new home, which is this weird small town that nobody else seems to live in or do anything in. It's fine. They love it here.
Shinoa says that it's 15% chance to feint that guy.
15%. Okay, it was more than I thought. Trust Shin's numbers on everything. He is definitely the guy to talk to.
And Hoppy has confirmed that. So
Okay, so wow, yeah, we just didn't.
so
roll
I guess
15.
they should be running this game. What's
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez. It's
Shin,
almost as if
Shin, why are
Shin's
you
got
not
something to
sitting
do
here?
after this.
Yeah, it's like he's got a game to run or something. I don't know. Alright, so we're gonna go on that first excursion. We're gonna get access to a fun mini game called Blade. Now, to explain Blade, I'm not going to explain Blade because we will never play Blade. Never play Blade. It is a terrible card game. I don't know who thought it up, but they shouldn't have. They just shouldn't have.
The only way that you play Blade is if for some reason you're doing a meme run and you need to take Sarah or Toa on extra dates at the end of the game in order to get their bonding moment.
Oh, that's true. That is a use for Blade.
And even then it sucks real bad.
I'd rather play Whack-A-Mole, frankly.
So when you're on the train, you'd never talk to anyone except this time on the train, you have to talk to Elliot. Elliot's like, hey, I have this cool card game you should play with me. Here's a deck of cards. And you're like, cool. And then I'm not going to talk to you or play any cards.
Elliot's like, hey, will you play this card game with me? And you're like, yeah, sure,
Give me those
man.
cards, nerd.
Let's play some. And then you just kind of like go to sleep. Alright, so here the party's freaking out because there's only one room. Like, but we have girls and boys in this expedition together. You can't only have one room. But they do. Because you gotta get used to having co-ed facilities if you're gonna be a military person or a bracer. I'm really not entirely sure what Thors is actually training these kids to do.
Definitely not a bracer. Definitely not.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's not a bracer?
Well, no, because there's no bracers in Erebonia.
I mean, there's a lot of quotation marks around no bracers.
Wink. So when we go on field trips, it's exactly like it is at the academy, where you get a couple of quests. There's some optional quests. We don't do them, but there are some mandatory quests. So we're going to do these 3 quests.
All these windmills sure make the town feel pretty laid back.
True.
So the first one is that we have to go
Surprisingly
fix
relaxing.
like a lamp. Very cool quest.
Yep, it's very important, but it's going to teach us about an important mechanic of the game.
Watch out, guys.
Dogs. And by dogs, I mean S-crafts. Dogs. Wow, this is an awkward turn order. Oh. Heat wave. You.
Right.
Attack this dog.
My turn.
Solar this dog. I'd really like some of these dogs to move in closer, so I can hit them all with an S-craft. Please don't kill Laura.
That would be miserable.
I'm worried the dogs are gonna kill Laura. Oof. This is like the worst dog spread. That's fine, we'll kill 3 of them. Ideally, you could want to kill like all but one of them. But, I mean, what happens, happens. Okay.
So the risk there was if Laura gets killed, not only does she do we have to bring her back up, she loses all of her craft.
Right, which would be bad.
So no S crafts, which makes this fight miserable.
It does.
And in case you played this game casually, it doesn't matter which quest you go on. We went west, I think. If we went
west,
east,
yeah. If you go east, there are birds.
you fight against birds.
Yeah, there's just the swarm of killer birds you have to kill. It's the exact same thing. I think they have a slightly worse formation. I feel like there was a reason we... Like, I feel like Beef's route did dogs, and our route did dogs, and Shin's route does dogs. So
I do birds. I did birds.
You did birds? Huh.
Yeah, but I also mostly play easy, so it's different.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. So here you
Like
gotta...
I would do birds because they're easier to kill without. And then I just S-craft the dino.
Ah, that's fair. Yeah, we
Oh, a treasure chest.
throw things at the dino and hope he dies. It works. Okay, so coming up, I want to Synth an HP 1, give Elisa a needle shot, give Laura the HP 1, and buy weapons for Rain and Laura.
Let's see, Zunar said birds. Hoppy 630 does birds.
Huh. Yeah, I remember we did dogs, and I feel like there was a concrete reason to do dogs on normal, but I don't remember what it was.
All right, so in chat, if you did birds first, then type 1. If you did dogs first, type 2. If you haven't played this game, type 3.
There you go. Craft an HP 1. Shop. Exchange. Buy. East Highway.
More people either don't remember or didn't play this game.
This would be a really
That's fair.
tranquil area, if not for the monsters.
But it's I think two people did birds, 2 people did dogs, so it's even split.
Even split. There we go. So we're
Is
gonna pick
that
up a
treasure
proxy
chest?
puppet here
My
just
turn.
for safety on the boss of this chapter. It's optional, but especially in a marathon setting, definitely worth doing.
Like some of the other games in this, we have to kind of lure the monster away from the chest, because if the monster's aggroed onto you or nearby, you can't open the chest. You'll instead try and attack it.
Wow.
Right, and it'll have like an X over it, signifying you can't open this right now. We got to talk to this guy to learn some details about the monster before we're allowed to go fight it.
I don't think he gives you any good information. It's like it's a monster. It's over there. Thanks, buddy.
There's a big monster over there. Oh man, if someone could go kill that monster, that'd be great. Like, yeah, we're working on it. Give us a minute.
Transcontinental Railroad, huh? Guess that'll take you out of the country.
Alright, so real quick, force, Lisa gets needle shot, Laura gets HP 1.
Yeah.
There we go.
If you keep on heading east, you'd eventually reach Gorelia.
Yeah.
Apparently, Elliot's voice actor is the villain in the current Sentai show
Really?
for Japanese.
Ah, okay.
All right, so this is the dinosaur. We are hoping for one of two things. One, if he gets fainted, that's good. We'll do some damage with Reen and Laura. Two, if he gets petrified, that's great because Needle Shot has a chance to petrify an enemy, and if an enemy is petrified, it will not do anything. And then if you hit it for enough damage, it just dies. So
If you hit it for any physical damage.
I seem to recall I would hit it sometimes and it wouldn't. Maybe if you hit it with physical damage,
it's a
chance to die.
It's a chance. It's like a 30% chance, I want to say, to proc. And that might be lowered by the target's resistance to petrify. I actually don't know the exact mechanics behind it, but I'm gonna buff up at least once, maybe twice, because in my experience, I never get the petrify, and I very rarely get the faint. Well,
My turn.
so blur.
My turn.
Let me cancel this.
I can do this.
Shoot. Elliot, actually out of EP. Elliot threw out so many soul blurs, none of them procced, and he's out of EP. But that's fine. We're gonna kill the dinosaur in like 2 attacks now.
My turn.
Should have double buffed, but you know, you always hope you get the proc and it just ends.
We should keep.
Didn't happen today, but
I wonder if it's worth in the normal route staying at the end.
the money route's really tight for the first 2 chapters. I've actually not had enough money to rest in chapter 2 before.
Ooh.
I had to sell. I just sold like an extra item and bought it back later.
So one of the nice things, what's interesting in this game is that you get exactly what you pay for when you rest. There are some inns that cost more because they're fancy. There are some inns that are free because they're not as fancy. But you get CP back from resting, and you get CP back equal to the amount of gold that you spend. So if you spend 200, you get a full CP meter. If you stay at the free inn in Chapter 3, you get nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool mechanic, and at the same time, Chapter 3 not having an inn that restores any craft points is the worst. It's just the worst.
Y'all ready to cook?
Yep, nope, that's tactics. We are going to cook right now, so I don't forget.
This
Cook with
turns out
Elliot.
okay.
How many egg soups did we make?
I'm guessing 11.
11, yeah, on the nose. So we want to cook with Elliot there because he has a chance to make warm egg soup when he cooks an omelet with Reem. Warm egg soup basically gives the target a strength buff. It's just a nice little pick-me-up you can have. It helps double buffing people early because like Reem can use Motivate, or someone can use Forte, and then they can use an egg soup on themselves. It just works out really well.
And thus concludes the cooking in this run.
Yep, that is all the cooking we are going to be doing. And now some cutscenes. These merchants are both very upset because they both have the permit for this stall. And they can't both have this stall, obviously. They're different merchants. So what are they going to do about it? Well, they're going to give the noble merchant the stall, and then the other guy just gets like a random stall in the back of the fair. He's pretty upset about it. I don't blame him, frankly. That's,
Like it's a small like farmers market. People are gonna visit all the tables. The spot really doesn't matter that much.
it clearly does.
Meanwhile, teacher's just been drinking beer. She says the rest of class 7 that went to another location are struggling very badly. So she needs to go deal with that. Bye. So what we did there is we bought a citrus bottle, which is very important. It prevents you from getting fainted. And that is a problem that we're going to run into with a couple of the bosses in this game, in particular the one at the end of Chapter 1.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, when you're fainted, you have to skip turns, you automatically get crit, you can't dodge. It's bad. You don't want to be fainted. You want to feint enemies, you don't want to be fainted. The boss coming up can feint just like, I think it's like a 30% chance on his auto attacks.
I've got a little reward here
It's
for you.
bad. You don't want to fight him without citrus bottles on people who are going to get hit.
Also, we skipped through in the cutscene, but basically Laura's unhappy with Reen because Reen doesn't think he's very good at his sword fight.
Yeah.
So, like,
Reen does not believe himself. He doesn't believe in himself, and Laura's just like, I can't believe you don't believe in yourself. I don't like you anymore.
the game starts out where basically just everybody's got beef. Machias and Eustace hate each other. Elisa doesn't like Reen for misunderstanding slash I think just, you know, he got interpersonal space. Laura doesn't like Reen because he's like, I'm not that good at my swordcraft, and she's like, shut up. And then, of course, you don't have beef with her anymore. You wake up and she's like, nah, it's fine.
Yeah, she's, I'm really sorry. I just, you know, I really value swordcraft and everything, so, like, it's all good. But anyway, now we're back at the market, and both stalls have been smashed up. Who could have done it? The provincial army comes in, and they're like, we might have to shut down the market if everyone's gonna smash up the stalls. Can't be
We're
having
gonna
a
throw you
farmer's
guys
market.
in jail.
Yep, you guys are gonna be in trouble. So now,
And of course, the rich guy's like, the poor guy, like, or the commoner wrecked my stand. And the commoner's like, the rich guy wrecked my stand. And neither of them is like, yeah, both our stands got wrecked. Well, I didn't wreck his stand, but clearly it was me. It's like, come on, guys. Think this through.
he
Because
wrecked
that's
his
why the
own
merchants-
stand to, you know,
Yeah.
throw him off the scent. That's how it works. So we gotta be like, I wonder what the outlier here is. Well, the provincial army already knew, like, their stands were wrecked before they got in a fight. I wonder if they maybe, like, wrecked the stands or something. So we're gonna ask them that, and they're gonna be really bad at lying, and then they're just gonna be like, we're adults. You're children. Why are we talking to you? Bye.
Dude, I love this because Elliot goes like full on Sherlock Holmes, or like what was the one guy who always used to be like, you know, I forgot something. Oh, there's one thing that was bothering me. He was basically like, hey, like the commoner lost this like item. Do you know where it is? And they're like, no, it wasn't the commoner that lost that item. It was the noble that lost that item, because the provincial army knew who had what in their stall, even though they didn't pay attention.
Right. I mean, now, like, the logical explanation for that would have been, well, yeah, of course, everyone who opens a stall here sends us a manifest of their goods in case something gets stolen.
Also, I like how quickly that guy like resorted to.
Right. Let's go.
No, sorry, go ahead, Frick.
I was gonna say that guy resorted to drinking very quickly. So after that, we find out that there was this like drunk guy who was bothering this little girl with a cat, and he got kicked out of the nature reserve up here by some weird dude. So he just, instead of telling people like, hey, I got kicked out and it's weird, he's just like, I guess I'm just gonna drink.
I guess I'm gonna go be a bum in the street now. It's all that's left for me. Yeah, it implies
But
like
the
this
game-
is pretty recent too. Like it's not like, you know, this has been going on for a while. This is like a week ago.
I like how they're like, Laura was gonna cut it, but then Reen was like, no, you need Autumn School to do it quietly. But like, it's a nature reserve, nothing's around.
They're in the woods. No, Laura. We need to cut this lock stealthily.
Laura's sword is one of a few swords in this game that doesn't have in it.
It's my turn.
Is that a treasure chest?
All right, so we've got a chest here that we got to maneuver around that to get yet another citrus bottle. Again, because we do not want to get fainted by Greninja.
That looks like a tough
Right.
one. Be
We're also
careful.
going to pick up a coral ring, which prevents seal, which is just important for Elisa to have at a lot of points in the run.
Here we go.
Columbo. Columbo's who I was thinking of.
Columbo, yeah. There you go.
Thanks, chat.
Challenging
It's
foe.
my turn.
We should engage it with care.
My turn.
Right.
All right. No, that's fine. Oop, wrong one. Elliot, you want the proxy puppet and the citrus bottle. Elisa, you get the coral ring. And tactics. Elliot up front. Everyone else get in the back.
Here we go.
Yeah, that is a good point. It's not really a very good park. I think it's a nature reserve filled with murderous creatures. That's the nature that they're reserving here.
We
Yeah.
must be pretty far in now.
Don't bring your
I'd
kids
imagine we're
here.
almost there.
They will straight get murdered.
If you come to this park, you will die. I don't know who comes to this park. And because this is a marathon, I'm probably gonna safety save before every chapter boss. You know, just because there's no reason not to. It takes like 2 seconds, as you saw. And if something's really wrong, or like I have a bad menu or a bad tactic set up, then we can go back and fix it. But I also have a ton of just backup saves, worst case
We
scenario.
have nothing.
Man, I don't want to use them though.
All right.
The game is pretty friendly in regards to if you get a bad fight, you can just reset. The problem that we run into is 2 things. One, if you didn't equip the right gear, it just starts you right back in the fight. And so if you have the wrong gear for certain fights, you're just kind of boned. And then the other part is that when you restart the fight, the turn order is always the same. And as you mentioned before, turn order can matter in some fights, and particularly in Chapter 5, where if you get a bad turn order, you just lose. Nothing you can do about it.
Cool, I got all 4 of them in one shot.
You still have a lot of training to do.
Nicely done.
I've only.
All right, very important skill was just learned by Elisa there. Calculated. She has a skill that lets her give CP to her allies,
Of course.
which we are going to use to spam S-crafts. Also, Reen can use an S-craft now.
Yep,
I get it.
I get it. He gets it now.
My turn.
He too can use S-crafts. Good job, Rain. Alright, so we want these guys to move in. I see a crit, so...
You have my thanks.
Fish it.
I don't think I can use it, though. Everyone's too far out. And he's not going to attack. He's just going to move forward. Oh! That was the little guy, not the... Well, that's what we have the proxy puppet for. Except he immediately gets punched away. Man.
My turn.
I should have stolen that crit.
Thanks.
You might just want to wipe
Here we
it.
go.
I think I can salvage this. I think I can salvage this, because, yeah, they're going to punch Elliot.
You
Heal
have
him
my
with Blessed
thanks.
Arrow. Big Monkey walks in. Yeah, and I can get all 3 here.
So what we want to do is we have to wait for them to come in, and we also have to wait for Reen to double the plate.
Oh, Reen actually one-shots the little monkeys with a 200 CP S-craft. Oh, by the way, nice double 50 heal in a row. Nothing we could do about that, unfortunately.
Not here.
Lisa, heal yourself, I guess. Please just don't kill Reen right now. Yep, he deadly cried. That's gonna kill Reen.
I'm sorry,
Oof.
everyone.
Right.
This is just a rough set of circumstances, frankly.
Right.
Hoppy said that they equipped Falcon to prevent Elliot from dying. But I think Elliot was going to die anyways. He got critted.
He would have had some dodge chance. I did forget to equip Falcon. That's actually 100% correct.
Yep.
Alright, these
Was
two
a
aren't
double
linked
lockup,
because she's dead, or he died. Can you get on the other side of them?
I can do this.
That's dumb, because now I can't Blessed Arrow him, but it's fine.
You
Maybe
have
he'll
my
ignore him and
thanks.
just punch these 3. Yeah. That's fine. It's fine if he just wants to punch these guys.
My turn.
So yeah, as you can see, the game can go downhill pretty quickly
opening.
if something goes wrong. We don't have strength buffs because Reen's dead. I'll take that. Even though I don't have strength buffs, I'll take that.
Right.
I can do this.
Soul blurs.
You
Yeah,
have
so
my
in theory, the way it
thanks.
works is Elliot stands there, everything comes in. him, but he's able to survive. Then you're able to S-craft and kill the allies, and then you fish for a feint. Some good feints there. In order to maximize S-craft damage, and then hopefully just finish the fight like that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because Reen got, so far away from the party, he hasn't been able to motivate, and he also died, so he doesn't have any CP to motivate with. Although Elisa can fix that, and she will.
Of course.
I'm actually gonna hit him with armor breaking here. That's Fist of Fury. It's like a guaranteed one-shot kill if he throws it out.
Right.
Right, I have Tyr and not Belos. Reen's just dead for this fight. Yeah, I think I have to wipe it. This is rough.
My turn.
Oh well.
Right.
You know what? Now I don't have to worry about it. We know the run is bad. We got it out of the way in Chapter 1. The run's terrible. Nothing to see here, everyone. We're good.
I would say personally, my least favorite fights of this run.
My turn.
I would say probably Schoolhouse.
Right.
What is that? What's the one? 4? Schoolhouse 4?
Is the demons?
And Greninja. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are my 2 least favorite fights.
I'm just gonna load and put Falco on Elliot. That's
Put
actually,
Falcon on?
Yeah, that's a good call. I can't believe I forgot to put Falcon on Elliot. Like the dumb mistakes already. Yep, there we go. Does mean we have to fight the dudes again, which is a not insignificant time loss, but
My turn.
it is what it is.
Shinoa says you don't have the right formation. I'm not sure what's wrong about it.
I might have them a row too far back, but this is worked for me in the past. Is Elliot a row too far forward? Oh right, you don't have. Yeah, that's fine. Just throw it with. That guy moves forward, and he did. Now we can scrap all of them.
We should keep going.
Nicely
But yeah, I
done.
think this boss and the boss of Chapter 2 are probably the 2 bosses that are just, and the boss of Chapter 4 actually, are the 3 bosses that are just the rough. Bad things can happen, especially when you mess up the menus.
Right.
While we're getting back into this fight, I did post the straw poll again for who you guys want the end bonding event. That'll be in about 4 hours or so.
My turn. All right.
This is the canon list of characters that exist.
Yep, all
It's my
of
turn.
those characters are canon. There are no other characters in the game.
You have my thanks. Take this.
Yeah, there's Falco giving us some dodge. Good dodge, Falco. Good double dodge.
Take this. Of course.
We want him to move in one more tile. We got the burn too, which is good. Resounding beat on everyone.
My turn. All right.
Double motivate on everyone.
I can do this.
Blessed arrow those 2
You
back
have my
up to.
thanks.
And that should be in range. Yep.
My turn.
I see a crit, so I'm actually gonna hold off on Laura to give her that crit.
I can do this. Let's
I was really hoping we were going to get the feint there.
Right.
Night and day,
Here we
these
go.
fights.
Yep.
An opening.
Oh, yeah, now we got another feint and a burn proc. Like,
Right.
I can do this.
You
Thanks.
have my things.
My turn.
why did I do that? I should have refreshed motivate. Oh well. Probably still fine. Yeah, he can't punch everyone yet.
We got a crit coming up.
Yeah, there's a crit coming up. Reem can use it. We just get a feint, so that should do it.
My turn. Now. Go. Right. Let's go. An opening.
My turn.
I probably don't need these extra hits, but I'm just doing them to be safe after what happened last time, and hey, he's dead. Oof. Well, like I said, you know what? We got the bad menuing and the mess up out of the way early, so now the rest of the run's gonna be fine, right?
Absolutely clean.
Absolutely clean. It's gonna be flawless.
Textbook.
Perfect. Oh, I'm so sorry, Shin. I'm so sorry. Oh.
All right, so chapter 1 is done. Basically, the Imperial Guard got there and oh yeah, it was definitely the kids that stole it, and then the
Look at all these stolen goods. I'm sure this like group of 4 children is behind it. We're arresting you, children. You come with us. And then the rail guard shows up and they're like, just put your hands up. Just get in the van. It's over. And they take him away, and we're good. Meanwhile, looking over the train ominously, we have these characters. They talk
that's
about...
how you know we're at the end of a chapter.
When we overlook a train and people talk ominously about things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens a lot
But
in
I
this
think
game.
you could have done better than that.
Get ready for a lot of train overlooking and ominous discussion.
Chapter 2. You're gonna ask a dumb question. We're gonna answer it.
We're gonna answer correctly.
I don't know. This one you answer correctly. Okay.
Green's smart. Sometimes.
Mixon. If he's just going to town.
Yeah, Fees just goes to town on that cake. I don't know what she's making, but I think she over incorporated her egg whites.
So Reed just got invited to join like the nobles, and Maki's just found out that he's technically a noble, even though he's adopted by a baron.
Yeah, Reen's adoptive parents are nobles, and it's just like, oh man, I can't be friends with you anymore, dude. You're one of them. You're one of the nobles.
He's like, you lied to me. You're like, I didn't tell you I was not a noble. He's like, you're dead to me.
pretty
We
much.
have beef.
Oh, hey, look, it's our good friend Crow. So another trend that'll be popping up a lot during the run is that we're gonna go to the cafe in town and sleep between like everything we do. This is presumably because we don't get a good night's sleep in our barracks or whatever you really want to call their housing. Gotta make sure we go to the cafe and sleep at the bar, I guess. I'm not entirely sure what we're doing. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
So this is a good question. So they're talking about this in chat. Marcus or Eustace? Which one's worse? Which one's better?
It's a tough question. I'd say Machias. It's like CS1 only, right? We're not talking CS2. We're just CS1. I think it's Machias because Machias actually gets some like character development in this game, where Eustace just kind of starts off as a jerk with no personality and ends the game as a slightly nicer guy with no personality.
I would say that that Marcus's background story is dumb. And Eustace's background story is his dad treats him not very great. Which is like, alright, so that's a story. Marcus is like, some noble dated my sister.
And then dumped her.
And then dumped her.
As you'll notice, we went to the wrong floor. That's because I pressed up twice. Gotta beware of the double up. It's dangerous.
So this time we go in the schoolhouse and we find out that there's an elevator. That's not a weird thing. Let's just take this random elevator out of nowhere.
Those stairs
seems
just
legit.
Yeah, those stairs just became an elevator. Nobody's gonna question it really after this. They're just gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah, the schoolhouse does things. It's fine.
I mean, nobody's actually like, audited that elevator to make sure it's even safe.
Right.
Nobody's wearing hard hats.
Seems to be a
Just
treasure
OSHA
chest here.
violations all over.
Oh yeah. I don't know how you can call this a school, frankly. This is a death trap for children. So we're about to see the bane of the no turbo run, switches. You can't speed these up in no turbo. You just gotta slowly watch this wall drop.
Yeah, you can't sprint up ladders. You gotta watch these long cutscenes.
Here we go.
Only the strong survive in Erebonia.
Only the strong survive in Thor's military academy,
My turn.
apparently.
I don't know, man. Have you met the rest of the class? There's softies there.
Well, yeah, but they're in like the general studies class. We're in the hero program. Well, that's the anime we're watching, right?
Right.
I think casually CS2 was shorter than CS1 for me, but part of that is probably because I knew the system.
Alright, so here we're gonna modify an HP1. We're gonna give.
So, given that the series is a sequel to Trails of the Sky, are the characters as really endearing as Adele? Not really. That's actually one of the complaints about this is that there's so many different characters. You don't get a lot of time with any one character, so they never really develop extremely well.
Yeah. Rest. That's kind of the thing. Like, this game's just sort of the introduction to all of these characters for the most part. Gaius does not have a Flora bottle on, and that would have been really bad.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. So we want Gaius in the back because these things will always attack the thing furthest away from them, and we want him to have a Flora bottle because they can cause confuse.
My turn. All right.
These guys also have a lot of defense against melee attacks. Not as much as the ones in Chapter 4, but the defense doesn't really apply when you do S-Crafts, though.
So we're just gonna immediately double buff, and if we get a burn proc, that would kill.
It's my turn.
We didn't. And I made sure to target the one that wasn't getting the 50% health up, because that would have been sad times.
You get a paralyzed there. That's good.
I'm holding the wrong button.
Although those guys cast Arts Nails.
You have my
Unfortunately, I
thanks.
can't steal this crit with anything, so hopefully he doesn't kill Gaius with it. Alright, we're
It's
good.
my turn.
I don't think it would have killed regardless, but you know. So now basically we're just gonna build up craft with Blessed Arrow and do the same thing to the other two. Hopefully in a timely manner before they start spamming Crisis Cry, their AoE attack that hits everyone.
Go.
I will motivate just to get Gaius to double buff too.
Of course.
I can do this.
You have my thanks.
Yeah, there's like a soften rage associated with this fight. I think you
Leave it
get
to me.
3 full turns before they start doing Crisis Cry.
They can do
Might
it
be
as soon
one.
as like one dies, I think
Here
is
we go.
Oh, there we go.
the point for them to start. But thankfully, as long as there's only one of them on the board, we're fine. Like we can just heal
You
for
have
one
my
of them
thanks.
doing Crisis Cry. He's already burning, which makes doing that feel bad, but he got poisoned, which makes doing that feel okay. Lisa dies, but she has Angel, which automatically revives her, so as long as this guy also doesn't Crisis Cry, we're okay. Yeah, we're fine.
Of course.
Steal that health from him.
Not here.
You have my face.
I see a crit coming up, and none of us can take advantage of it, unfortunately. As long as he doesn't get it. He doesn't.
My turn.
Wait, he does, because he killed the Lisa.
Oh no!
Well,
Here we go.
unfortunate.
All right.
It's fine.
My turn.
Laura's gonna get the CP up here.
Not yet. Not yet.
Just don't Crisis Cry. Okay, we're probably okay.
My turn.
I really wanted a break, so that Laura would have gotten some things. All right, well, okay, great. No, we died. I don't know what to say. I played that really poorly, frankly. I'm on tilt. But it's just another example of, man, this game can go really wrong really fast if you mess up at all. And I messed up.
Of course.
Not the end of the world. Like,
It's
thankfully
a
we
good
can just retry.
My turn.
You know, doesn't cost too much.
I can do this.
You have my face.
But a little bit of bad luck there, a little bit of bad play. Comes down to both. Probably didn't need a 200 craft there to kill that guy, but playing it a little safe. Should be okay.
It's my turn.
Right.
You have my face.
At least you're getting a lot of misses on Gaius, so that's something.
My turn.
Yeah, that's working out at the very
My
least.
turn.
Leave it to me.
And Elisa's gonna get 50 CP back, that's nice. Nice little buff for her.
You have my face.
More blessed arrows.
Don't see a crit coming up, so I'm just gonna go ahead and try and kill this guy off. Okay, yep, there we go. And that's how the fight's supposed to go. Yeah. Things happened. It wasn't clean. But we got through it.
It's my turn.
So the danger of Crisis Cry is that it starts stacking speed down on you. And obviously, as you slow down, they get more turns. Bad
Here we go.
stuff.
Of course.
It's my turn.
I can't.
One of the things that's difficult about these setups is you can't even use like heal Elisa, because if he moves forward, they're going to start trying to confuse people that are not Gaia, and then stuff goes south very quickly.
Yeah, Gaius has to stay as far away as possible, but Reen's Flame Slash here. Reen's Flame Slash here should kill. Words. Okay, there we go. That's more in line with how that boss is supposed to go. Hey, things happen. Marathon nerves. Being sent, you know.
Okay.
But whether that's a comment on my luck or my skill, you decide.
I've only.
It's a comment on the latter.
It's RNG. It's all
That-
RNG.
That was RNG manipulation. It's to manipulate the RNG of how mad Shin is at me. See, there you go. Correctly manipulated. So as with most schoolhouse fights, we're going to finish it, and then we're going to have a kind of like exam battle against Sarah or one of her creations. Usually we're going to go back to the inn and rest, because again, we don't get a good night's sleep at home.
We do not pay for our bed at home, which means it's not very good.
Exactly. Our bed is free, and that's a problem. We need to be paying for that bed. So that cat is Celine. Celine is the cause of all the problems in this game. And if you think I'm joking, just wait until CS2. See, first problem of this game, we were doing fine, and then this random cat just walks up, and it's like, oh, it's a pretty kitty. And then she bites us. Why? Why you gotta be like that? Alright, so this isn't a miss menu. I am intentionally resting twice here.
Yeah, so if an inn costs 100 and you want 200 CP, you gotta stay twice.
That's basic
That's why
math.
the expensive inns are the best. Because then you only have to stay there once.
Exactly.
Emma's like, you got scratched by a cat? A cat, you say? Let me fix that up for you. Let me bandage that.
There's only
I'm very
one
familiar
cat.
with cat-related injuries.
There's only one cat in all of Erebonia. I know that cat. Yep. We're good for the practical exam, thankfully. Turns into a pretty simple fight.
My turn.
Yeah, we're slowly progressing into the
It's my
solve all your problems with S-crafts.
Part
As
of
we
the
saw
game.
from the previous fight.
Yeah.
I can do this.
But when we can stay at inns, it helps a
Where's
lot.
my things?
That particular fight, the Schoolhouse 2, is very difficult because we don't have a wide area S-craft.
Leave it to me.
Not yet. We will get one, thankfully, but we have to wait on it.
Right.
This fight just boils down to
You have my
get blessed
things.
arrows, use S-crafts. This boss can do a move where he gives himself a stack of a buff that blocks the next physical source of damage dealt to him. And this can include
All right.
it can include S-crafts, so you really don't want him to cast that, or you want
Leave it
to
to me.
interrupt him if he does.
Right.
There it is, right there. I'm actually gonna
Or you
interrupt
just
it.
or you just peel it off with a normal attack if it does land. Although I guarantee you, every CS1 run thrown an S-craft into that.
Oh yeah,
that
for
buff.
sure. And that actually killed Reen. I thought he was going to be safe. Oh well. My Reen's going to have a little less experience. I'll have to get an extra fight later. Not the end of the world.
The experience grind towards the end of the game is extremely fast. So
Yeah.
we will save more time by taking one extra fight later than trying to bring Reen back up in this fight
We
to
actually
get him
can't.
that experience. Well, there you go.
We-
Even if we could.
We can't. We don't have the right art for it, and I've already used both of my revitalizing bulbs. I think. No, maybe I still have one because we redid the Guranaga fight.
My turn.
Alright, so this is Sarah. She's our teacher, and if we're lucky, she's going to do exactly that. I'm glad she gave us the good
Wow.
luck there. Yeah.
You got good luck there.
That's like the best. I mean, I could have had a better turn order, but yeah, that's like the best thing that can happen.
By the way, that fight is the most difficult fight in New Game Plus. Because your dudes are just absolutely stacked with stats and levels, so that when you fight her, she basically can't kill you.
Right. You can end that fight by dealing damage to her, but
I think she just hangs at 1.
does she? I think.
I think she hangs at 1.
I feel like it triggered the ending. I'm just gonna walk to the train station. It's slightly slower than teleporting to the train station. Sometimes you just gotta walk there.
So we have to pull off all of the courts that are on the students that are not going on the field trip with us, because they'll be inaccessible. The only exception to that is if anybody has anything that's called like a rare quartz equipped, they will they will automatically unequip when they're not in your party.
I remembered I needed to rest after that, actually. So,
Ooh, yeah.
yeah, good catch there. Bad menuing, but good catch.
I think he probably could have rested in.
I could have, but it costs 200 because the hotel is expensive.
That's right.
I don't wanna play with the chance of not having enough money somehow, because that would be bad. I could buy one less thing or something. I'd figure it out, but it would not be good. Thankfully, after Chapter 2 is kind of when things pick up in terms of like our own agency over the success of the run. So at that point, you can entirely blame me every time we mess up.
I think Chapter 2 might be my favorite chapter.
In terms of story or in terms of gameplay?
Gameplay. Lots of good fights in terms of the speedrun.
I'll agree. There's a lot of good fights. There's some good menuing. The boss is like just safe enough that it's kind of fun. There's always the edge of like, oh man, am I gonna be able to make this one work? Like, am I gonna get the feints in time? Do I want to go all out on S-craps, or do I want to try and like delay crit spam one of the dogs down? There's a lot of interesting lines you can take there, and I will say I'm a fan of it.
And then when I say Chapter 2, I of course mean Schoolhouse 2 can die in a fire.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but it is what it is.
This street seems kind of different.
So to further the story of how commoners and anyway, we are doing a commoner quest and a noble quest in this chapter. So the commoner quest is to help this guy get sapped from a tree to make a ring for the girl he wants to marry.
It's my turn.
And it's pretty easy. We just run up here and
Well, here's the sap. We did it. Quest solved, everyone.
good job.
Yeah. We're also gonna go pick up this treasure chest real quick.
My turn. Oh,
So
great.
this guy plays nice.
It looks so pretty.
Now, of course, this wouldn't be a required quest if it didn't push the actual storyline in advance. And so here we go.
That's a lot of
this
tanks.
This town is run by like a noble family, and why does the noble family have a bunch of tanks? That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Usually the Imperials, the nation, would have those tanks, and not just the rich people. There's now I don't have the sounds up on the stream. Do you get the good crunch sound?
Oh yeah, you get a good.
Even when you're fast forwarding through that.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, instead of making the ring out of some rich noble was like, I heard that that's really expensive, and I will buy you a diamond ring if you let me eat that sap. And they're like, it's not food, and he's like, I will pay you double. Okay. Nice. It's the most disappointing thing about not hearing myself come back through the stream. So I don't get to hear the crunch.
Yeah, no crunch for you, I'm afraid. Shot.
And I don't get to hear the soundtrack for this game that rules.
Soundtrack for this game is pretty amazing. Boss Factory. Slot. 1. Defeat 2. 3. Quartz. We are going to make Impede and 2 soldiers. And we want to upgrade these ones. Can't pass.
So to dive all in on our strategy, we're gonna put soul blurs on pretty much everybody, just so that we can spam those to try and get feints before we start
That bridge above
doing
us
bad
looks
things
like
to
it
these
dates back
bosses.
to the Middle Ages.
Yep. Here's one of the weird like
It is.
transcription
It's
errors
been
of
there
this
for several
game.
hundred years.
That bridge looks like it dates back to the Middle Ages. It is. Just a weird like disconnect with the lines there.
This looks like quite
Well,
an
I
old
mean,
road,
it is.
though it does seem well
It's been there for
reinforced.
several hundred years.
Yep. Looks like a lot of armored vehicles come this way.
These are the conversations that normal people. This looks like an old, very well reinforced road. Thanks, Emma. Excellent commentary on this road.
Beautiful. I'm so glad the road has commentary. Whoop. You want Sobler there, and you have HP. You want a P and Sobler, and you want Raven and a Sobler. And the tactics, we want to move these two down,
Yes, I am on the commentary, Acerg.
and then give them a floor model.
I'll handle this.
Alright, put Machias in the party. Machias has to be in the party for this fight because he and Eustace are going to put aside their differences and team up and kill this monster together. And nothing will go wrong.
I forget if this is the point. No, that's in chapter 4. Where basically, we suck if we can't bond.
This one's dangerous. I'll handle it.
So you can't fight this guy because Eustace and Marcus are like, we're gonna put a bond together. We're gonna crush this guy.
Yeah, we could do it. We'll team up and win.
Morgan Freeman voice. They did not.
But as it turns out, they could not team up or win.
Okay.
It's my turn.
Now, fun fact: if you actually go very quickly in this fight, if you get good rolls and get a bunch of crits, you can't finish the fight
Yeah,
until they've broken their link.
the boss will survive until these two have a chance to have a fight. You just can't
That
kill
was a
him.
clean fight.
Yeah, and he'll burn to death off the... Yep,
That's the power of the. I did it.
solid fight.
That's how we want these things to go. Get a feint, pop some S-crafts. Eustace and Marcus are useless as always.
Pretty much. Yeah, they decide to start arguing in the middle of the battle, and that lets the monster attack Reen. So luckily Fee's there, and she just, like, jumps on it and shoots it in the head in the most anime fashion ever. Fee does a lot of really anime things during cutscenes, and then, like, forgets how to do any of them when you get back to gameplay. You're gonna see more
And then,
of
of
that
course,
in Chapter 2.
Because Marcus and Eustace were arguing about which one is worse, the monster attacked Reen, and Reen got hurt so that he can't be in the party right now.
Yep.
Even though you literally got attacked the entire fight. But that time, it really meant it.
That
Also,
attack
Emma's
hurt.
like, let me fix it with my hands. Because magic's a thing.
Right, magic's a thing, but okay, so spoilers. Emma can do like actual magic, but magic's kind of like a thing in this universe, so I'm not sure why it's a secret. It's very strange.
That one looks annoying.
Very well.
Watch out.
You know what I'm saying?
RPG Jerkbird there.
RPG Jerkbird right there. That bird is an elite. Don't fight that bird.
I actually wanted to, if I ever ran this in like a marathon, I would get in that fight and then run away, just because I think when you get in the fight, there's a chance that Feast calls it a jerk, which would just like seal the meme.
I think she calls anything a jerk if you run away from it.
Yeah, but that's the one that's a bird.
It is. It is a jerk bird.
Zekiel says best chapter is Gaius' homeland. It's a lot of horse time, my dude.
For story, maybe, but for the speed run, no. It's like 30 minutes of riding a horse. It's the worst. Like, this walk in Chapter 2 isn't fun, but, like, it at least has some moments to break it up. Chapter 3 is just like, and now we're on a horse some more. We're gonna
like they're
chase
even
William on a horse.
And they're playing with you. They're like, we need you to go to this place that's really far away, and then come back to the place that's also really far away. All the places are as far away as possible. We're gonna make you run back and forth as many times as possible.
So here,
Just give me all the quests at once, man.
the party sees a weird person flying away, And they're like, well, that's kind of odd. And then this military caravan drives up, and it's like, hey, you kids, you kids see anyone flying on a letter of the Greek alphabet lately? We're conducting a census. And you're just like, no. And they're like, all right, good, stay safe. Can we get a ride back to town? No. So we have to walk the rest of the way.
Yeah, this quest is disappointing just at how much you have to run just for one fight.
Oh, yeah.
Where you watch Eustace and Machias be useless. Like, I already knew that.
Thanks,
I knew that
game. I already
before
knew
this whole quest.
I knew these characters were terrible. Why did I have to do this quest? Oh.
Now, I generally prefer to run Turbo, but I will say when we do get to Chapter 3 that Turbo is a bit of an audio nightmare in the cutscenes where people are riding on horses.
The noise. Alright, so one of the worst things about running this game is that this game is the most, like, indecisive game about whether the first option or the second option advances the plot. It just changes up randomly, like...
Yeah. Like, they wanted us to read them. I mean, come on, man.
I'm here to fight things, not to read. As obvious, like, as obvious as it is, I'm not reading my notes. You saw how those fights have gone. Clearly not here to read. So now we have a long series of cutscenes where Reen and Eustace kind of have a talk while Machias is asleep about how Eustace really doesn't have the best relationship with his father, which is fair because his father is kind of objectively an awful person in, like, every regard, but his big brother kind of takes care of him. And yeah, he doesn't really feel like he's a noble, but everyone, you know, kind of looks up to him because he's, you know, one of the... I guess he's like... eighth in line to the throne, technically, or something. It's, you know, he's a very high-ranking noble, so everyone's always trying to get with him.
There's like 4 noble houses that rule everything, and he's like the lead of one of the houses.
Well, he's the heir to, like, one of the houses. I guess his brother's the main heir. But anyway, he and Machias kind of make up for half a second because Machias heard that conversation. But then this butler comes and he's like, hey, Eustace, your dad said you had to come home for a little while. And he's like, okay.
Get in the car. Get in the car.
Get in the limo, Eustace. Okay.
Was Machias wearing his glasses when he was sleeping? I didn't pay attention.
Yes, he is. He is wearing his glasses in his sleep.
What a nerd. I also used to call Eustace useless. I mean, I don't call him anything anymore.
It's my turn.
I don't call him anything now.
Right.
I call him one of the 2 doofuses that I don't care about in this game.
Dang.
Speaking of 2 doofuses, this is actually Machias' time to shine.
My turn.
Isn't it? Does he? No, wait, he doesn't have his S-Crafts yet.
It's my turn. Ooh, that's good.
Make sure this hits all of them. I think that's all of them. Let this thing get 1 turn.
Okay.
Use Serene Blessing to give Reen full value, and this should kill.
It's my turn.
That's the story of this run.
This should kill. Yep, there we go. And it's a
With
good
the-
thing it
with
did,
the burn.
because that had a health up 10%, and that would have been awkward. But yeah, Reen's S-Craft has a very high chance to invoke burn. So if things aren't immune to burn, you can reliably count on the burn. Sometimes you gotta feel the burn.
See, in easy mode, we don't have to worry about that because things just die. There's no time for burns, baby.
I will say, you know, practicing and getting back into this game, I think I've been converted. I think I'm a turbo guy now. Some of these cutscenes, man. But anyway,
Yes.
we go back to town, and Machias gets arrested for being Machias, and they just throw him in a dungeon. Like, this isn't a jail. This is just a straight up dungeon. Hey, what are you gonna do today, Joe? I'm gonna throw some kids in the dungeon. All
Hey, I
right,
heard
Joe.
this kid was sleeping with glasses on. That's a crime. Put him in jail.
We can't be having that in our fair city. Put him in jail. The regular jail? No, the sewer jail. All right.
You mean the one filled with monsters? Yeah, that's the one.
Why do we have that jail, boss? Don't worry about it. So here, our good friend Tobo kind of tips us off, and he's like, "Hey, maybe you guys could like mount a rescue effort or something." I'm gonna go call someone. Bye.
He's like, it would be a shame if somebody were to, go to that open and leads into the sewers and broke out their friends, But that's just none of my business.
Yeah.
See ya.
Oh, Station Street. As it turns out, there's a door that just leads into like this underground dungeon sewer waterway thing, and I think that leads to the jail. I don't really know how you know that, Toval, but great. So anyway, Reen's gonna like slash the lock open, but apparently that's too loud. But it's okay because Emma can just like pick locks with magic, I guess.
But it's totally fine. That's a normal thing. She picked it normally, right?
Yeah,
It's fine.
no,
Nobody knows.
there was no magic,
turn.
even though again we just used a bunch of magic.
Okay.
That still hasn't been explained to me. We'll figure it out. I'm not gonna forget this chest because I forgot this chest in a practice run, and that serum powder is a very important item. Don't forget it.
For those of you who aren't familiar with this game, Serum Powders will revive you, heal you to full, I think fill up your EP, and also
Anything you'd expect
give
in
you
a
a certain amount of CP. So I
100
think
craft for a powder.
powder's 100, capsules 200.
Yep, capsules are 200. And we're gonna need them for a few points in the run, both to just kind of give ourselves a boost, and then late in the game to sustain our strategy of taking all the turns. Nobody else is allowed to have turns, and that's the best part of the run. But right
It
now,
gets really weird.
right now people are allowed to have turns, and that's
The
not
entrance
the
to
best part of
guardhouse is
the
to the
run.
west. We should hurry.
Especially because coming up is a rather difficult boss that really likes to have turns.
It's actually 2. Double the turns.
Yeah, they get double the turns, and
There should
sometimes
be
they
a
team
mechanism
up
to
on their
open it
turns.
somewhere
And
nearby. Here we go.
that makes it even worse.
Worst enemy in the game right there.
Yeah, that cat bat just like doesn't want you to activate the switch, even though he's 5 miles away and not aggroed to you.
And I would say if you're playing on turbo, there's like a 90% chance that you hit that,
Oh, a
that
treasure
enemy.
chest.
It's just hard to drive, man.
It is. These characters don't control well. Anytime you see a CS1 runner, you're gonna see him bump into walls. You're gonna see him like tap random objects and lose all their speed. That's not their fault. These characters are tanks. They have giant hitboxes. They don't take corners well. And speaking of anime stuff that Fee does and then just forgets how to do, she apparently has explosives, just like strong enough to blow down this iron door. Okay.
Don't worry about it, guys. I got C4. It's cool.
Thanks, Fee. You want to explain that? No.
I'm 13.
I'm like
Don't you?
I'm like 12 and have explosives. All right. I'm gonna stay away from you now, Fee. You seem dangerous.
Yes, there is. This is without turbo, so there's 2 different ways. There's a way that you can speed up cutscenes by holding in the circle button or whatever it is on whatever controller you're using, and that can speed it up. There's also on the PC release and actually the PS4 English release. If you hold down like right 2, it can actually speed up the game between 2 to 6 times. So the turbo run is about half the length of this run.
Yeah, it
I'd
works
be so
out
careless,
too.
this would never
Theoretically, it should be about exactly half,
There
but
wasn't much
you
you
know,
could have done.
in practice, it turns out to be a little less or a little more, depending.
Hey, some kids broke out their friend for sleeping with glasses on. What should we do? Send the crazy dogs that we have after them.
What, should we apprehend them, sir? No. Release the hounds. Sir, I
The
think
normal dogs? No.
the crazy genetically modified dogs, of course.
The ones with armor? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just why not? Great.
All right.
Machias and Eustace can now link with each other. Guess how useful this is?
My turn.
I'll give you a hint.
All right.
It's not.
Right.
So this also shuffles our party, so we want to put Fee back in, and we'll have her super self.
Not bad.
So our strategy here is pretty simple. Basically, we want to try and feint one of the dogs. Wow, immediately poisoned. We want to try and feint one of the dogs, and kill it before bad things happen.
Thanks. My turn.
How will we know when bad things happen? You'll know.
Of course, the problem here is that we don't have Elisa, so there's no easy way for us to stick up CP.
Yeah, Emma can give someone 20 at a time through the use of her Serene Blessing.
My turn.
What was
My
that?
turn.
I don't know, it's a crit, but he looks like he's fainted.
Yeah, he was fainted, but I didn't get the follow-up attack. I was going to,
Did he have a turn that was skipped, maybe? I don't know.
Thanks.
that was
It's super weird.
that was very weird.
Can confirm.
My turn.
All right, I'm gonna risk it here. So, do I get the delay?
My turn.
Yep, got the delay. All right. So now that we're delaying this dog, we can just kind of beat on it, and keep delaying it with the power of Eustace.
Go.
It's a good power to have. Feed real quick for me.
Go.
Alright, the dog's finally gonna get a turn, so
Got it.
we're gonna have to do something about that. Is Flame Slash enough?
I
It
think he
is.
might be good.
Yeah, it is with the burn.
This isn't looking
With the
good.
burn,
With the
every
burn.
time.
Is that enough? It is with the burn. There you go.
Very well.
That's the motto of the first part of this run, really. So now that the bosses are separate, or there's only one of them, it's much less of a scary fight. The scariest part of this fight is that they can team up, both to give themselves massive speed and damage buffs, and to
My turn.
that's not what I wanted to link with, and to basically just delete a character. Both of those are very scary things, and you don't want them to happen. But as long as you kill one of them really fast, it won't.
Here we go.
And also, because we have the benefit of both Rena and Eustace having the ability to delay them, you can usually keep one dog in stasis pretty much forever.
I delayed him into a crit, but this might actually just... No, it's not going to do enough damage. But he's fainted, so it doesn't matter.
Here we go.
He needs to motivate everyone. Good job, everyone. We're not losing to the dogs.
It's my turn.
This run has not gone to the dogs yet, guys. It's official.
My turn.
It's gone to everything else, but not the
Oh,
dog.
it's gone to the monkeys. It's gone to the wall, but it hasn't gone to the dogs.
There's a chance. There.
I'll handle it.
And this should be dead.
I'll handle this.
Fee's attack might kill here. If not, I will just have Emma link with... Okay, we're good.
Right.
That's a pretty good dogs fight.
Progress.
340, that's about
That should suffice.
like 40 seconds slower than like a super optimal one, but hey, it wasn't a bad dogs fight. And at this point, I'll take that. Especially in general, I'll take that because the dogs fight is one of the scariest fights in the run. Dogs and the Bone Dragon. If they want you to lose, you can just lose.
And Nosferatu, but at least he's fast about it.
Yeah, Nosferatu in like an incredibly rare corner case where he steals the first turn, but that really shouldn't happen unless you get like the absolute worst possible opening delay roll on everyone. So yeah, now this mysterious blue-haired man just shows up and he's like, these children are interesting, yeah? And then he just leaves. I don't know why he's Swedish, but he is in my mind.
I'm certainly not a bad guy, eh?
Speaking of strange blue-haired people that like to watch things from a distance, we have that girl. What is she doing?
And of course,
Why is she there?
she's watching over a train, so it means it's the end of the chapter.
Exactly. That's how you know. Like, the chapter's over. Why? Because we're watching someone over a train.
I don't think that holds up because I think there's sometimes that the people watch over trains in the middle of the chapter.
That's true. That's true.
I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll find out together, everybody.
We'll find out together. So anyway, it's time for midterms, because if you forgot, this is a school. Personally, I forgot. I don't know any school that does any of this, but this is a school, so we need to study. We're going to study with our bro Crow, who teaches us nothing. He actually just... He wastes your time. Crow's a terrible tutor. Don't study with Crow. But Crow is one of the fastest tutors, so study with Crow. Then we're going to go to the library. We really don't want to go to the library because it plays this cutscene, and that kind of sucks. But we can study with our friends Machias and Elliot here. What are they studying? I think they're studying art. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Reen is not going to pass his midterms as a spoiler. just throwing that out there. Reen is not passing his midterms. But what he is doing is feeding this fickle cat. This cat who's now floating. Look at that floating cat. That's a good floating cat right there.
It's a normal cat.
Yeah.
There's definitely nothing eerie about this.
There's nothing magical about that cat. That is 100% a cat. I promise you.
What I don't understand is that cat has a collar on. Like, who lets a cat, like some rando cat, into a library? Like, it's got a collar. We probably know who this belongs to. It's fine. I'm sure it's okay that
it's the library cat. Like, oh yeah, she just hangs out in the library on a bench, and reads.
Is that the same cat that's just going around biting people?
Yeah, it's the same cat. She's peaceful in the library. It's fine.
Speaking of mysterious blue-haired people, here's another one.
Yeah, so we run into Elisa and this random woman who, as it turns out, is Elisa's maid, because Elisa isn't just some random girl. She's the heir to the Rhineford fortune. But now it's time to mess up our midterms. We have no idea what history is, but luckily we do know what a sketch is. I don't even know what this question is. It doesn't matter. Something about military movement. There's a thing about
questions a day.
Yeah, there's a thing about orbital arts. There was only one question on that test. We got it wrong. There's something about being taxed. That's cool. We don't know how to do CPR either. I think the order that you select there is like, check to see if they're breathing, perform heart palpitations, call for help, point at someone. It's not how you perform CPR. Don't perform CPR like that.
Oh, don't worry. Reed didn't do the worst on the midterm.
Oh, no. I think Fee just, like, sleeps through them, regardless of what you do. So anyway, this is Sharon. She's a maid. She's just a normal maid. There's nothing weird about her. And she makes a great breakfast, like a normal maid. Nothing weird about
Just
that.
accept it.
Yeah. But Elisa and her, they get along, but they don't get along. She's kind of more like a mother to Elisa than her actual mother. We'll get into Elisa's mother. Don't worry about that.
Hey, Reed, it seems like you're having fun with your friends. Here's some chores. Go do some chores.
Hey, Reed, you seem to come here a lot to just like take a nap. Is everything okay at home?
You know what? That one was so good. I'm gonna take another. Oh, we only do one this time.
Yeah,
that's right. Because when a chapter ends, everybody gets 100 CP.
Yep. So we only needed one there. But now it's time for the cool quest. We get to learn how to ride a motorcycle. Motorcycles don't exist in this world, by the way. If you go to Erebonia, there are no motorcycles. So beware of that. But don't worry, because I'm going to teach you all at home how to ride a motorcycle, guys. Now, if you ever need to ride a motorcycle, all you do is you pick the second option of all the multiple choice options, and it just works.
Yep.
So remember, if you're riding your motorcycle and you need to figure out how to brake, just choose option 2. What is option 2? I don't know. I haven't read these in years. But it is the correct option, and that is what matters.
It's like, how do you brake your bike? You don't press the brakes? Press the brakes?
I don't
Press
know, man.
only the front brakes so that you flip over?
Exactly. Alright, it's time for Old Schoolhouse, and one of the few things I think are reroute of the game, added to the route that's still in, is, so we're not actually supposed to have Laura and Fee together in this schoolhouse. They're mad at each other, because there always has to be a spat between two of our characters. But if we make a party that doesn't include them, and then we just turn around and we say we want to change our party members, and we're like, yeah, give us Laura and Fee and Gaius and Machias and all those guys. It just works. They don't get mad. They forget.
That is basically the extent of the like speed tech glitching that happens in this game, if you can even call that.
That's the only positive glitch. There's a negative glitch that can happen, but that's the only like good, the one that works in our favor.
All right, let's get started.
So now we learn the rush ability, which lets both characters attack instead of just one when we get a link. It's okay.
It's slow. It's so slow.
It's really slow, but like situationally, it's a lifesaver.
Right.
It's not commonly used though. The old schoolhouse is honestly my least favorite part of the game and of the speedrun. It's so samey, right? And like,
This looks like a nice spot.
Yeah, in the speedrun it gets really old. Casually, I really liked the idea of like a weird mystery building. But yeah,
especially
playing through this over and over again.
Especially in No Turbo, because there are a lot of switches in the old schoolhouse. In fact, I think almost every switch in the game that we interact with is in the old schoolhouse. So,
It's a treasure chest.
And also one of the complaints when people start running this game is they forget
do
the
this.
pathway because they forget which school.
oh, I'm gonna mess up Schoolhouse 6, I guarantee it, because you forget, they all look like the same place.
There's a lot of people who really want us to fish.
We still seem to have a way.
I forgot we had a second screen of this. That's how monotonous this is. I just genuinely forgot this screen existed.
I've got
Like,
this.
oh right, yeah, we gotta run around the giant rat.
Yeah, this is the best screen because I think this one has switches too. Our
It
good
does.
friend switches,
My turn.
Oh, it does.
which are somehow more monotonous than those bridges.
It's awful. I do not like.
Oh, there seems to be a treasure chest here.
Oh no, this one doesn't have switches. See, I even mixed up the every
Hell yeah.
time.
We need to open one slot for you, and we need to make dark matter. Now, Orpman, Aura, you need Force, and you really need HP 2 for this. Once Cannon, I'll just give it to Elisa. It's fine. Yeah, we're good. Guys, why are you not in the party? Get in the party. Wait, I'm thinking of the wrong schoolhouse. Ah.
I don't even remember what Schoolhouse 3 is.
It's the demons. It's the first fight with the demons.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. This'll work. It won't work well, but it'll work. I'm gonna save just in case. Basically, this fight is we really want these demons to move forward, and if they don't, bad things happen, but they usually move forward eventually.
Like most of the Schoolhouse fights, the enemies are situated so that most S-crafts can't hit all of them at the same time,
Delicious.
which sucks real bad.
It's my turn.
Yep, the guy is Stu Gale Stinger. I should have linked you to someone, but oh well. Yep, so they'll shoot people in a line with Double Beam. If all three of them use Double Beam, it's a bad time. Wow. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks for proving my point.
Okay.
This is nothing.
Please heal yourself, Laura. Alright, one of them came in at least.
It's my turn.
I wonder if Fee can hit all three.
She can hit all three from the start, yeah. Okay, cool. They both came in, so we're good. And now we kill all three of them with the same S-craft, so they all share the same death animation. Otherwise, this animation has to play 3 times. And it's just as long every time.
It's enough that it's worth it staying at the end to guarantee.
You should keep.
Great.
Done.
It really is. It's a pain. But hey, we did it. We killed some demons, and we still don't know why we're going to the schoolhouse. Why are we going into the schoolhouse? It seems to want to kill us. I feel like this is like irresponsible parenting. Whose children are these? Why are they going into the murder house so often?
Only the most important people in Arabonia. It's their children.
Exactly.
And Gaius.
And Gaius. Only the most important people in Arabonia. Also, Gaius is here. Shoutouts to Gaius. He's my favorite.
Who has the most caring family.
Yeah, no, Gaius is like he's just a well-adjusted, normal human being in a group of like crazy people who immediately hate one another. And Gaius is just like, no, I like to paint, I like music, I like family and friends. All right.
Don't forget to stay at the inn.
I'm not. I'm also not going to forget to feed the cat on the roof. There's a reason we're feeding the cat on the roof, I promise you. It's not just because I really wanted to feed the cat. But I do like the side benefit of getting to feed the cat. Oh. That's the one I want. Alright, so this, you want to explain the setup for this next fight? Because it's weird. The game pretends you have a choice here. It really pretends you do. But you don't.
So, basically, you go to fight against Sarah once again in your practical, but the Class 1 team shows up, bunch of nobles, they're angry, the Class 7 is so cool that they want to fight. But they say, we want to fight against only the guys. And we also don't want to fight against Eustace, because he's a noble. So, like, they're like, you can pick anyone to be on your party, but if you pick anyone but these 4 characters that we're going to pick, which is Reen, Gaius, Machias, and Elliot, they're gonna refuse, and you have to pick your party again.
Yeah, it's really obnoxious.
So this is a 4-on-4 fight that is kind of a nightmare if you don't get the correct turn order and pull on dark matter. This is the one glitch that can mess us up. So we're gonna cast dark matter early on in the fight, which is gonna bring everybody into a pile so that we can blast them with S-crafts and other crafts. So that's pretty much the goal here. The problem is that we can skip the animations of arts, and we have been the whole game. If you skip the animation of the dark matter, which pulls them in, it won't actually move the characters. The character's movement is tied to the animation.
My turn.
Wow, they came out swinging.
Yep, they did. Let's see, that'll hit all of them.
Right.
I should have put it further back, because now I want to break this. Yeah, it's going to knock him out.
It's my turn.
At least you might have him in a line for 4. He stayed in, that's good. So we have to make sure we do not advance this or skip this animation until they're pulled in.
Yeah, bad things happen if you do.
Right.
Hey,
So now that we've got them all in a group, it's going to be a matter of, double motivate, S-craft.
Can't be happening.
Um,
Here we go.
Gaius is going to spam his craft. Machias is just going to eat dirt.
I'm sorry.
Apparently.
I wanted to I'm just gonna die out. I wanted to get the 200 there to be greedy, and I missed. Reen wasn't blinded. I just missed. That was me being greedy. They're gonna walk up too. This is rough times ahead.
Yeah, this is maybe just a wipe it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Situation.
wipe it. I was hoping that would delay Elliot further, but Dark Matter actually casts really fast. Alright, it delays him a good amount after, though.
You could have gone for the demonic scythe.
Oh
Or
yeah,
you may not have had it.
there is a 0.1% chance that you just win the fight immediately with Demonic Scythe.
This looks bad.
Because these guys are not immune to instant death. I wish one of them would attack. They came out swinging, and now they're just doing nothing. They know.
They're just styling on you now.
They know. They know that I've messed up and want to retry. Well, that was unfortunate, but that was...
No, you can't actually lose this fight.
You can't lose this fight, no. You can't have an intentional loss here, unfortunately.
So you were the hero of the Erebonian Empire, and then a bunch of nobles beat the crap out of you, and so at least that in that timeline, that's what happened.
Leave it to me.
Yep.
You all quit school because of that.
Thanks.
Leave it to me.
Guys, just
Stay in.
keep Reno alive. I think they're all in, as long as they don't... Okay, he just ran out. He knows. They both just ran out. They know.
They figured it out.
I'm not even gonna let the cast finish. I'm just gonna skip it.
Yeah.
Wow. What is this? This is some shenanigans right now.
Chapter 3 practical, man.
Chapter 3 practical, like what the heck? No, we're all in that. Oh, this is awful. I don't even know if I could salvage this.
Yeah, unless for some reason they move into
No.
another door and then double
Yeah.
S crafts, but
No. That was.
Here we go.
Oh.
yeah, what are they doing, man?
What are they? What they don't move like that. Like normally, one of them just moves back, and that's the end of it. But they're just moving in weird directions. I'm just gonna go to the backup strat I have for this, where we delay them infinitely, because that's consistent.
Yeah, I don't know if it's different on normal, but usually what I do is face first into them and hope that.
We did also get a terrible turn order for this.
Yeah, that is the biggest problem right here. Having all 4 of them go before anyone in Class 7 goes. Jeez.
Yeah. We went last, just completely. But
Arcus activate.
It's my turn.
guys, just don't do anything so you don't knock them out. All right, this time they're gonna stay in. Hey, look, they all stayed in.
Just to be sure that one guy ran up so that he could also be in.
I mean, that's actually okay though, because like,
Yeah.
we should be able to get all 4 of them with this S. No, just out of range. I'll take it. I'll take it. We can just fight the one dude.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, that's all right.
And that guy sometimes just like stands there and does nothing. That's his game plan, apparently. Do nothing.
He's the other team's Machias, is what he is.
Wow.
Thanks.
Too much shade?
Little too much. I wanted to steal that before he killed him, but unfortunate. And did they move out of S-Craft range again? What is this fight, man? They did. Wow. Okay, of all the fights I thought were gonna roll me, not one of them.
My turn.
Do I have a reviving bomb? I do. Alright, we can salvage this.
I'm sorry, everyone.
All right.
It will be slow and awkward, but we can salvage this. And then Gaius misses, like on top of everything.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Run up one shot on Reen. Wow. No, I can't salvage this. We've died to this 3 times now. We are getting absolutely destroyed by Patrick.
Maybe these guys should save the Empire.
Maybe.
You know what's up.
I'm really confused. I'm so sorry, everyone. We're gonna have to try again. I should have saved before this. I think it's just the turn order.
Here we go.
You might need to save Autumn Cutter to interrupt the casting.
It's my turn.
Maybe.
Thanks.
It's my turn.
Do that. Not knock either of them out. Blue hair guy will just run out anyway. Because he's just like that.
I'm
sorry, everyone. My turn.
Thanks.
Jeez.
Normally,
You didn't even get 2 turns with Reen before they killed him.
yeah, normally they're like so dirtily, and they're just like going ham right now. And that vortex might kill someone. Okay, no, it didn't.
Right.
Thankfully.
Thanks. Thanks.
Use energy shell.
Thanks.
Tira bomb.
My turn.
Right, Reen doesn't have any. This is the worst. Like, suit yourself.
Ooh, that's good.
My turn.
Bomb yourself.
I'm sorry, everyone.
All right.
I don't know.
Yeah, this turn order is... And this is what we talked about with the problem where if you get a bad turn order, even when you restart, you get the same turn order every time.
Yeah. I genuinely don't know what to do here.
My turn.
I'm not sure I can win with this turn order and how aggressive they're being. I might have to load a save, which would suck this early into a run, but I don't know what to do. I apologize, everyone. This is, frankly, this is disgraceful, and I'm very sorry.
That's embarrassing.
Can you distract him with Machias?
Probably not. I'm just gonna load a save. I apologize. This is very much not a legit run anymore. But there's nothing I could do there, and I don't want to be stuck there for forever. I have a save for the Chapter 3 practical, so it's not like going forward or anything. But you know, cool. And it has that done, and it has this done. Yeah, post that straw poll in chat again.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm doing.
we can be disappointed at the results.
Got it.
Well,
Let's.
Should we do like an idea right now of
What are people feeling? I am curious.
you want to know? All right, so right now, Fee is in the lead, followed by Laura, and followed by Cat Lady.
Excellent. Also, see, look,
Then
look.
Crow, Elisa Crow, Milliam, Elliot, and Gaius. We have 1 vote for Gaius, so Gaius crew, show up.
Yo, shoutouts to the Gaius crew. See, this was like a much more beneficial turn order, and they all just kind of stood around and did nothing.
Leave it to me.
That's how it usually works.
Thanks.
I'm very confused at what
Leave it to
happened,
me.
but
So you can see how different it is just based on turn order.
right.
And that is literally I'll say it. That's the worst turn order I've seen. I've never seen turn order that bad
Thanks.
on a Chapter 3 practical.
This is absurd.
Yeah, it's been a while, I guess, since I've seen all 4 of them get a turn before anyone on your team does. Like, that's pretty rough. Even if they all run up and hit Reen here, we're still fine. Like, that's how much of a difference it made.
It's my turn.
Yeah, we can hit 3 of them.
Open.
Probably gonna kill Reen, but not the end of the world, though. Killed Machias, too. That's actually not good. But the other 2 guys are gonna die off from that. We can just revive Reen real quick.
Yeah, so here we also see the payoff from the reason we fed the milk to the cat is to get that Zerum powder that we used to get the second S craft offering.
Yeah, it just makes it more consistent. Yeah, there we go. Like, that wasn't a good fight, but, worked, right? I did not know the turn order could be so bad at that point, but it's good to know for the future, I guess. Wonder if there's, like, anything else you could get for safety for that fight. Probably put Headband on Reen and do the Arc Slash strats, but that's really slow.
You have another Zerum powder. I don't know if you would need that before you can pick up another one. So maybe a backup
Your
like
rink's
capsule.
gone up. Here's a little something
I don't know
from
if you
me
could just like
and
spam Zerum powders.
No, you can't. I effectively don't have another Zerum powder. Because this is a practice save, it has slightly messed up items. I won't be using or selling any of them, but the items are slightly messed up as a result. Cafe.
So there was a question about how the order is determined. Essentially, the game roll between 1 and I think 200.
It's
something like that.
Really high number, yeah.
It's high enough that like your speed it plays an impact, but it is a much smaller factor than the RNG factor. So no matter how fast you are, you can get bad turn order.
I mean, there's a point where you're fine, but it's really high. Like late in the run, we reach a point where we effectively can't go second, but before then, it is totally possible to go second. So we want to take all the stuff off the leaving party members as always. Super important to rest after this because Chapter 3 does not have an inn that restores CP. It's kind of the worst part about the chapter. Maybe the second worst part about the chapter, because the worst part about the chapter is horses. Also, Gaius is there.
Many horses. So now's a good time for people watching the stream to boot up or download their own copy of CS1, start playing it, and then after about 45 minutes of horses, come back to us and watch the rest of the run.
Give the game a try. Well, watch the opening cutscene. You know, do something. Go make a snack. I'm not joking. We're gonna ride horses for like 20 minutes here. There's gonna be one fight. It's against a fish. Why is there a fish?
Land fish.
It's a land fish. Why is there a floating fish here? I don't know. I don't know why you would choose to inhabit an area that just has floating fish in it. But these people did, and we're gonna go hang out with them.
Not only that, but these are the questions that people should be asking. Like, people are like, hey, there's this giant fish thing. I need you to go kill it for me. But they're never asking, like, why is there a giant floating land fish?
I mean, is that just normal for Erebonia? Do you often have giant floating land fish that need to be disposed of, or is that a rare occurrence? Also, Sharon just showed up even though we've been on a train for 6 hours, and so did Elisa's mom, who just shows up and's like, hi, and walks away. And Elisa's like, really? That's all you're gonna say? She's like, yep. Do whatever you want, kid. Bye. So Elisa and her mom do not have a great relationship with each other.
And I know that the concept of a flying land fish is challenging for some. You'll understand when you see it.
You'll understand. It's also got like lightning powers. That's a thing. Don't worry about it. You'll get it. It's pretty simple.
I would be more surprised if a flying land fish didn't have.
That's fair. I mean, at that point, you're just expecting the lightning, really.
See, this is my favorite part of the horse part because it's not even enemies. There's like no option. They're just like, just enjoy these horses for a little bit.
Yep, it gives you a tutorial. Here's how to ride a horse, and now you just ride the horse. Go, horse, go. Great music, though.
I'm gonna take this moment. I will be right back.
Yeah, no, go get
While
a drink.
you ride this horse.
Go get a drink while I ride this horse and
You're as excited as a
enjoy some
child.
soothing music. Oh,
I think I'm just caught up
that
in
chapter
the
3 practical, man. I've never seen it hit that hard, but of course, during the marathon, that's when it chooses to strike. Can't let it get you down though. Just gotta keep moving forward. Gotta point your horse towards the wind and ride, or something, you know, waxing poetic like that.
The sun's almost down.
We're almost at the settlement. Let's keep up the pace, guys.
And with that, we horse our way over to the yurts of Gaius' settlement, where we find out that Gaius has a loving family and everything's cool. Gaius has no problems. He's just, yeah, love my family, love our way of life. We make some great food. Look at that stew boiling in that pot. That's some two-dimensional soup right there. I want to eat that soup, and so do you. Gaius is up really early, tending to the sheep. I think we don't really see them. I guess you see them in a side quest later, but side quest we don't do. So there's some facilities in this hut. You will probably never use them. So now we talk to this doctor who's like, hey, we gotta cure a disease, and the only real way to do it is with a bunch of random grass. Can you guys go pick up some grass for us? Not just any grass though. It's gotta be the special grass. I'm like, okay.
I figured there'd be monsters around.
Hey, I made it back in time for some more horses.
Dude, you made it back just in time for
Got it.
horses. Horses and plucking grass out of the ground. The most exciting part of Chapter 3. At least you got the music.
And one nice thing about the horse riding is that enemies basically, they don't aggro on you, although their random movement still looks like it's pretty choppy.
Oh, a treasure chest.
Let me know. It might just be like a minute or two, hiccup. Let me know if it keeps going for like the next 4 or 5 minutes, and maybe I could try restarting my stream at a slightly lower bitrate. That might help. Is it choppy on my stream or on RPG Limit Break stream?
Looks like it's choppy on... Oh, nope, it looks like it's all good now on
right.
both.
Well, yeah, probably just a minute of my internet.
Here we are.
I think what it was is my internet's
Let's go meet
watching
with
the
the
run,
Lieutenant
and they were
General.
like, no, man, you gotta stop. We're gonna stop you real quick. So we talked to this general dude, and he's like, yeah, so there's a monster. Could you guys, like, I don't know, do that thing where you take care of it? I'm like, okay.
It may or may not be some sort of flying land fish.
Alright. Let's change. Sell. Dude, beware the giant flaming, like the giant lightning landfish, I guess is what to call it. Those things are scary. Buy. It's green. Useless. Gaius. Quartz. Right. Make a couple attack 2s. And we're gonna slot green. And I was only supposed to make one of those. That's fine. I can make that work. Oh.
So what we're doing here is we're upgrading the weapons. We're gonna
Let's get going.
attack quartz. And the big thing is we need to, the money route gets real tight, and we're going to need a lot of money in next chapter. So we sell off pretty much everything that we don't absolutely need right now.
Yep.
If it doesn't help us kill a lightning landfish, then I don't know why we care.
Exactly.
Now, the grass that we have to pick up is exactly in the wrong possible places. It's all over this giant valley. They really want you to explore all of it. So we tend to pick up as many as we can, and then the ones that are kind of on the, I guess, that is like the south side of it, we're going to pick up before the landfish, because after we fight the landfish, we'll get teleported back to the military base.
Yep.
So we'll pick up the grass around the landfish before we fight it.
Site, then attack 2. Lisa gets HP 2. Slot, and then Gaius needs to be brave. Unfortunately, he doesn't get anything. Lucius gets force. He wants an attack 2. No, he wants an HP 1. I'm dumb. Alright, we don't have an attack 2 normally. But we're improvising. Yeah, I messed up my Seepith route there, so Gaius is going to have some fewer slots than normal. But shouldn't be a problem.
And he doesn't play that big of a role in his own chapter, so...
Yeah, I mean, he throws in some S-crafts, which might be a little weaker, but as long as, like, the damage rolls aren't absolutely terrible. The fish starts, doesn't... No, he steals Gaius. That's okay. Alright, that's gonna get rid of most of the fish there.
It's my turn.
I suppose I should thank you.
Yeah, so once again, we got a bad turn order. What we normally want to do is we want to get one motivate off, and then use S-crafts to clear out the fish on both sides, and then the fight becomes a lot more manageable. Although we got a burn, so that's good.
Yep.
At this point in time, the fight is practically over. The only downside is Gaius is paralyzed, which means
Gaius is paralyzed
he
and
keeps attacks.
yeah, or his S-craft, which is the big one. See if this faints. It does. It's okay. Eustace got enough to just do another Crystal Saber and that'll end the fight. Not a big deal.
Waste of time. Let's go. I did it. That should suffice.
Nice.
Eustace doing work, guys.
Yeah, and that'll give me enough Seepith to unlock Gaius' other slot and stick an attack 2 in him. And at that point, he'll only be down 10 attacks, so it shouldn't be a problem. In fact, I'm just gonna go do that right now, real quick, just to be safe.
Yeah, and the question about turbo being banned just for this. Yeah, the no turbo category doesn't use turbo, as you'd expect, but the any percent categories do use it. When you do turbo for the speed run, the agreed upon values are 4, 2. So I think that's 2 is the field, 4 is battle.
Yeah, 2 is the field, 4 is the battle speed.
The reason it's locked to that is the initial PC release only had option for turbo in that one.
Right. Version 1, you can play version 1.5 or version 1.6. Version 1.5 only has 2.4 turbo, but otherwise it's fairly identical. It also has a glitch that we haven't fully been able to develop, mostly because no one is playing on that version anymore. That could potentially have some interesting results, but we're probably not going to look into it much anymore just because that version is kind of hard to get a hold of, and again, everyone's just kind of moved to 1.6 for the stability anyway.
You're breaking up a bit again, since.
Oh, no.
Audio. The stream seems to be fine.
Okay, just the audio?
Yeah, it was just the audio.
Just the audio. Okay.
So now that we finished that quest, they're like, good job. Get to ride a horse across this field. Again. So we'll use this moment again to remind you guys, if you haven't voted, vote for who we're going to have the bonding moment with. Straw polls in the comments.
And real quick, I need to look at a message Skull sent me on Discord. I just want to make sure nothing is terribly wrong. Unfortunately, the game just freezes when it loses focus. Okay, no, we're fine. Just let me know what you were letting me know.
Yep.
Where am I? The doctor's house is impossible to find, and you also can't teleport to it.
That's the one right there. Yeah.
I had to look at the map for a second because I thought I was going the wrong way. Nope, going the right way. Just doctor's house.
Yeah, it's weird when you're playing the turbo speedrun. It seems a lot more manageable when you're playing it, but when you watch somebody else do a turbo speedrun, it seems like it's a lot faster than it actually is.
Yeah,
so it's really hard to.
It's a really convenient thing for just practicing in general. It looks really hard, but the characters in this game kind of control in straight lines. You don't turn a lot. You kind of more turn the camera to turn the character. At least I do. I don't know how you or any of the other turbo runners operate.
There's mist in the distance.
And then of course Shinoa, the absolute mad lad, does keyboard and mouse for this game.
He is a keyboard and mouse warrior, and he is a god, and I don't understand. I don't understand how the man can play this game with a keyboard. He uses mouse too. It's not just like all keyboard controls, which I think you can do. The game has a wonderful launcher, by the way. You could set all kinds of options. You can automatically skip all the movies in the game. You can do the turbo options. There's a whole lot there. Plenty of graphics options, auto saves that you can just load up if your game crashes.
Oh, we made it all the way to where that giant.
Yeah, if you're interested to see how somebody plays this game with keyboard and mouse,
Even more massive.
tune in for CS2.
Oh yeah, tune in for
thing.
Please tune in for Shin's run of CS2 and go watch some of his runs of CS1. He's dominated like every category of this game. No turbo normal, turbo easy. Just destroying it.
Large monster.
His route's
Need to
the
be careful.
route that I'm using for this marathon with very minor changes, just because it's so much better than what we had before. So huge shoutouts to Shin. Hopefully he is not face palming too hard right now. I can only hope he heeded. I'm not sure. My advice and went and got a snack because this is horse. This is all Chapter 3 is. You think
I
we're
don't even
done?
think.
No.
I don't think he could have salvaged that Chapter 3 fight. I don't think anybody could salvage that fight. That was just the worst luck.
It was something else, man. But you know what? You gotta press on. So we just run into this random photographer. He's taking pictures of the statue, and Reen's like soul hurts, but it's probably nothing, right? Probably.
He's like, it's fine. You're having a heart attack, Reen. You should see a doctor.
Reen,
you just talked to one.
Have you considered seeking medical help? No, I'm fine. My heart just reacts around plot devices. We're good. Speaking of plot devices, oh man, the truck broke down, so we gotta go find the mysterious mechanic who lives north on the cliff. Who could this mechanic be? And why is he so mysterious? And why does he live on this cliff? These questions will be answered. Partially. It's still really unexplained why this man just has a house out here in the middle of nowhere. So if you're
Because
thinking,
he's eccentric, that's why.
I mean, he is. So I mean, if you're thinking like, wait, didn't we already walk this way, like this exact path? Yes. The game teleports you back and then tells you to walk the exact same path again. What a good chapter.
Just come on, man. Just just teleport us.
Can we like just teleport over there? Also, later in this chapter is my favorite example of this game giving you control for what should have been a cutscene. I'll point it out, but you walk down some stairs, and like between between the point you get control and lose control, there is nothing you can do. You just have to pilot Reen down a staircase, and then the game's like, no, this is a cutscene. Okay, game, if you wanted this to be a cutscene, you should have just made it a cutscene. It's crazy.
So we finally got... See, their truck broke down. They've got a truck.
Yeah.
Why don't you have a truck that goes much faster?
No, he does have a truck. See, it's in the shed.
But why don't we have a truck? No, we're stuck on the slow horse in the giant valley.
Yeah,
I mean, the horses are, I guess, a more economical solution. You don't like need anything to ride the horse. You just need a horse. Also, these stairs are very difficult to navigate. Reen,
They're the real boss of chapter 3.
Reen really loves to just get stuck on things. It's like, it's his thing. So anyway, as it turns out, this mysterious mechanic is Elisa's grandpa, who just lives in the wilderness now. Elisa's mom forcibly took over the company from him. She's like, you're old. Hey, here it is, by the way. We go out this door, we walk down these stairs. Now it's a cutscene. There's nothing to examine in that room. There are no items you can pick up.
I legitimately thought you were talking about another...
Oh, it happens later, too. This game loves doing that. I'm just like, hey, take control. I lied, it's a cutscene.
So you might think it's the end of a chapter. It's not the end of a chapter. There were no railroad tracks.
Exactly. But what we are going to have is a heartfelt moment between Elisa and Reen where they lie down beneath the stars and talk about their problems. Elisa with her messed up childhood where her mother never loved her, and Reen with his blandness.
For those of you interested in a little bit more story about that, Elisa's grandfather was part of the company, and the mom was in charge, and she said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to build these giant guns for destroying cities.
We were
and Grandpa was like, nope, I'm out.
We were a peaceful company, but you know what, Grandpa? The money is in giant cartoon weaponry. And he was just like, no, we're not doing that. And then she was like, you're old. I'm ousting you from the company. He was like, okay, we'll go live in the woods.
We make cars, but we also make the fantasy equivalent of the Death Star.
Exactly. Also, the watchtower was attacked by mortars, and bad things happened. It's probably fine. It's not fine.
Casually, this is like some real intense stuff that's going on right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is really where the story picks up, I think. Because before this is just kind of this weird, like, lackadaisical school children adventure, and now, you know, suddenly armies are massing at the borders, and war has been declared, and bad things are happening.
So these kids are like, we can stop a war. It's fine. Let's go do it. Let's go check it out. We'll bring the photographer too.
Yeah, the
We'll get some good
photographer.
photos.
Yeah, the photographer's like, "Can I come? I want to take pictures." And we're all like, "Yeah, sure." I feel like that's not okay, but okay, sure, great.
I think we also don't see him anymore.
Oh yeah, no, we just leave him at like this watchtower. He's just gone. By the way, speaking of things that should have been cutscenes, some of the walking after this. But first we have to go all the way back to the beginning of chapter 3. Are you seeing a trend here? We just kind of walk back and forth between these 2 points the entire chapter. Chapter 3, man. If there
This is the chapter that sold me on Turbo.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if there was a case to be made for Turbo, it is this horse.
Army's airships.
This situation is looking worse by the minute. We need to hurry.
Yep, there's the airship landing. Bad things are happening, man.
We need to hurry. Just take the truck. We got the mechanic to fix the truck.
we have a car. Why are we riding the horse? okay. I don't know.
Those are armored cars from the Imperial Army.
And the music changes and everything gets all dramatic. Reen even swears a little.
Dang nabbit.
Now we have to
The
ride in
general's like-
circles.
The general's like, I'm gonna go bomb the crap out of everybody. So you got till noon to figure it out.
Yeah, you have 2 hours before we declare war and like start launching artillery. Like, we're just a group of kids. 2 hours. All right.
What, you need 2.5 hours? I don't got that kind of time.
Look, we don't have that kind of time, man. We gotta declare war while the war is hot for declaring.
So this is the investigation portion where we have to talk to people and investigate a couple of places.
We're gonna be dumb Reen for this. Reen doesn't know anything about tactics. He's just like, I don't
You
know,
didn't
man.
pay attention.
He wasn't paying attention. He
You
was
saw
getting-
how his grades were. Why did you put him in charge?
he was getting ready to ride this horse some more. That's what he was all about. He was like, oh man, I can't wait for the next horse riding segment. Speaking of which, things that should have been a cutscene. So you walk out there, you walk about like 10 feet to the south, and then the game's like, no, actually, this is a cutscene again.
Yeah, what you find out is that the mortars hit from the south. We should go south and check out where it came from.
The mortars
So we
hit
ride
from
south.
The mortars hit from the south, which is on the Allied side of the border. So it's
Yeah.
like, wait a minute, why would mortars hit from our side? That doesn't make sense. Also, here Emma enchants Elisa's arrow to hit the rope ladder. I think Elisa could have just hit the rope ladder. I
I was gonna say that shows like that she has no respect for Elisa's abilities. I don't know.
Elisa, I know you're like a world-class archer, but I don't think you can hit this ladder. So anyway, we discovered that the mortars are indeed from the company that Elisa's mom runs, and it's like, wait a minute, the enemy shouldn't have these. This means it's sabotage. We got to figure out who's doing the sabotage.
So we've got another quick cutscene of us going down a ladder.
Yep, we go down a ladder, and then we get
Or,
off
I'm
the
sorry,
ladder. Cutscene.
Not a cutscene.
Yeah.
Now it's a cutscene.
And oh man, there's Milliam. She is on that robot,
We can't let them get away.
and we can't let them get away.
Right. We need to overtake them.
What's funny about this one is if you are playing in Turbo, for some reason the clock follows the battle speed movement, not the field movement. So if you follow the normal path, you do not have enough time to get there. You have to like cut the shortcut. Thankfully, we know where she's going.
Yeah.
Spoilers. Sed's played this game before.
I might not look like it sometimes, but I have played this game quite a bit. So the game really wants you to like run all around the field. So like go over here, go over there. Actually, this is I'm gonna go get that extra Seepith chest. That'll fix my Seepith. So we don't normally go get the chest over here while we're on the horse, just because the horse is really awkward to maneuver. But I'm gonna go get it because I accidentally made an extra attack too early. So this should normalize me.
Yeah, if you're trying to pick up the chest in the horse, you have to hit it a little bit like if Reen's a clock, you need to get it at like 11 or 1 o'clock. But if you hit it at 12, like you have a hard time.
Yeah, right there, I just slammed into it full speed, and the horse was like, "Nope." But then we got to do the horse shuffle, which is my favorite. When you get the horse too close to the wall, and it just like shuffles its hooves forward. But you have more than enough time to make it on no turbo. Even if you follow her all the way around, it's super lenient. I'm gonna make a save before Milliam. Milliam should not be able to destroy me, but you know, with how this run's been going, there's no reason not to.
Also, do you have to change your formation? Or
No,
do you keep the
no,
same
it's
formation?
same formation. to make sure I have the formation right. Yep. That's the formation. I didn't mean to get off the horse. You can run into this cutscene on the horse. And even if you get off the horse, you run into this cutscene on the horse. This is William. She's just a little girl, and she's like, I want to fight you.
Yeah. Hey, you're investigating the same thing I'm investigating. Let's come out of this this 2-hour investigation before war starts, and let's punch each other.
My turn.
Sounds like a great idea.
This sounds
little
like
girl.
a good use of everyone's time. Alright, so I buffed Gaius because I kind of expected her to lower everyone's strength, which she does with one of her attacks. So that actually worked out. That was a
Suppose I should thank you.
rare instance of foresight. Gaius, just go run up and hit her.
My turn. All right.
Oh, she actually used ultimate barrier.
I'll handle this.
Have Gaius get rid of it. Or not
I can
Gaius,
do this.
Jesus.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is the same thing that we talked about before. Every good speedrunner of this game has thrown an S-craft into that barrier.
Yep. Oh, she lowered ring strength. Oops. Right. That's fine. Shouldn't make a difference. Useless will get one. Guys should get one after he hits. Yep.
And it's just
Cool. Clean up.
Nicely done.
I did end with 0 CP on Reen, which is unfortunate. I probably should have saved a little for him, but that's fine. We can make that work. It's not a huge deal.
You might be able to give him a little bit in the fight in the entrance of the tomb.
Yeah. I'll and I can also just use Egg Soup for that fight instead of using Motivate from him.
So this is the part that I was like, why is this? Why is this?
Yeah. So we get back on the horse and we go like halfway down the mountain. And
They're
it's-
like, we're gonna make you walk all the way back to the thing again. So just when you're getting so angry, it's like, why do you keep making me do this game?
yeah, why do I have to go do this? I don't understand. Like,
And you might be saying, we have this short period of time so we can get the Millium communication about the horses. But they're like, yeah, we get it. You went back to the camp.
and then you just get like Reen and the others hurried back to the camp. Like, okay. They weren't that hurried back to the camp, but I mean, I guess they got there eventually.
So they figured out where that bad guy is, and once again, the bad guy is very far away from where you are right now, on a horse.
Well, if we keep up this pace, we
where
might
we're
make it
gonna
in time after
Yeah.
all.
Hey, guess where we're going?
Not my
The exact same place, pretty much. But this time there's urgency because the bad guy is there.
Now it is a shame that we can't equip stuff on Millium yet. Millium has the benefit that her S-craft is spectacular.
Oh, it's
It
amazing.
basically covers the entire screen and does a load of damage. The problem is we can't like stack her with all of the quartz that we would want her to have. Her quartz right now are not very good in a speedrun sense. She's got stuff like, oh, get your shield up, get a defense. We don't need any of that. We need damage. So we're gonna ride this horse.
Yep. We are very slowly riding this horse to our destiny.
And you know what? You know what's the one thing that this chapter has been lacking up until this?
What's that, Frick?
A tutorial.
That, you know what? You're right. Well, no, we had a horse tutorial.
Oh, that's right. We had a horse tutorial.
We had
didn't
a horse tutorial.
We had a motorcycle tutorial.
Yeah, we did. We had a motorcycle tutorial even.
So I lied. There's been plenty of tutorials, but you know what? Let's have another one.
I like more tutorials.
Yep, just round the back of the statue.
In this lull, I'm gonna share that straw poll again.
Yeah, might as well. Well,
Yeah.
you guys will get something out of watching this, and that is the ending of your choice that we won't have time to watch because we are so going over estimate.
Whoa.
What did you hit, horse?
Classic.
The
Classic horse bumps.
The classic horse. Just no, I'm good, man. At this point, just gonna say it. Might as well.
Yeah, this fight can go very bad because we are in like a high magic place, which means that there are new things on the dial that can be very good and really, really terrible.
Yep, we punched open the door. As
What we don't want to see is we don't want to see an enemy get death touch, and we don't want to see one of our allies get minus 200 CP, particularly Million.
Hey, look what the enemies have. Can I steal that with anything?
Can you
It's
install?
my turn.
Keep installing him, it'll just give it to his friend.
No, I can't steal that. Wait, yes I can. Yes I can.
Thanks.
Reen can steal it in Death Blow.
That's that.
Nice.
So that's not how that fight's supposed to go.
Yeah.
But hey, that worked.
Remember when we said we wanted to give Reen more CP? Now he's gonna have less CP.
Yeah, no, he's gonna have none. But the enemy had a Death Blow there, and they can do an AoE attack that will just like wipe you.
Yeah, and even if they don't wipe you, if they hit Milliam's got 200 CP. She needs that 200
What are
CP.
those glowing
Yeah.
things anyway?
And if she dies, that's might as well reload.
Yeah. Theoretically, I could have just intentionally wiped and gotten a roll without the
It's my turn.
the Death Blow on it, but I'm gonna let it rock and see what happens.
Oh, there was another tutorial I forgot. They also were said some characters have heavy weapons that they can break barriers. So that's 4 tutorials. Wait, horse, motorcycle. Yeah, that's 4 tutorials that we got.
Yep.
Sometimes places are scary. Sometimes you can punch walls open. So motorcycles and horses. We're halfway through the game. We're still getting tutorials.
And save just to be safe. Because at this point, might as well. We're going in here with like no CP on anyone too, which is rough.
So we've actually got like a boss rush here. There's actually 2 fights that we have to deal with. And so we need to also make sure that we have good CP coming out of this fight.
My turn.
Ideally, yeah. Reen, I guess just cast Chrono Drive. Oh right, he interrupts casts. I actually forgot that was something he did. So unfortunately, Milliam can't one-shot these guys without getting a lucky damage roll at 1 strength buff. So what I'm gonna have to do is, I guess, just double super here to guarantee this. And here's where we use our other Zero powder, by the way. We just give it to Milliam here.
They're only students. Go.
Hey, remember how you said we wanted to get out of here with like good CP on everyone? That's not happening. We're gonna have a rough spider, but hopefully we'll survive.
Impossible.
Spoilers.
Oh, that's fair. I apologize. I did spoil the upcoming boss. So yeah, after defeating this guy, he uses his magical flute and summons a giant spider. I don't. Whatever. At this point,
Part of
man,
his-
whatever.
The supervillain team. What's your power? Well, I'm like wear a crazy suit and I like kill everyone with guns and I'm a super assassin. What's your power? I summon spiders with a flute. That sounds normal. You could be part of our team.
What do you do? I like, you know, I can control animals, kind of. I think it's really vaguely explained.
Oh man, that crit.
Yeah, that crit that I can't use
Here we go.
is the worst feeling. We can go attack the spider.
I can do this.
So in this fight, the boss, if there's ever not little spiders around, the boss is going to use their turn to summon. But at least they don't use their turn to punch you then.
Yeah. Sometimes he'll summon them even if there are some around. I just hope he doesn't use spin web here, because that'll kill guys. Hey, look.
That's embarrassing.
My turn.
Ugh, we get a crit.
I do, and no one can use it.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, Reen might just die here unless
Thanks.
I run over and heal him.
Right.
Thanks.
Thanks.
This looks rough, but as long as Reen can buff and Milliam can get Nestcraft off, we can clear the board, and it becomes more manageable. Clear the board.
And the nice
pick up-
thing is, there's so many spiders that like they can't all get it. They're like blocking each other. Oh no, that is.
Alright, Reen didn't die.
Not yet. All right, let's do this.
But did
The
he die?
motivate will give Milliam the.
Oh, he doesn't have enough, right, because he motivated. That's fine. Motivate will give Milliam enough to S-break here on the,
My turn.
I'll just go punch. Milliam's S-break does a lot of damage, and it's screen wide. So, I mean, hey, that's a benefit.
Not here.
Poison is still a problem.
Yeah, Elisa has to heal herself, which means Reen probably gonna die. Oh, nope, he went for Milliam.
Won't
Alright,
give up.
cool. Well, Reen also has to heal himself, or he's gonna die. Which is unfortunate.
I can do this.
Oh, they're just out of blessed arrow range.
Thanks. Oh, please.
My turn.
Thanks. My turn.
Spider kills Elisa, triggers her angel, which is going to give her some CP back and heal her, and then we're going to Gigant break her to hopefully keep everyone off her. Oh, Milliam died to poison. That's what I didn't want to happen there, but
Go.
it's okay. Reen is going into solo this fight.
Get that burn.
He summoned one spider. Oh, by the way, there's a limit to the number of spiders he can summon.
It's my turn.
Thanks.
Like, he runs out of spiders eventually. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to run out of spiders fast enough for it to matter.
My turn. All right.
Lisa's not going to get a turn. No, this is a wipe.
I'm
Oh my
Oh
god.
man.
I came into this with really low CP. I got a bad crit roll there, but
Be careful. This
Run is not being kind to me today. But I wasn't kind to it, so can't be upset about it. Just got to keep going.
Leave it to me.
Tash and Elisa. Actually gonna heal guys first round. I didn't realize he was so weak. I thought he leveled up last round, but he did not.
delicious.
Exude Milliam.
It's my turn.
Take those hits, guys, or at least dodge them.
Yep. Guys has enough health now, though, that he's gonna get an S craft before he dies.
My turn. All right.
Even though this is only one buff, I want to clear out some of these spiders. Should force a summon.
Yes, sir. I can do this.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Should force a summon? Yeah. Oh, but he got another one immediately. That's fine. He's gonna attack Milliam.
All right.
Guy says 99. Clear out the spiders again. She's double buffed too, so that's actually gonna hurt.
It's my turn.
Yeah, that's the one downside of Milliams is even when you skip the animation, it takes a.
Yeah, I don't even know why that is. It's like it's loading or something.
All right.
I'm actually gonna save Gaius is here for when those spiders
My
walk up.
turn.
Uh,
Art.
yeah, he doesn't get a turn before them, so this works out really well. You can also feint the spider. Fainting the spider is a very old strat, but hey, if it works, it works.
I think you can feint almost everything in this.
Yeah, like
When in doubt, feint it.
very few things in this game are surprisingly not immune to like the strongest status effect in the game. And we're gonna take that 10 CP from him. Bosses, some bosses do actually use CP, and he should be dead to the burn, maybe? Yep. Ah. So that was a bad decision on my part. If I had healed Gaius first turn, the first time we did that, it probably would have gone just like that and been
Okay.
fine.
Safe for now. I did it.
You also might notice after each fight, we're getting 999 experience on everyone. This fight is especially notorious for that because you get a lot of conditional modifiers for overkilling all the little spiders and multi-killing them. But you're capped at 9999 experience per combat, so you can only gain one level. Which is a shame, because otherwise we could just farm those spiders for a while.
Yeah.
Oh. Alright, well, you know what? We've had a lot of really hard gameplay, and I've performed really poorly at it, but there's good news for me, Frick.
No more horses.
No more horses, but also, it's time for a rhythm game. Not just any rhythm game, the best kind of rhythm game. The really bad kind. Do you guys do the rhythm game in Turbo, or do you just like
No.
let it play out? Oh, I want to see you guys try and like do the timing at 6 times speed. That sounds great.
Oh, the swimming.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I had totally forgotten. No, we just mash and pray, but basically never to get it.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, how would you?
I mean, Reem fails at everything else at school. Why would he be good at swimming?
Pretty
I
much.
think you could have done better than that.
I agree with you, Sarah. We could have done better than that, frankly. But it's okay. Chapter 3 is over. The nightmare is ended.
Smooth sailing from here. Chapter 4. You know, Chapter 4 field study is also very good. I think it's a lot of good fights, a lot of good movement. Fairly safe compared to everything with the exception of our good friend Bone Dragon.
Bone Dragon and the demons. The demons can be a little sketch sometimes.
That's right. Yeah, Chapter 4, Schoolhouse sucks, like every time.
Yeah, Chapter 4 is the reprise of the big walls that shoot things really far away from them, which is a fun fight. But meanwhile, Reen's sister here reads a letter and is very upset. What could this mean? I don't know. We're gonna fast forward 2 weeks.
Not a whole lot, apparently, if it took 2 weeks for them to figure it out.
Exactly. Alright, so it's time for swimming. I guess the school offers swimming lessons?
Which Laura is part of the swim team, so this is unfair.
Oh yeah, yeah. Also, everyone comments about how cool Reen's scar is.
Also, there's a beef between Laura and Fee that exists solely because Fee didn't tell anybody that she was basically a mercenary at 13, and Laura doesn't like the fact that she doesn't try as hard as she can. She was fine with her when she thought she was a useless kid.
Yeah, they have a beef now because Laura can't stand it when other people aren't trying their absolute hardest. So she hates that Fee is like super competent and powerful, but just wants to go take naps. She's like, no, you gotta You gotta do the thing. You gotta try. And just race me in the swimming match. Actually try. I'm like, okay. And they have a really fast swimming match, and everyone's like, wow.
It's not class 7 if there's not drama, right?
No, they just have to have drama, like, at all times.
So Reem just wants to go back to his bed to sleep, but he can't.
Yeah, Reen
You
just
know
want-
you can't sleep.
Reen just wants to go home, and then all the teachers are like, hey, Reen, you want to, like, discuss philosophical concepts with me? Reen's like, no. I want to go home. Luckily, they get caught up in a discussion with themselves, and we can just sneak away.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, do you guys like to party? Do you want to go party? Let's party.
Dude, let's party. Then Reen wakes up in the middle of the night because he hears a cat. And then he's like, hey, Emma, oh, yeah, you have a cat. All right, cool. You're talking to it.
It's like a totally normal thing for normal people to do.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, yeah, that's not a magical cat at all. That's just a regular cat.
See, this chapter, they're just like, you know what? I know that you don't want to go do other quests. You might as well just do the schoolhouse. I think this is also the chapter where the request for the schoolhouse is like, is anybody actually even reading these anymore?
Yeah, one of them is. It's this one or maybe the next one. Or just, does anyone read these notices? Whatever. So we get stopped by Patrick, who's like, hey man, I'm sorry. Like, I said some mean things to you, and I should.
I totally beat the crap out of you in chapter.
I beat the crap out of you in front of like 1,000 people. And I
felt
shouldn't have
really
done
bad
that.
about it.
Really shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. It's alright. Because of Fee and Laura's beef, we can't normally have them in the party, but we can totally have them in the party. Oh, whoop. Hold on. I actually brought the wrong supporting people. There we go. We want Gaius again, because once again, Gaius is going to just stand in the back and try not to get hit. It's a good strategy.
And this time we're just going to rely on the power of S-Craft. Just hammer through this, hopefully. This is a lot harder if you can't bring Laura or Fee, because they do have the
Alright,
most.
let's get
They both
started.
have the best S-Crafts right now. Fee's is better, I would say, because it's a larger area. But Laura's might do a little bit more damage, but
Right.
I believe Laura's does do more damage in general.
My turn.
But yeah, Fee's hits a wider area.
It's my turn.
Looks like we've still got a ways
so this
to
is
go.
where some of the schoolhouses get a little complicated, and you start thinking you're in one schoolhouse, but you're in another one.
Yeah, like this one where you gotta
My turn.
come up here and flip this switch before you go down there. They're all very labyrinthy, but again, they all have like the same palette, the same music. It's very samey. Hard to shake it sometimes.
My turn.
If you ever lost in one of them, in general, my rule of thumb is go down, and if you can't go down, go left.
Yeah, that's a fair
I've
rule
got
of thumb,
this.
frankly. So I am going to thoroughly check the notes here, just because I
Yay,
might
we're at the end.
have to adapt a little bit. Forte, and I actually should have the other attack too. So these other slots and slot. Laura gets brave. Attack 2. He gets force. And attack 1. She needs a stack 1. Forte, she gets Speed Breaker, and she gets Overdrive. You know what, she can have Voice Breaker too. Gaius gets Falco. Gaius is going to get the Floral Bottle back, because again, who has the Floral Bottle?
So a lot of the stuff that we end up putting on the quartz now at this point in time is like, how can we best buff strength? Because we're going to pop an S break, so we want to make sure that anything that's got a strength buff, like even Voice Breaker, it can add silence to the attacks, but we care more about the fact that it adds strength damage to
Pretty much.
everything.
Here we go.
Alright, so we motivate with Reen, and then we can
My
have
turn.
Fee use La Forte.
Leave it to me.
Gaius, just hold still for a second. Try not to die. Now that we're double buffed, Fee can hit all 3 of them from her default location. Laura can kill one.
You got to crit a little bit down the chart. I don't know if it matters, but
I probably could have held Gaius for it. Probably should have held Gaius for it, actually. But it'll be okay. Gaius will kill the other one. And
this
now-
is another one of those fights where if you can hang a crit early, if you can kill all 3 of them at the same time and bypass this animation, you can save a lot of time.
Here we go.
So now what we're actually going to do is we're going to swap in on Lisa.
You have my face.
And we're going to get Gaius some CP back.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Because this guy isn't terribly threatening at half-life. And, we can just
It's my
throw
turn.
some Blessed Arrows and an Inspire
You
on
have
him.
my face.
I'll handle it.
All right.
My turn.
Now these guys are extremely buffed to physical defenses, which is why there's no real value in moving in and doing attacks or even doing normal craft attacks, because their physical
You have
defense
my
is just
face.
so absurdly high. You'll do like 1 damage.
Alright, cool. So that's just going to make the trial we have to do after, the test we have to do after this free. Because now Gaius can just open with the fight
You still
and
have a lot of training to
kill
do.
them.
Just getting started.
I did it!
That's actually a really cool idea that Shin thought up, by the way. I love that strat. Like, intentionally leaving one of them alive to farm CP off of them because we can't get it after this old school house.
Yeah, before you get a chance to actually go to the inn, your favorite place to visit in Thor's Military Academy, some stuff happens and it ends up ending the day before we have a chance to get there. So
Right. And then we just
Locked
immediately go into the trial. So being able to just, start that fight with a guaranteed 200 CP, super helpful. That door, by the way, just like screamed reveal at us. That's normal, right? Doors do that.
I mean, it's not the weirdest thing in the schoolhouse, so like I get it.
It's not, and that's a problem. Like, the fact that there's a talking door that screams at your soul is not the strangest part of this schoolhouse, and it should be. Run entrance. Yep, we're gonna try and leave. When lo and behold, our little sister shows up, and she's just like, "Hey, Reen."
You think Reed gets to the gate and then he stops and like he sees the option box. He's like, I know I'm not gonna get to sleep right now, am I?
I don't get to go home, do I? No, it's time for more stuff. But Reen sent his sister a letter that was basically like, I renounce my name as a member of the family, and I want you to be the heir.
Like, I do not want to be a burden on you guys.
Right.
Peace
He's doing it because he's like, as long as I'm the heir to the family, everyone's going to question our legitimacy. You should be, the heir, and everyone will be fine. And she's just like, You know, how dare you not think of your own happiness, Reen? And she runs off, and we gotta talk to our friends to figure out if we can find her. Well, she's not at the gym. She's not at the student council. And of course, here's my favorite place to look. She's not behind some boxes in this field. Thanks for looking back here, Fee.
She
you
does love boxes.
I guess you're batting 1,000.
Although, admittedly, you have to think about it. Fee is a mercenary, and if you've ever played Metal Gear,
that's
like you
true.
know, boxes. That's where people hide.
That's true.
That's what you got to check out.
Well, meanwhile, she somehow wanders around to the back of the school and runs into nobody else but Patrick. But she was watching the stream, so she wants nothing to do with him and immediately runs away. And then in the possible worst display of survival skills I've seen outside of a horror movie, she sees a cat walk into a creepy old abandoned building and just, like, follows it. Oh, look, a pretty kitty. I'll just go over here. Ooh, the crazy elevator machine. I'll just go stand on it. Oh no, I'm dead. Seriously.
If Reen is sending letters to his sister, I feel like, hey, we have this real creepy building that changes its...
We've been exploring this, like,
murderous monsters.
We've been exploring this, like, insane labyrinth lately. I would advise not ever going into it. Oh, we went into it. But anyway, as we go into it, we find a headless knight, and Reen is very upset, and the power of his anime rage turns him into Anime Reen. Fear his anime might.
Now.
What time is it, Shin? Well,
It's now.
Now.
It's now.
It's now. The time is?
Now.
There we go. Now.
Now.
Now? Now. So we want to hit him 3 times, and then we want to just hit him with Flame Slash, and that'll end the first phase of the fight. On the burn. If I haven't said that enough yet, it'll end it on the burn. Super Reen has a 100% chance to burn, because he's super. Alright, but we calm down and we're normal Reen, but luckily Crow's here, and he's got guns. Also, Patrick is here, but now Patrick is worthless.
My turn.
Thanks, Patrick.
So the nice thing that they do for you here is this enemy is weak to Eye Magic, and both Crow and hopefully Reen
That's a
have...
dark spell, but it's fine. You just double buff and S-break him.
Go. All right.
Crow's S-break is also incredibly powerful.
Yeah, this is the main reason why Laura doesn't get used as run, because Crow, Milliam, and Fee all have better S-breaks for us.
And hey, look, he died on the burn. Gotta give another shout out to Shin. A lot of the dead on the burn strats are his, and they're really good. Shin does, however, prefer Laura to Fee, and I can't condone that, as good as he is at the game. I can't. Remember to choose your waifu in the straw poll link, linked by someone in chat, probably in the near future. I don't know. There we go. He's doing it. Did you like that plug? There we go. I got more of those coming. So anyway, Reen's just gonna go back to his room and listen to some radio, because he's really done. He's just done with the day. No more today. I'm done.
I like the light that's just on the radio in his room. Like, I need to see the radio to enjoy it.
Well, you have to know that it's a radio. Like, it can't just be in the dark. Alright.
So Sarah's like, hey, Fee and Laura, you guys suck to fight together. Like, because you hate each other and you don't have a good break. So you should fight against Reen. Because that's going to build your confidence.
You should fight against the protagonist. I'm sure that'll go okay. Oh, man, I should have fed him with an egg soup. That's fine. She missed.
It's my turn.
No big deal. Egg soup yourself, Gaius, and now they're dead.
So classic Gaius. He's like, I'm going to eat breakfast and then I'm going to just crush.
Gaius has a nice egg, and then he just takes care of business. That is why we like a Gaius. Vote Gaius. Unlike everyone
Gaius
else,
gang.
he has no stupid drama. He's just here to help. He's a good guy. And we're just gonna give our little sister Elise some head pats and send her on her way. And now we have our own thing, and oh boy, Fee and Laura are going to their thing, and Reen's like, teacher, why do you keep putting me with the problem children? I feel like there's a trend going on here where I have to solve their problems for you. And he's right. That's exactly what's going on. Sucks to be Reen.
Admittedly, at least they're all in the same city this time.
They are, but this is, I mean, they're going to the capital city. This is like the biggest city. We're just gonna remove all the stuff from the people who aren't coming with us. And then we're gonna go rest. I don't remember if we actually need this rest, but I'm gonna do it to be safe.
I like how Crow's just hanging out.
I think you could skip this one. Yeah, Crow's just hanging. He's not going on the field trip, man. He's an upperclassman. Upperclassmen don't have to go anywhere. They apparently just sit around and gamble all day. At least Crow does.
Yeah, he's always betting on the horses, and
it's worth noting that Toa is also an upperclassman, even though I think all she does is like administrative work for the school. So, yeah, Angelica's also an upperclassman, and she just like hangs out and rides her motorcycle.
Hits on women.
I think the upperclassman program is literally you can just do whatever you want. That sounds like
they're also the ones that set up the schoolhouse for you when you first came in.
They are. Are they the ones setting up the schoolhouse between chapters? Who knows?
They must be.
It's not explained. The schoolhouse isn't explained. Don't worry about it. We're going to the capital. And oh hey look, it's our favorite friend, the military commander, because we're being introduced to the Imperial Governor, who also happens to be Machias' dad. So remember how we said that, like, nobody in this group was normal? Yeah, Machias is just kind of the son of, like, the governor of the largest city in the Empire.
No biggie. But he also enjoys hot dogs, so he's down to earth.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, but we'll get to the meal later. Trust me, I have words to say about that meal. That is not a normal person meal.
His dad taught him wrong, wearing his glasses when he goes to bed. And
this
hot
guy,
dog meals, just... He's like, I don't want my son to be governor.
My son's not going to follow in my footsteps. He's going to pick up a shotgun and go to Thor's. So yeah, we get here to where we're supposed to say, and Elliot realizes, like, hey, my house is right there. Can we just go home real quick? So we do. Like, yeah. Let's go to Elliot's house. And we find out that Elliot also just has a loving family who is pretty normal and cool. And that his father is the general that leads one of the most important army bases in the Empire. The one with the giant cannons we saw earlier.
And that he does not follow proper safety protocol when it comes to tanks. And he's a tank commander.
He is a tank commander, but he rides his tanks, and it's glorious. I look forward to the tank riding part of the game. But first we have to go in here and see what used to be an old Braver headquarters. Bracer headquarters. I was going to call them Bravers. We find out that basically all the Bracers were driven away from the city and the province in general. But that's neither here nor there, because you know what? It's time to go get gelato. What flavor of gelato do you like, chat? Everyone in the party likes vanilla, except for one person. Because Fee asks for some lemon gelato. Why? Why, Fee?
Hey, I'm with her. Lemon gelato is way better than vanilla.
You guys. Yeah.
So that I actually really like the movement in Chapter 4 because it's a lot of trying to optimize where you're going to go when to trigger what cutscenes.
Yeah.
And it takes, pretty good knowledge of this whole city to know where you're going.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of really good teleports here too. Like, it's a good area. It's probably my favorite in terms of the speed run. Like, there's so much you can optimize in terms of the menuing. It's got one of the biggest equip menus in the run too.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least in normal. I mean, I don't know how it compares in easy. Anyway, this quest that we're not talking about, we're returning this guy's hat. That is the quest. We have to run through the entire city to return a hat.
Of course, it's a chase quest. We have to find him.
Yeah, we do.
He could be anywhere.
We find his wife, and he's just like, no, he's outside. And he's just like 3 feet over to the left here. And he's like, oh man, I lost my hat. My wife's gonna kill me. And then his wife's like, no, the hat was just the love we had for each other.
And you lost it.
And you lost it. Whoop.
And you actually get a bunch of gelato, including 1 lemon gelato.
You do get a lemon gelato. She humored Fee. That's the other one. Oops. There are a lot of very similar looking stores up here, and only one of them is the store you need to talk to. And I walked right past it, apparently. Oh, right. I haven't gotten the quest yet. I'm dumb.
Oh yeah, you gotta go to the
you gotta get the
organization.
quest first. Yeah, my notes are apparently out of order right there for some reason. Okay, I should note that and fix it.
I love the idea of this quest. It's like, we're so lazy. We literally can't walk 3 houses down. Can you just, like, get reviews?
Yeah,
or
we
get
hired some
statements from-
kids to, like, get statements from all these stores.
Tell me about your shop. We sell accessories.
Like, what do you want? I'm a chef. I make food.
One of the hardest... oh, there you go. In Turbo, it's really hard to actually talk. Because, like, all the stools get in your way, and there's a really small area where you can be to actually trigger it. Tell me about your orbital factory. It's the same as every other orbital factory. Pretty much the entire area. Like the whole country. We all sell the same stuff. Alright, so we're going to do a very big menu here. So I'm assuming Sent is concentrating on that. Because we have to sell off a lot of stuff. We have to get a bunch of equipment. We have to get a fair amount of the ordnance that we're going to be using for the rest of the game, in fact. And we need to sell off a ton of stuff so that we can actually buy a bunch of orange juice in a little bit. We have to do the menu on day 1 because orange juice, which is an item that gives us back CP, is only really available for an extremely short period. We're also going to open up some slots so that we can equip everything that we need in everybody. By the end of the game, I think slots will be fully open for some characters. Probably the main DPS characters that we'll be using. So Fee will have all of her slots opened up, and I think Milliam will have all of her slots opened up, but she might start with most of them.
She starts with most of them opened up, yeah. Whoa. Plaza, and then we can turn this on.
The other thing we had to do in that menu is we're going to have a fight, or a couple of fights later on in this chapter where bosses have a high chance to feint you. So we have to make sure that anybody who's in the front line that's going to get hit has the equipment that resists feint. So.
Yeah, so now that we've done our first part of the tasks for the day, everyone stops for lunch. We just have a nice lunch of what looks like fried hot dog things, and then we're off. So now the guy we need to talk to at the hotel is back from his lunch break,
Oh,
I forgot to upgrade Zlora's weapon. I can do it in the dungeon. That's what I forgot to do. I can do it in the dungeon though, not a big deal. So yeah, this hotel just has a dungeon in its side room,
No big deal.
This just seems unsafe. I'm a little worried.
Like, if you have a door like this, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, that's
you have
just-
this in your establishment?
That's just not like supposed to be a thing. I don't know.
I'll handle it.
So this is a bit of a maze, but this is
will make
going to be
great
a
training.
similar
I envy
thing
you,
to what we
Leader
experienced
Bell.
in Chapter 2, where when people are having beef,
Only
they need to
you
both
see
be in
an
the fight,
underground
and they need to
passage
have a
think about
bond, because
training.
they'll definitely maintain it for the entire fight.
Yep. Oh, it's too far away. I'm gonna get this backup secret chest. It is really slow, which is why it is a backup secret chest, because man, you gotta wait for that gate to come up.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
So we haven't actually opened any of these, but that's like a special chest. If you open that, you get in a fight with a bunch of enemies. And usually it has an item that is considered very good. Most of them we don't care about, and we definitely don't want to blow our CP on a fight in one of those chests right now. There is one in particular in the run that we...
I have really bad muscle memory because we used to go down there and pick that item up, and we don't. And it's like the one thing I just haven't been able to shake.
Go!
Like the impulse, go grab that item. Modify, exchange. Oh, I guess I can. That's fine. Save to be safe. Thumbs up. Force Raven. Brave. There we go. Now everyone's on the right cards.
We have nothing to...
I'll handle it.
So once again, the strat is double buff. We want Elliot to set Crescent Mirror on the party. Wow. Everyone but Reen got knocked back. Excellent.
My turn. Delicious.
Exude yourself so you can steal this crate. And yeah, here's the link break we were talking about earlier, where they can't be friends anymore, apparently. That hits 3. That's good enough. So we want to give ourselves Crescent Shield here, because these guys can channel some really nasty spells. The big guy in particular.
My turn.
I hate using so many
Not
of
bad.
these, but I really don't want to get hit by that spell. So
That's what they're for.
Yep. We'll do that, and then we'll just pop all the little dudes so they can't cast on us. Elite actually does a lot of damage in this fight because this thing doesn't have magic resistance, and his physical, like his auto attack is magic based. He's gonna get punched in the face for his troubles, but that's fine. That's what he's there for. What am I doing? Attack. And then Flame Slash. I'm freaking out over nothing. This fight is not bad. As long as you get the Crescent Mirror off, this fight's not
Yeah, that's
bad.
pretty much it. The rest of it is just trying to get a
Okay.
Now we haven't really talked a whole lot about the warm egg soups. So,
Of course.
and in general in speedrunning this game, because the turn order is so variable, a lot of this game, a lot of the fluidity to this game, and what makes it interesting to run is the fact that you have to work around that a lot of times.
Right.
Like we have general plans that we want to do, but sometimes if you need to steal a crit or something like that,
Success.
that's what we use the warm egg soup for. So we're not saving it for a particular fight. We're just anytime we need it to get double strength before an S-craft, we'll use it.
Yeah, it's a utility cooldown, effectively. Like, oh man, like we saw there, I mean, we were gonna get hit by multiple spells from the little dudes, but Fee wasn't double buffed, so I didn't want to waste her S-craft. So yeah, just have Fee eat the warm egg soup, and then she's double buffed, and suddenly it's perfectly fine. She takes everyone out. We're good. But yeah, that slime fight is fine as long as you can get the Crescent Mirror off. There is a very small chance that not only will the slime go first, but that he will open the fight on a 0 arts turn, which reduces the
Right.
casting and cost of arts to 0, and will just hit you with like the strongest wind art in the game.
There's a light.
You'll just instantly die.
The sound's
It's,
getting louder too.
It's a thing that can happen.
At least it's fast, right?
At least it's a fast step, and though the turn order is the same, the 0 arts won't be. So you'll be able to actually like react to it the second time. But it can be pretty rough. So anyway, here's the only juice vendor in the game, and all of Erbonia, I guess. There's just this one guy selling juice.
So if we don't need it, let's turn it into juice.
Pretty much. We want a little money left over, but about 30 juice is the right amount of juice. So now
That's
we
like
need...
your only opportunity to go there too.
Yeah, it is. I think there's one other time in this chapter you could go there and buy juice. It's like right before the end of the chapter. I don't know if the juice vendor's there though, actually. But anyway, we meet some of Elliot's friends, and he's like, they're like, Elliot, why didn't you sign up for music school? And he was like, I went to military school because my dad would be so upset with me if I didn't go to military school. Because Elliot's dad is of course the gruff general who commands the 4th Legion and rides on tanks. Of course he wants his son to follow in his footsteps and be a military man. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
So he ends up picking Thor's Academy because it's a military school that has a pretty good music. So that's why.
It's got a music program, so he's like, well, I could do some music on the side. So yeah, now Fee and Laura need to drink a whole lot of orange juice. Very important.
Hey, do you want to have a midnight challenge to see who's the best? Sure, but let's just chug a gallon of orange juice.
What's the challenge? We're gonna fight each other, but first you gotta chug a gallon of orange juice. Why? So yeah, the two of them decide that they must battle it out, as that is the only way. And they agree that the loser has to share their backstory and why they are the way they are. So let the battle commence. When people criticize the graphics of Falcom games, I think this is a scene they point to a lot. I can't say they're wrong in some ways, because this is their cinematic fight. But at the same time, it's kind of cute that they're doing it in the engine.
Target locked.
Look at all these abilities we've never had them do.
Also, if you decide that you want to run this game, this cutscene right here is your 50 seconds that you get in no turbo, which is pretty much the only break you get in the entire room.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a little while the game is loading, but for the most part, this is a very fast-paced run. And again, like Frick was saying earlier, what I really love about the run and what's kind of come to bite me in the butt for this marathon is that there's a lot of on-the-fly routing you have to do. You go into fights generally with, here's the game plan, and then you kind of see the fight unfold, and it's like, alright, how do we make that happen? But now Fee's giving us her backstory. She used to belong to a mercenary corps as a young child, and then eventually her corps disbanded, and Sarah picked her up, and now she's a student. So now we have to fight Reen and Machias to prove we're cool.
This is so ridiculous.
Wow, we got really bad damage from this. Oh god, he arc slashed us. He gets another turn. Is he gonna arc slash us again?
Okay.
Okay, no, we're fine.
Should have seen that coming.
Yeah, this is the only time. I mean, you ostensibly are playing as Reen the whole time, but you leave that for this one fight.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you're going to try and like 100% this game, one of the things that you have to do is get all the enemy information, and you have to scan Reen during that fight.
Reen and Machias. They both have enemy information. You also have to scan all of your allies during a later school trip, which is also really annoying. So man, we're just gonna go back to the hotel, take a nap, fancy hotel, get a good nap.
This Brazier Guild is all right, but
Yeah,
I really do like the fancy hotel.
Look, the fancy hotel is just so much nicer to sleep at. I'm just saying, man. We can spend 200 Mira, it'll be great. I want to point out that the milk we bought for milk was 200 mira. The same as a night in that fancy hotel. What's going on with the economy in Erebonia? Like, what's happening, man? Is there a milk shortage somewhere? Or are hotels just really cheap?
I think you don't actually even sleep at the hotels. So, like, I don't know. Nobody ever spends a night at the hotel. Unless you spend a 24-hour period of time. In which case,
Maybe. But I
don't
mean,
know,
then we'd
with
be
that.
spending like our entire field trip there, so like that can't be it either.
What did you guys do on your field trip? I stayed at the inn and drank 4 quarts of milk.
We went to the inn and drank a gallon of orange juice. All right, you guys are not allowed to go on field trips unsupervised anymore.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
So yeah, we're gonna be picking up a couple of secret chests in this dungeon and fighting a boss. Boss in
Also-
air quotes.
We're bringing back our good friends, Levers.
Oh yeah,
You guys remember Levers? And
I-
long animations associated with them?
I remember levers.
I wonder when that mechanism was made.
Oh, here's my favorite
I'm
line.
guessing a few hundred years ago at least. Probably during the Dark Ages.
Wait for it.
Those were difficult times back then.
There we go. Thank you, Laura. Those were difficult times back then. I'm 800 years old. Hey, Brick, you remember the Crusades? Those were difficult
do.
times back then.
They were difficult times.
Like, thank you, Laura. That's very pertinent information, I think.
And before we find out in CS4 that she is actually some sort of ancient being.
Oh yeah, Laura's actually a super witch, and she's from, like, the dawn of time. These are all confirmed spoilers, by the way. You can clip this now and reference it later. So I'm going to make sure I remember to upgrade Laura's weapon here, because I actually couldn't do it at that other orbital. It wasn't a full station. I didn't know that was a thing. Well, I knew that not full stations were a thing, but I thought that one was.
This place seems like it goes on forever.
This dungeon does feel like it goes on for one area too
Sure gave
long,
us a real
Elliot. I
humdinger of a
agree.
job to deal with.
Well, I'm sure we must be getting
Yeah,
close
they
now.
they broke the mold, which is normally
My turn.
like 2 screens
That one looks annoying.
and then a boss. This is
Watch
3
out.
screens.
Slightly longer.
Which throws me off because a lot of times I figure like, oh, wait, no.
Yeah. No, you
Yeah.
think it's done, and then no, it's not done. We used to grab so many more optional items in this dungeon that we don't even have to touch anymore.
My turn.
We used to grab the Tauros Master Quartz here. Oh right, I need to lower the water
My
level.
turn.
Oh yeah, your party can't swim, by the way. They refuse. Remember how we had a swimming lesson? Can't swim. This is
Well,
like,
admittedly, in easy, or if we're playing on turbo, you can't swim. You fail pretty poorly.
that's fair. That's fair. But I'm just saying, like, the whole party just demonstrates swimming aptitude, but we can't wade through like knee-high water. That's a no-go.
In particular, Fee and Laura.
There. Just to be safe, I mean, this is a fight that if something... I don't know how this fight could go so wrong that we lose, but man, let's just be safe.
Like, this is evidence that they forgot a boss.
This is just like,
Okay.
this is a boss. Oh wow, okay, that's a little croc. I was gonna say, does the big croc start with a crit? Is that how we lose this fight? I don't even think that would do it, is the thing.
Probably
But-
not. 'Cause
but-
he'd kill maybe 1 or 2 people.
Yeah. He doesn't have any AoE attacks. He doesn't even have any special attacks. He's just a crocodile. Why are we fighting a crocodile? This is a job for pest control.
You know what's a better fight than fighting 1 crocodile?
Fighting 2 crocodiles?
Fighting 2 crocodiles.
Oh, we'll get there, don't worry. Oh wow, he even attacked through the confusion. He didn't hurt himself in his confusion, as he should. Just hit him.
I'll handle it.
Do we have a bubble
An
ball?
opening.
Here we go.
It's weird because I definitely you look forward and motivated. I don't know. Does he do a strength down?
No. I might have just gotten like super.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Reen, we need to have we need to have a talk, Reen. You gotta stop falling over in the middle of combat, Reen. Alright, you should be dead now.
You still have.
I did it!
I did it!
It's okay because we're gonna stay at an inn.
Yeah, I mean we're just gonna stay in it in to get our CP back anyway, so it's like whatever. So remember how we did that last dungeon and found that secret passage and it led to like a random spot in the city that no one knew about?
Yeah, but this is a different dungeon.
Right, that leads to a different random spot in the city that no one knows. So someone really needs to like pull out the architectural plans for this city. There's something wrong with it. You got secret passages running everywhere. You got lemon gelato. None of this is equipped.
Or at least like get proper locks. You know that there are these school students that are very good at cutting open locks or picking them with their hands.
Dude, magic. I have to assume she's trying to use a hairpin in that cutscene. That's the only thing that makes sense. I can't get over the mental image of her sticking her finger in the lock and opening it.
Reed does poorly at school. He wouldn't know any better.
I mean, that's
yeah,
fair.
That seems like a totally normal thing.
We've seen Reen's midterm score. He might believe that. Be like, oh yeah, fingers are used as lockpicks sometimes. That happens.
Here we go!
We know Fee doesn't pick locks. She just uses C4.
Yeah, she just throws C4 in it, which is great, by the way. Fee is the best character. She's got C4. She's following the Scout's code. She's prepared. She's always prepared.
Speaking of, if you have opinions about who your favorite character,
there you
Straw
go.
Poll.
Excellent pickup of that segue.
There's the exit.
So anyway, we just like come out this random door next to Machias's house. He's like, oh yeah, I know where we are. I live here. You guys want to come have lunch?
That's how his dad gets to work, probably, and now he's narking on it.
So let's look at their lunch real quick. They are eating hot dogs with what look to be chicken wings and like a tempura green bean. Is that like a traditional lunch that I don't understand, or what's going on there? But anyway, Machias tells us his story about how he had an older sister who he was very close with, and she fell in love with the noble guy, and eventually the noble guy rejected her and like denounced her in front of everyone and said, "Get away from me, you commoner trash." And yeah, it destroyed her, and that's why he hates nobles. No, not the hotel, the jewelers.
So they're like, we got this really hard case, and we have to give it to you. And it's a bunch of riddles.
Yeah,
And I don't know. They stole an important crown.
someone stole like the princess's crown, and it's worth a ton of money. But they left us a riddle. Could you guys solve the riddle? Like, we can't. Like, shouldn't you put the police on this? Why are you entrusting this to children? Oh wait, wrong order. Whoops. We go to the park before this.
Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, we go to the park, and then we go to our house. Because we go to the park, and we just see our good old friend Baron Blue Blanc's here. So, hi. I'm just enjoying the flowers.
It's like, are you guys having an adventure? Wink!
Are you guys enjoying yourselves? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You're a weird, creepy old man. We'd like you to leave. Okay. Okay,
He busted into your house and put a note under your table.
Here's my theory about Baron Blue Blanc, who is the Phantom Thief Blue Blanc. I don't know how that one went unnoticed, but my theory is that he asked the developers if Ouroboros could be part of this game, and they were like, no, we're saving that for the sequel. And he was like, please. They were like, okay, fine, you get a cameo. By the way, the game gives you control for this. It is the cutscene. Why? Why did I have to walk down the hallway of a bus?
Also, it's extremely difficult to navigate.
It is. You will bump into every seat on that bus, just like a real bus. I was very awkward in school. Alright, we have to actually walk out. We can't teleport out of that door. So anyway, now we get a call, and it's like, hey, we have a special place for you to go to over in this district. But, you know, it's gonna take all night, so you might want to finish up your other stuff first. So we will. And it turns out that we're going to the girls' school that not only Reen's sister goes to, but her best friend, the Princess of Erebonia, goes to.
NBD.
Yeah, no big deal. Just you know, going to see the princess. Now, pay attention to Elise's outfit. This is something I just have to point out. She's wearing, like, the school dress that all the other girls are wearing. And then we walk through the courtyard, and all the girls are like, ooh, man, boys and interesting-looking girls. They're not wearing uniforms. They're different. And we go into the rose garden for some nice tea with the princess and the prince. And everyone's favorite child's character makes a cameo. Man, I hate Oliver.
The stream numbers are dropping.
The stream plummets. He does absolutely nothing in this game. He just walks in with a loot and gets smacked. So anyway, we
did you notice both Alphen and Elise are now wearing different clothes?
Both Alphen and Elise are now wearing different clothes.
I'm sorry, Sent, but you've spoken blasphemy. The relay is now cancelled.
Oh, I've ruined it. I'm sorry, everyone. It's over.
Technically, I think Oliver ruined it.
Look, I like Oliver in the Sky games, but man, he does nothing in this game. He shows up in like 2 cutscenes and leaves. Also, Elise is in a different outfit. She has changed outfits 3 times over the course of this evening.
Yep, different outfit at the table, different outfit at the school, different outfit after school.
I don't know what she's doing, but it's fine because Sarah's here and she's like, hey guys, I know it's like 11, but we have another mission for you. You're not getting any sleep tonight. Because there's been a credible terrorist threat to the city, so we have to be aware.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have like 2 parties at the same time with very important people. So we're just gonna have to split up all our forces, and you kids are gonna have to watch the one party.
Yeah, we only have enough guards to secure one party, so we're gonna rely on some children to secure the other. And one of these parties is the princess, and the other is like the king and queen. You know, no one important. Oh, by the way, a mysterious hooded man takes out his magical flute and inspires the youth to rise up and seize the means of production or something. I don't really know what his whole spiel is.
I'd like to think one of those workers was like, play Leonard Skinner.
Play Freebird! So anyway, now we have to be on the lookout for suspicious behavior. Like this child. This child is suspicious behavior. There could be terrorists lurking anywhere in the city, and it's up to us to spot them. There could be one right here. Oh wait, no, it's just Crow. Never mind.
No big deal.
Yeah, Crow's a good guy. Glad he's
Like,
here.
I'm gambling. I'm a kid.
I'm a child and I'm gambling right now. Is that okay? No! And then he just leaves. Like, all right. Good job, Crow. You did it.
Did you stay at the inn yet?
We do it. We do it right now.
Okay.
Because we have to go.
Sure.
We have to go to the inn to trigger this cutscene anyway.
I've made that mistake before.
Oh yeah, that is a bad mistake to make. You might be able to salvage it with orange. No, I don't want to talk to you. Nobody wants to talk to you, weird brown coat man. We don't know why you're there.
Please, I'm a customer. I need my CP.
Please, I need to sleep. No sleep. So we just travel to the underground waterway, and like this is a pretty suspicious passage. Should we do anything about it? Nah. Okay. You want to go see the gelato stand again?
Sure are
Yeah,
more
sure.
people out than there were yesterday.
Look at all the guards they have that they can't actually defend the princess with. Even more of them. Oh, and by the way, Patrick's here. Winners get invitations to the princess going to see the flower. What are they doing? I don't remember. It's like the princess is going to a flower viewing festival.
I thought it was like her, like, I'm an adult now party.
Was it her like coronation or something? I thought it was literally like she was just going to view the flowers or something in public, and everyone gathered around.
Help us out, chat.
If you know, let us know.
The question was, what kind of party are they hosting in the park?
Yeah, what is Princess Alphen actually doing there that requires so much ceremony? And why does Elise get to come? She's like, I'm her friend. I'm there too.
Hoppy said it has something with Garden and Machia's dad.
Well, Machia's dad is there because he's like, you know, the governor of the city. Like, oh yeah, the princess is making a public appearance. I better be there to, you know, do PR control or something.
I think he's just there to buy orange juice, honestly.
Everyone has to go to the park to get their orange juice fix. Orange juice is a very limited supply here. Oh. So anyway, speaking of people who are just randomly here, oh hey look, it's Toa and Angelica. How are you girls doing?
They're like, why are you here? Oh, I was just trying out the sweet. Crow's also here. He's like, I gambled all my money away. I better find something else to do with my time. Lol.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to go do something else for now. And then Toa's like, I'll take control of this situation because I'm a responsible adult, unlike 90% of the actual adults in this game. But anyway, the magical man captures the princess and Reen's little sister, and then summons 2 crocodiles.
By the way, chat has essentially confirmed that it is a party for the Midsummer Festival.
So yeah, they're going to a flower viewing.
It's a flower party.
Of course.
And Fee immediately gets hit with, that's annoying. So immediately gets hit with the 3-turn feint. We can cure that with Elliot, so it's not a huge deal.
Right. You have my things.
Yeah, get up, Fee. We're not done.
My turn.
In fact, we need you to La Forte. Oop.
My turn.
I think she was supposed to have a bottle I didn't give her.
Yeah.
That's gonna be annoying. I'm just gonna super. That'll solve my problems. I could have just double motivated with Reen, which I'm gonna need to do anyway to get Reen buff, so I don't know why I did that, but not a huge deal, because again, we can just remove it with Holy Song.
Right. Hey. Off guard. Broken.
Okay.
I think I gave her the wrong medal. So you have 2 medals, and they resist different statuses, and I think I gave her the wrong one. That's probably what it was.
So Laura's got both the citrus bottle and
the medal that prevents feint. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Oh, please hit each other. Yeah, crocodile fight.
Are they gonna die to the burn?
One of them
Oh
will.
yeah.
One of. Okay, you know what? At least she didn't get counterattacked. I actually shouldn't have S-breaked with Elliot there, but it's fine.
Yeah, we got a question about where Crow is, but Crow lost all his money, so.
Yeah,
So I
Crow
think he had to
was
go home.
gambling, but then he just like went home.
Too slow.
Done.
Great!
All right. I vote success.
Deadly reprisal. Is it worth getting these on the PSP or PC? Honestly, I would probably just do it on the PC because the loading times are a lot shorter. And turbo. I'm a sucker for turbo.
And turbo, for sure, is a reason to buy it on PC.
So part of the reason why we bought so much orange juice is we set of fights that we have to do here and can't rest in between them. We've got the 2 crocodiles, we've got these other flying demon things, and then good friend Bone Dragon.
Yep. And then we even have another boss after that, but thankfully that is an optional boss. You actually had to win that fight. Chapter 5 might be, or Chapter 4 might be a nightmare.
Oh yeah.
My turn.
We're gonna save before the demons just to be safe, because sometimes they can be mean and decide they don't want to move forward or something. Can I fix my equips real quick? Yeah, that's what happened. I gave her the wrong medal. It shouldn't matter for Bone Dragon or the demons, so I'm...
Do you put Marcus in for this fight or no?
Enemy sight.
My turn.
You can. I actually want Elliot in, though, because I want him to... I didn't want him to go first. I want him to get inspired. Crap. Well, Demon ran in.
Okay.
We missed. And laser beam. Well, that was entirely me. That's just me being bad. I can't get him. I can't get him impassioned in this fight. I just need to kill these guys. So we're gonna do that.
Won't give up. I'm sorry, everyone.
This retry is entirely my fault, but that's
We
fine.
have nothing.
Elliot just resounded.
It was also bad order. Elliot shouldn't have gone first.
It's not the best order, but like it's salvageable.
Not bad.
Yeah, crit, I don't know if you can do anything with that.
They're too far away even for Fee at start, but I think she can one-shot them. Yeah, she can one-shot them with a crit, and if she has the buff.
Thanks.
Well, yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Of course.
Yeah, Elliot is actually a really solid, mechanically sound character when you play casually. It's just in the speed run, S-Crafter get out.
I mean, even like in the run, he has some useful stuff.
Resounding Beat carries you pretty hard through the early game.
Angus Force, if he gets HP 1, if he goes to the front, everyone else goes to the back. I'm also going to orange juice up Elliot a little bit. He gets HP 1 over something. Item, orange juice. I'm going to orange juice up Reen a little too, because I have some spares. Rest to get everyone back to full health. We want to do our tactics. I'm going to save, and then it's time for the worst fight in the chapter. So, everyone to the back. No, you're there. And Fee up front. System save.
Let's get your energy in chat. We need good turn order. Good.
It's not even turn order in this fight. It's just the Bone Dragon deciding he wants to play along and not spam his delay attack.
Yeah, we want him to cast his spell when you're shielded, right?
Yeah.
To cover shield.
We want him to just like run into our Crescent Shield over and over again. That's like the best thing that can happen here.
My turn.
Hearts. No, just go ahead.
Here we go.
My turn.
Crescent
Right.
here. Fireball.
Like, I get that dude summoning, like, a spider, that's a living creature, that's a thing. Or summoning gators, okay, that I get that. But this bone dragon, I mean, he's not like he's not the Pied Piper, he's not just summoning, like, this is a lizard. This is a thing that did not exist a minute ago, and I made it.
Yeah,
My flute.
I made this up. This is a monster now. You gotta respect it.
I'll handle it.
So we had our good friend Crescent Shield there.
Yep. Right now we're just fishing for burn procs off the fireballs here. Oh, hey, we got one.
Right.
Oh, wow. All right.
I'll handle it.
Go.
I'm gonna motivate everyone because I think it might be time to actually kill him after this reflex.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, especially because we have a crit. Yeah, we're definitely. Unfortunately, Laura isn't ready, but that's fine. We have another crit coming up even. This is a super cooperative Bone Dragon fight.
Right.
Go. Right.
Now.
And we S-Craft bugged. Well. Hey, you got to see the bad bug that can happen in the run. So yeah, Laura basically just didn't get to do her S-Craft and won't get to act until her next turn.
Here we go.
I'll handle it.
I think we can just finish this off with Sylphie Dance and 7th Rhapsody anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay, he's dead. I mean, he played along super nice. I can't complain. The game was apologizing there for some stuff, but yeah, that was the S-Craft bug. So you'll notice we activated an S-Craft with Laura, and she didn't do it. That's because she got interrupted before it could happen. And in the past, in earlier versions of the game, it would not only eat the S-Craft, but kind of like store it, and then the character would start playing it out on their next turn, and rapidly do whatever action you had selected to their target, even if it was an action that normally couldn't target them. Like, you could give items to enemies, which is generally not a good thing. You don't want to be doing that. There's some other criteria to trigger it that we're not entirely sure of. It has to do something with like skipping the animation, with having the action be interrupted. But in the newest version of the game, it just says S-Craft failed, and you still get all the negative sides. It eats your CP and it eats your turn, but
Okay.
you know, the weird stuff doesn't happen, and you don't accidentally heal your opponents. Also, oh right, yeah, Fee had some dodge chance on her. Good job, Fee. You dodged C. This is C. He's the leader of the enemy forces. And after we just stand in place for a little while, he'll go away, because he feels bad for hitting us.
He's like, I really showed you. You all just standing there.
You guys thwarted my plans and saved your sister and the princess, but we summoned a bone dragon later. Okay.
But that guy's flute got broken, right?
It did. We broke his flute in half. There will be no more Flute of Summoning Dragon for the rest of this run.
So now we have to investigate who C is, because C could be anyone.
Yeah, who is C? We also get to meet the princes and the princesses, the princes and the princess and the governor, and of course, Chancellor Osborne, the Blood and Iron General. The other games have talked about him a little bit. Sky is kind of his game to shine, and I gotta say, I love him as a character. They try so hard to build him up as like this horrible monster. And it's
Also,
really well done.
someone in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
you
if
could
you
play
were
better than
planning to play this where you play Ao, I don't know how you pronounce that. If you played that one at the same time as CS1 to avoid spoilers, I think this is where you change from game to game.
Is it? Huh.
I think so.
Interesting.
End of chapter 4.
I didn't know CS1 was concurrent with any other game. I thought it was like slightly before everyone else, and CS2 is where they met up. But I have also not played AO, so.
Yeah, I think the crossbell and this kind of sit on top of each other.
Anyway,
Chapter 4 done. There was a train. There were people talking over it.
Yep. So we got 2 new additions to our classroom. Of course, it's Crow and Milliam. Crow apparently has been so much of a slacker that he's going to fail if he doesn't like take remedial math. And Milliam's just here to be adorable. I think. I'm not entirely sure why. I am entirely sure why. It's for plot reasons. Right. We want to go to student union.
Oh, we got a good one. Maybe the guy who's really into see. It's possible. I could see that.
For what?
The guy who's really into fishing that told about it on day 1.
Oh, that guy.
Could be Crow.
Yeah, I think that's C. That guy is C. Spreading his fishing agenda. He's gonna catch all the fish.
Sea ream. Sea steak.
Alright, well, we gotta go give Milliam her school book. And Milliam is like 8, so she has decided to be a hyperactive child. She looks at the motorcycle. It's a pretty cool motorcycle. I can't fault her on that one. Like, I'd go look at that motorcycle. What I can fault her on is this scene where she dives off a 2nd floor balcony into a pool. And then, like, teleports away. And, you know, this last one's frankly just on uses. Like, I don't know how you hijack a horse from someone, but Life and Milliam find a way.
I mean, honestly, if somebody could hijack a horse, it would be Milliam.
You're not wrong. But eventually Milliam runs up onto the rooftop and she's like, ooh, that's a creepy schoolhouse over there. Wonder if we're gonna get to go into it. Spoiler alert, we are.
Someone says C could be Toa. That's a possibility.
Yeah. I don't know about her. She's sketchy and she's always doing stuff. We're gonna be antisocial as always. It's what we do. And then we have the best named quest in the game, side-by-side car.
Also, the weirdest quest because of how it handles the speed up.
Oh yes, it is. We'll talk about it when we get there, but it is like the one standout quest. It's just like, is this broken? Is this supposed to work like this? We don't know. I'm also gonna go over here and buy a couple of lighters. Buy 3 lighters and equip one to Laura. The next boss we fight likes to freeze the entire party. That's not good. You don't want that to happen. Alright everyone, so earlier in the run we learned how to ride a motorcycle. Do you remember how to ride a motorcycle, Frick?
Yeah, it's pick the second option every time.
Exactly. So when you add a sidecar, it changes the balance of the motorcycle, and you can't just pick the second option every time. Now instead, you have to pick the options in order. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Also, you can't speed that scene up. That scene, for whatever reason, just will not go faster, and neither will this one. I am holding the speed up button, not the turbo button, but the in-game speed up button, as hard as I can. Nothing happens.
So enjoy this cutscene.
Yep, we get to watch them slowly just drive away.
Every bike needs a Toa in the sidecar. I don't disagree.
I agree wholeheartedly. Toa is the best character. Fight me. I mean, don't, because judging by my record this run, you'll win, but fight me.
That was a mandatory quest. Don't know why. Didn't really need to be, but
Well, because Rin gets the motorcycle at the end of the game, right? So he's got a.
yeah, but you don't have to enter an option, so it kind of doesn't matter. So we're forced to bring Milliam and into this schoolhouse,
which isn't a bad thing. We would be bringing them regardless.
We are okay with this.
Oh no, we have to bring the best two characters we have right now. They are forcing their way in our party. Alright, you can come. Could have just asked. So this is actually a really interesting fight. This is the first and only fight in the game where Rin won't be participating. Coming up after we quickly run through this area. But for every single other fight in the game, we've routed it out assuming that Rin will be in the party. For this one specifically, we have so many powerful hitters available to us, and Rin isn't required to be in the party like he is later in the game, that we can just bring Milliam, we can bring Crow, we can bring Laura, and we can bring Fee, and we can run into a turtle. You ever just accidentally run into a turtle?
I'd say maybe 2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad I'm not alone in my turtle time. Sometimes you just gotta run into a turtle.
Leave it to me.
Yay, treasure!
Those turtles are surprisingly fast for their model. I'm just gonna put that out there. I'm not excusing myself for what happened. I'm just saying those are some fast turtles, man. Maybe slow down a little.
I also, there's a big philosophical concern about the fact that there are these unique creatures in the schoolhouse, and our solution is to just murder them.
Oh yeah, we want nothing to do with these creatures. Also,
I mean, that guy I wouldn't want to deal with, but
yeah, that weird rock with an eye in it. Yeah, I'm murdering that on sight. I'm sorry. So this is kind of an interesting schoolhouse as well, because this second room of the schoolhouse is a big loop. The game intends for you to pick a side and then you go around it and you flick both switches on the way. But the loop is actually so long and the switches are so close to the start, it is faster to hit the switches and then just go back to the start and go down the other side. In particular, the switch on this side is just right here.
I think Schoolhouse 6 has a similar issue where you have to watch some extra animations just to get across. They're like, you definitely want to go from this side to that. Kind of don't.
No, not really. But I will.
This is the end.
Give you a forte. Equip with a lighter. Equip you with a lighter. You're good. Tactics. And get in the center. I'll save just to be safe, but Unsatur was once a very, very difficult boss, is now completely free. So I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, the lighters are there in case they get a, first turn or...
Hey, look, you got first turn and started spellcasting. The lighters mattered. And Milliam doesn't need a lighter because she, I want you to cast the other Laforte, Crow.
Right.
Yeah, Milliam's Master Quartz makes the first attack against her.
It makes the first, attack against her and the first spell against her be negated. Physical and magical are separate triggers for it. And we generally want Milliam...
S-craft out.
We want Milliam to S-craft out because very rarely with the weapon she has equipped by default, she can inflict faint. Didn't happen, but it's fine. We just, ran him over. He's done. So we're kind of approaching that third segment of the game. We're definitely heavily into the second. We discussed it earlier. The first segment of the game, you're kind of at the game's mercy. You have a game plan, but really, if the wheel and the enemy actions want to spite you, they will spite you. and oh god, did they spite us. And then in that like second part of the game, you're really focusing on empowering your S-crafts as much as possible. And we are about to hit critical mass with our S-crafts at the start of the next chapter with our construction of Chrono Burst. And Chrono Burst is actually what's going to lead us into the third phase of just completely controlling combat and not letting anyone else play the game.
Yeah, we definitely need it.
We need it. A lot of these fights, we had at one point or another kind of routed them out without the use of this Chrono Burst strategy, and oh man, they are sketch. I'm saying they're sketch, and you guys have seen some sketch from me today, so I'm just saying. Anyway, we're gonna go back to our good friend Kirsch, and we're gonna take 2 naps, double the naps. Hey, Reen, are you okay? Like, are you sure you want to stay here twice? You just spent the night.
I'll tell you when I've had enough.
I'm cutting you off on sleep, Reen. It's over.
I'm just gonna go back to my house and sleep then. And we will.
And we will.
Or at least we want to.
We want to, but Sharon tasks us with a quest real quick, and that's gonna leave us to helping, well, no, we're gonna find the Misty. She's the woman we've been listening to on the radio this whole game, but she's also that opera singer we met in the big city. Why is she in a small town doing a radio program? I don't think that's ever addressed. I genuinely don't think anyone ever mentions why she's here, but don't worry about it, it's cool.
Also, do you want to read a book? This is like the only time they force that upon you.
Yeah, you can get issues of that magazine that like kind of recap what's gone on. That is the only time one is forced on you and you have to exit out of it. Meanwhile, in the forest, VC, S, and G meet up. I had to remember their letters.
I like how like they just show their face. They're like, whatever, we can use a secret code name.
Yeah, no, C is the only one with the code name. Everyone else is just like, yeah, this is my face. Alright, so now we have to fight the rest of our party. So,
which is surprisingly okay.
Yeah, just to emphasize how strong Milliam and Crow are, Crow is going to defeat all 4 other boys in our class in one shot, and then Milliam is going to defeat all 4 other girls. If you want 100% completion, you do have to get the girls and the boys' ID from scanning them, which is a huge pain. Also, that just wasn't skipping for some reason. Milliam's that's crap. That's weird. Yeah. It doesn't matter. They're dead. They're beyond dead.
Please hold your rock.
Do you have to scan Machias again if you got him in the earlier fight?
I don't know.
Is it a different Machias?
I don't think it's a Metroid Prime situation. I don't think there's double Machias. But there might be.
WTF, 2 Machiases. It's 2 more than we needed.
Extra Machias. So yeah, we are going on a double field trip this time. Double field trip. Also, this is my favorite scene in the game. Reen's just enjoying a nice, peaceful morning. You know, he's sleeping before his trip. Emilium runs into his room, jumps on him, and starts asking him questions like, how much money can I spend on snacks and do bananas count? The answer is, of course, no. Bananas are not snacks. They are a wholesome, delicious meal that you can enjoy at any time of the day.
But if you can enjoy them any time of the day, isn't that snacks?
Maybe. But I mean, I think in this case she means snacks like sweets, you know? Because she's like 6.
I would think that they would. I would think they would encourage her to eat bananas. Like, yeah, eat bananas.
They're healthy for you. I don't know, man. Milliam is an interesting character. It's actually kind of a shame. I really like Milliam as a character and a lot of the character development she gets in CS1, but you have to actively seek it out. As much as we've been kind of lambasting the story and the characters for how kind of tropey they can be, there is actually a lot of depth to them. It's just all hidden away in these bonus actions we're not taking with them between field trips. And for some characters like Milliam and Crow, you really get nothing out of them unless you actively seek them out between stuff. Toa especially. Toa is entirely a background character unless you bother to do her side quests. And then suddenly she's incredibly important and interesting.
So tell us about which character you like the most by voting for it in the straw poll.
Yep, that is a comprehensive list of all the characters in our party, guys, by the way. If you spot any errors in there, they're not. So don't worry about it. Who do we have winning right now?
Let's do a refresh and see where we're at. Looks like we've got Fee is in the lead, Laura's in second, and Cat Lady's right behind Laura.
Well done, everyone. That is how it should be.
Crow is not far behind that.
Which Crow?
One Crow has 13 votes, and then actually one Crow has 13 votes, and another has 11 votes. So there may be 4 votes behind the Cat Lady.
I see.
Gaius has 2 votes, so somebody else joined Gaius Gang.
Shoutouts for Gaius Gang. I would vote for Gaius if I could vote, but I'm busy doing whatever this is. It's not a speedrun anymore. We've determined that. Gonna be really careful with my menu here because there's again a lot to do. I exchanged recently. Cool. Boom.
I think when we do easy, this ends up being the bigger menu.
This is definitely a pretty big menu. We want to buy 2 attack 3s, yes, and a chrono burst. I'm selling. Oh dear God.
Oh no.
Well, that's awkward. I thought I was crafting. We're gonna make this work.
Is there an autosave nearby?
Let's check, actually. That's the silliest mistake I've made. 301, Chapter 5, Signs and Omens.
You're at 441, it looks like your timer.
Yeah.
So not really.
No, not really. I can make this work, I think. Yeah. Whoops. Let me tell you about a mistake you don't want to make. That. William, buy gold shoes for Reem. Modify exchange quartz. Oh, we're gonna get our chrono burst. And we're gonna see how we're doing on attacks. I can make 2 slots. Yeah.
I think this is viable.
I turned the wrong way. I'm not gonna get there before
Any
the X.
idea what it means?
So I'm gonna have one less
No one
attack.
really knows for sure.
3.
There are a number of theories, though.
Unfortunately,
Until I could
millions of
craft
those
one
archival
after the
symbols have been
castle.
lost over time.
I can get a chest there to fix it. I think it'll be okay. I just won't give. Yeah, I just won't give Gaius an attack 3.
By the way, if you guys are done voting on my straw poll, you should vote on straw poll on our banana snacks.
Ooh, that's a good straw poll.
Your options are yes, no, or get the hell off me.
What?
Which one would you like to vote for, Seth? I'll vote for you.
Oh, thank you. Get off me. Crap, I forgot where I was. Grim, Chrono Burst, and attack, Speed Breaker. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Man. Laura, get attack 3, get attack 1. Milliam, get force. And get attack 3. And get Dragon Voice. Voicebreaker and Dragon Vision and do I have anything else? Speedbreaker, that'll work. Use of Skip Mistral, that's all you need. Gaius, we don't have. We have an attack 2 for you. And you can Falco. And yeah, Gaius swap in. Cool. Well, Gaius is going to be down 30 attack. I guess he's only down 10 because I have an extra attack 2. So you know what? This is not a disaster. This is fine.
Like if you just wait long enough, you might see a fairy or something.
In fact, I'm going to
So
pick
again,
up... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say in chapter 5 again, what we're trying to
Oh, the tree
fuse.
comes through here.
Sorry,
That's the
you cut out
Emerald
a
line.
lot
Same
there.
line we
Frick, you
traveled
might need to
through.
re-say that for everyone.
So what we're doing is we're trying to maintain as much CP as possible
Is that a
while
treasure
also minimizing our. Because it does take some time to visit the end.
We're visiting the inn after every fight, basically. We just need to throw S-breaks at all the things to quickly get rid of them.
It's my turn.
Of course. You still have.
I did it!
Green didn't get the first turn there, and I didn't look past that, so I just did it immediately, and it worked out.
My turn.
And now we can, now that we got the Abyss Shadow from that chest, we can give Reen the Abyss Shadow, we can give you the Medal of Discipline and the Highlander Cloth. So now you're going to see the start of a strategy that we're going to be employing for a good part of the rest of the run until things get really broken, which is the Double Burst Motivate. So Chrono Burst lets the character take 2 turns immediately. This is not broken. This is normal.
So as you can see, the goal is start out the fight, double motivate, spam S-crafts. Good luck.
And I mean, the bosses will die. Oh, so close. I think that 10 attack actually lost me the roll there. Had to use Rain.
I did it!
Not bad.
I did it.
Just getting started.
Making progress.
I just wish he had died to the burn.
Of course.
Not today. Not that we are past the point in the run of died to the burn, and unless I do it to the what should have been the final boss. But I probably won't because that's really risky. So an important thing to note about all the died to the burn situations is the target still gets their turn, and they don't take burn damage until the end of their turn. All dots trigger on the end of the character's turn. So in the case of like bosses, they still get to move or attack or do their special ability, which can be really scary sometimes.
Yeah, there's some talk in the chat now about the last boss, how they had to grind before fighting the last boss on Nightmare.
So
well, if you didn't, well, I will say though, if done grinding with our favorite Master Quartz Megalith, boy, do we have something to show you.
Oh yeah, if you don't know about Megalith, like we didn't know about Megalith until we started writing the game, because no one buys Master Quartz. Like why? Also, we're gonna double rest here because this inn isn't very good, so you know we gotta rest twice. But if you haven't like looked at the Master Quartz you can buy, you might have missed Megalith. And even if you saw Megalith, you might have been like, "Wow, that effect sounds terrible," and I bet it doesn't work. It works. Oh, it works.
Some might say too good.
Yeah, but first we have to fight this old man here. This old man is like, hey, would you like to fight some of the students here? Because you all have unique combat styles like spear fighting and magic and giant robot. And then he's like, you know what? How about I have a fight with you? Okay.
He's a butler, so you know he's probably not that good.
Yeah, I mean, well, he is a butler to the strongest swordsman in the world, so he's probably got some decent skill. I'm sure he can put up a good fight for us. Our opening move, of course, is going to be to motivate twice, and he's dead. Doesn't look like he's dead yet, but trust me, he's dead. Also, I'm losing my voice, Rick, so... Just giving you a heads up about that.
All right, I can carry the rest of this.
I believe in you, Frick.
Excuse me. This is what you're gonna see a lot of fights to become. Although it's once we get to the point where we just
died to the burn. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. The damage roll can kill him there, but it didn't, so we died to the burn.
It gets a little more complicated at the end because right now it's really easy. You just double motivate and spam S-crafts. But when we get to the end bosses, 4 S-crafts is not enough to kill them, and we have to
get creative.
Follow a particular
We got to get creative with our turn orders.
Yeah, particular order of how we use skills in order to make it so that bosses never get turned.
It's a good time. We go from like being at the mercy of the turn order to just stealing all the turns. Nobody else is allowed to have turns. Reen has a monopoly on turns. Other turn-based games, they must ask the permission of Reen. If he allows it. And if they get a turn to do so, which is going to be hard, frankly, as you'll see. So anyway...
The trick to getting Reen to let you have a turn as a boss is you say, "When is my turn?" And he responds, "Now."
Well, not yet. So we meet Laura's dad, and Laura's dad is the Radiant Blade Master. He's like the strongest swordsman in the land, and Reen's like, I have to have a fight with you, sir. So he's like, okay, sure. And then he two-shots us, and he's just like, what's wrong with you? You're stronger than this. Show me your power. And Reen goes anime. Unfortunately, Anime Reen has narcolepsy, and he's fallen asleep at... Really? Really? He missed? Anime Reen's fallen asleep, so he's not going to do anything. You can theoretically win this fight, and it still just ends with him hitting you with his S-craft and you lose. But it is significantly faster to just wait.
So what time can I go to bed?
Now.
Alright. Of course, the downside of this is Reen has a lot of speed in this form. So of course he has, and the move option is the lowest delay of any option. But it's also no animation, so it's still the fast one for us. But we have to select it like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
In between turns.
So yeah, Super Reen has absurd stats. Like, he has everything through the roof. Unfortunately, that's the last time we get to use him in this game. But watch the sequel. It's
I've got a little reward here
important.
for you. Keep up the good work.
So, you know, it's a beautiful day. The fog is gone. The lake is amazing. I'm sure we don't have too many hard tasks. What should we do today, Frick?
I think we should go to sleep after go punch a monster and then go to sleep.
Close. We're gonna go to sleep first. Because for whatever reason, we didn't get any sleep last night. It just didn't count.
I can just see someone offering, "Hey, Reen, would you like to spend the night here?" No, I need to pay for. Just charge me 200 Mira and we'll be okay.
Would you like to spend the night at my house? No. Here's 200 Mira. Just take it. Take it, please. Okay. Reen, are you okay? Is everything fine? Worried about
Reen has never been okay.
We're worried about you, Reen. You've been different ever since that time you got really anime with Laura's dad.
You're grabbing your chest all the time. What's the deal?
You won't stop talking about Naruto, Reen. I'm worried about you. Alright, so we have an important tutorial here. You can break things sometimes if the game feels like it. Like right there.
Oh, it's so cool here. You'd hardly believe it's summer.
Now, I ran this game for, I don't know, about 7 months until I realized that there's 2 paths that you can take to get to this guy. I always went the back path, which is way longer.
Yeah, so anyway, that was a boss. That feels like another one of those the developers were just like, we need a boss. Robot.
Yeah, they're also like, here's a robot.
Here's a robot. Oh, okay.
But all of our monsters have been animals or lizards that clearly someone has fashioned armor for. What do you mean a robot?
It's a robot. Don't worry about it.
Put a robot in there. Fine.
So I mean, like, the weird thing is, they try and comment on it. That's like a special combat robot that we see like when C and V and G show up somewhere. But it's just kind of out here in the middle of Laura's place, and no one really ever comments on it after that. So we come back to town and we see that there's an Imperial ship at the dock, and stuff's going down, man. Stuff that we don't care about because we're gonna go sleep.
Now, the order here, it may not seem like it. It is actually very important that we sleep now before the cutscene we're about to go to. Well, I don't know about very important, but for the speed run, it's important. Because after this cutscene, the inn will actually give you a quest, which wastes time because they'll tell you about it if you talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, you can still use the inn. It's if you forget, it's not the end of the world, but it's not good either.
You have to read the quest and you lose precious.
You lose precious time. Can't be having that. So anyway, Laura's father tells us about how the Imperial faction showed up and they were like, hey, we're kind of forming like a super alliance of Imperialists, and you're an Imperialist, and if you don't join up with us, we might have to break your knees. And he's like, I'm not joining up with them. So then Milliam goes to sleep in the background because she's the only sensible person, while everyone else just kind of stands around in a circle and does paperwork. But then we find out that two little kids went up to the creepy castle on the hill by themselves in the middle of the night.
Also, I want to notice that the kid came in and said, I don't know where he's at. It was like dusk. Like you could see the sunset. And then they talked about it for a while until it was completely pitch black before they go out there.
But look, the sun just sets really fast here. Alright, so welcome to the end of the first half of Chapter 5, Lohengrin Castle.
Old stronghold, Lohengrin Castle.
This place has great music.
This is the first time I've come here at night.
That's about
Be
it.
careful of your footing.
But it's got great music. This first fight is actually really rough. There are 3 patterns these ads can spawn in, and if they spawn as far away from each other as possible, Eustace won't be able to hit both of them with his S-Craft. What's worse is this is one of those places where like CP down 100% and instant death can show up. In fact, instant death shows up here a lot.
Not to mention pretty much every enemy can sleep you, which is
nightmare.
Very bad.
Which is worse. So sleep just like puts you out and makes you take a critical hit. Nightmare is sleep, except when it's broken, you get a random status condition. Oh, yep, I got the full split.
Why not? Sounds about right for this run.
But I also got a Vanish. Vanish is weird. If an enemy hits you with Vanish, your character just like disappears for a turn, which doesn't sound too bad, but they lose all CP, which is bad. It's pretty bad. It's like CP down with a double downside, which makes it double bad.
It's my turn.
Also, Emma learned how to use her duress break, so good on you, Emma. You are, I think, the last character in the entire game to learn it.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, she has one of the better ones, but Emma and Elliot's S-Breaks actually scale with their magic attack, not their physical attack, which makes them less useful for us because we only buff physical attack. Also, hey, look, it's a giant ominous stone door like the one we see back in the schoolhouse. I'm sure
this won't play any significance at any point.
No plot relevance in this game or any sequels at all. It's just coincidence.
So this is a very tight corridor, so sometimes it can be difficult to dodge all the enemies, particularly in this castle. I think this is probably the place where you're most likely to get into random encounters. And it happens a lot more in Turbo just because we can't.
Right, you have less control over where you're moving, effectively.
My turn.
But yeah, some of these guys can sometimes just, like, sit in doorways and be like, nah, you gotta fight us. Which is unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. As long as you get advantage against an enemy, you have a 90% chance to run, so worst case scenario, you just get advantage and leave.
Got this. An external corridor.
All right, I'm gonna give you the 2-minute warning.
We've gone pretty far.
We need to save before Nosferatu.
Yep.
And I will remind you again when we get there.
Yep, please do. Nosferatu is an incredibly easy boss who will die before he gets a turn. However, if he gets a turn, he will nightmare the entire party and you will lose. There's no in between. You kill this guy before he acts or the fight is over.
Nothing but trouble.
Oh, also, you know, now that we've solved our problems with Machias and Eustace and Laura and Fee, we need a new inter-party conflict. So the new conflict is that Eustace hates children. He really dislikes Millium because he doesn't like children, and this never gets resolved or acknowledged. Like, at least not in this game. But that's all right. Eustace, just keep on being the worst character. You're fine. You're doing great.
I was like, you gotta figure out the pecking order, dude. You are not at the top.
You know, it's sad, because Eustace actually has some of the most useful abilities in the game. His Noble Command is broken. It's Reen's Motivate, but it also buffs speed. Oh no, the children are under attack. What will we ever do?
Very well, I will serve as your...
Well, we'll have Emma use her best break, and that'll be the end of the fight.
We should be safe now.
Yeah, although it's not necessarily as high damage and it is based magic attack rather than physical attack, it does cover the entire area, which puts her up better than Eustace, right?
Yeah, better than Eustace. Actually, I think has the worst S break in the game. I think he's the only person who has a B ranked S break.
Yeah, you're actually better off using his crafted delay than using his S break.
Seems to be...
Oh, for sure. His crafted delay is amazing. Again, his crafts are so good. It's just his S break is not. Orbit, we picked up a couple new nice ones, so let's replace Dragon Vision with... I set this up wrong. Because we want Quilin and Rakshasha, then Voice Breaker, Dragon Vision, Chrono Break. So there's a rule for like how many special quartz you can have on any one line of your Arcus unit, and it really doesn't come up too much in the route, but that's the one point where Millium already has special
We've
rare
reached the
equipped.
uppermost floor.
And I'm
The
going to
bell
save
tower
here
is
because
ahead.
this is no
Yep,
Nosferatu.
I was about to say. Yeah, so some quartz will add effects onto your attack, and they say that you can't put more than one quartz that alters your physical attack on each of the, I guess, slots, sections that they have on there.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure that they're spaced out. So this is Nosferatu.
Oh.
We just don't want him to go first. And why not? This is why we save.
Only in marathons. Only in marathons. I'm gonna see one more time if he does. I'm just going back to title, and we'll reload it and get a new turn order. Yeah, the ads stole the first turn because Reen must have gotten an incredibly harsh delay penalty, and yeah, they inflicted nightmare to the entire party. So we're gonna have to load our save. That is why we made a save. Reen's on
When you're doing normal speeds or that doesn't happen.
Yeah, Reen's on Raven.
It's a bad roll.
That's just a really bad roll. I was making sure like I didn't have some like quartz misattributed or anything. No, that's just a really awful roll. Really?
It's my turn.
Can we fix this? No.
Does Kyria Bomb do it?
Yes, sir.
Or Kyria Bomb was only... Oh, that's...
No. Yeah, it does actually, but they won't get a turn in time, I don't think. Would they have? Oh, they would have. Alright, well, I messed up. Can we still salvage this? Yes, yes we can. We can still salvage this because Ring can Chrono Burst, and then you can Kiryu Bomb Laura,
You have my thanks.
and then you can Chrono Burst. Into double mode.
Next level strats.
My turn.
Dude, we're routing on the fly. As dumb as it is, that's why I love this game, right? Because sometimes you just have to do this. Like the game gives you a weird, terrible situation, and it's like, all right, figure it out. How do you get out of this one? And this was the answer. We double Chrono Bursted for item usage. Also, wow, those damage rolls were amazing.
Yeah, cleaned house.
Yep. Whew. All right. Well, glad we saved.
Also, Reen had exactly enough EP.
Yeah, he's set up for that. He has exactly 400, and it costs 200 to use.
Just getting
so.
started.
I've only.
I'm awesome.
It's not really intentional, but it works out. So, yay. Now we have to remember to rest at the end twice, because the second half of Chapter 5 just doesn't have an end. Also, even though we destroyed Nosferatu, the orb is still, like, killing us. But it's okay, a magical spear of light destroys it, and then vanishes. What was that spear of light? Who created it? Does it have anything to do with this cat on a roof? Yes. Yes, it does. It has everything to do with that cat on the roof. I hate that cat. You'll find out why when Shin runs the next game in this series. So right, we want to go to the inn and rest twice here because we don't get an inn after this. And then we can go home. And by home, I mean to the next area. And oh boy, the next area is fun.
So shout outs to everybody who has, been around since the start of this stream.
Yeah, if you guys remember the start of the stream, well, guess what? We're going back. We're going back to the very start. As a note here, if you talk to one of the people who's giving you a farewell, you can get the recipe for burnt cookies, which you can throw at your opponents to burn them. I don't know how you burn a cookie that bad, but you can, and they hurt.
Yeah, it's weird, the cooking in this game. So you can make things that are like an excellent creation or unique creation, kind of like the egg drop soup that we've been eating the whole run. But you can also make stuff that's just absolutely vile. And some of the things that are really vile, you just use as attack weapon.
Reen sees the Chancellor there, and his heart goes all a-thumping again. Is there a reason for that? Probably. There's probably a reason for that.
And then people are like, you saw into that train? That's impressive.
Yeah, I don't get how fast is that train supposed to be going that people couldn't see the train? Or like people inside the train. I mean, I don't know about you, Frick, but I live in the greater DC area, and like I could see people in the metro as it passes all the time. That's like
Yeah.
like there's a person in that metro car. I see them. Made eye contact. Don't do that. Don't ever make eye contact on the metro. That's rule 1 of the metro. Letting you know.
Is that even the rule if you're not on the metro?
Yes, even if you're not on the metro, even if you're like adjacent to the metro, don't make eye contact. It's not worth it.
I feel like the only time you're allowed to make eye contact is if everybody's like smashing into the metro and you couldn't get in, and there was definitely room for the guy in front of you to push in a little bit more.
Yeah, you make an angry face at that man. You let him know your displeasure. So anyway, we're now in the military base for a little while, and we have to have military lectures. And this actually seems more like a structured military program than the school we've been going to. So I'm really not sure what our curriculum is supposed to be. But no one seems to care, so whatever. And for this section, we just have to go around and talk to everyone about how cool this military base is, and all the crazy tech it has, and why Emma is sitting at the worst table ever. Seriously, it is so hard to talk to Emma. She will not talk to you if you are standing across from her on that table. She demands you walk over to her side of it.
So if there's any question on whether this is a Trails game, here we go. Gotta talk to everybody.
It's time for the
Before you
walking
move
and
on the
talking part. There's a lot of walking and talking in Chapter 5 and 6. Which, to be fair, like, again, up until maybe, like, Chapter 4, the game is really just kind of about a bunch of school children having fun and, like, going on weird field trips and getting arrested a lot. They get arrested a lot for children. Someone should probably be supervising these children. But this is kind of the point where the game really starts to pick up, and we get a hint at the war that's going on in other parts of the continent, and some of the major players behind it start making themselves known.
By the way, there's a lot of opinions about staring on the... I'm making eye contact on the metro.
I'm glad the most controversial thing I've managed to say today has been the discussion about making eye contact on the metro.
No, I'm with you. Don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact with anyone. Don't make eye contact with your Uber.
No, don't make eye contact with. Don't sit in the front seat with your Uber driver. That's weird. I don't get that. We're going off on that tangent right now. Have you ever had anyone who's done that to you or done that to anyone? Just like you get in the front seat of the Uber.
I get like social anxiety when I get, and they like, it's clear that they want people to ride in their front seat. It's like, I don't want to tell this guy I don't want to ride in your front seat, but I also don't want to ride in your front seat.
I've never had a driver do that. Be like, yeah, man, get in the front seat with me. I'm like, no, it's not how this works. That was not the agreement we agreed upon when I signed up for the service. I wanted no
one star made me sit in the front seat.
I want a no questions asked, no comment ride, just silence and maybe some music. Anyway, it's time for the military demonstration, featuring Elliot's dad and lots of tanks. I don't actually know what this military demonstration is demonstrating. It's demonstrating that they could beat up some remote-controlled tanks with an airship, because they bring in an airship. Oh, by the way, Elliot's dad is, the gruff commander of the military here, but also he's a big teddy bear, and he loves Elliot, and he doesn't care if Elliot wants to be a soldier or not. He just wants his son to be happy. Like a responsible, well-adjusted parent. So they kind of pull the fake out on you there. You think his dad's gonna be super gruff and angry that he doesn't want to be, a military student. He's like, nah, follow your dreams.
By the way, that was an extremely good use of resources to show a dozen people, like, hey, check out us blowing up all these tanks that are
it was practice.
Very expensive.
It was practice in case they ever need to blow up a bunch of tanks in the near future. Speaking of which, in the tank department at like midnight, they get an email that's just like, hey, could you install stuff on all these tanks right now? And this being the Erebonian military, nobody questions it. Like, really, you need them installed tonight? It's like 2 a.m. You couldn't have sent this request earlier? Oh, okay, I guess we'll just install them. This sounds like something our commander would do. What could possibly be going on? Oh, right, those remote control tanks are doing remote control tank stuff. So then, in a move that makes me question the military command of this place, they decide to send an entire legion of tanks out to stop them, because this is not an obvious distraction. Also, shoutouts to Elliot's dad riding the tank.
Doesn't even have a 3-point stance.
No, he's just posing. Like, he knows. Oh, by the way, this was totally a diversion, and now V&S have infiltrated the base, and are taking control of the cannon.
Like, I get standing on the tank is, like, an intimidation factor, but they're remote-controlled tanks. There's nobody to intimidate.
Exactly. He's intimidating the AI. He's letting them know. Olaf Craig is just gonna ride the tank in for justice, and you're not gonna do anything about it. So anyway, we're back to the start of the game. Hope everyone's enjoyed the... Don't tell me how long it's been. I really don't want to know.
Alright, then I won't.
Please don't. I just want to live in bliss. I want to live in the ignorant bliss of not knowing how bad this run is. So anyway, we have to do this fight again. And just like last time, I used the wrong... I pressed right, and my D-pad disagreed with me.
I did it!
A matter of course.
I think I have enough extra orange juice to fix that, though, so shouldn't be the end of the world.
Let me check the route right now. Do you guys pick up the extra Zerum powder?
I do. I pick up the capsule. Shin doesn't, but I mean, especially for a marathon, I'm gonna take the extra capsule. So yeah, wait, yeah, I can just use the extra.
Yeah, if you
But
need to.
that's after the
Seems this is a storage
the next
area.
fight. Oh no, it isn't. It's right here. Yeah, I'll just use it right now. No problems.
This we like to keep in the route, but the problem is they always have that chat at the same time, and we can't. So you have to stand by the chest, just waiting,
Yep.
waiting for them to stop talking.
You just gotta wait for them to stop, but it's fine. I'll just throw a Zerum capsule at her now, and we'll use Megalith to restore CP instead of throwing one later. It's no biggie. Yeah, this one.
We finally got around to the other side.
The path to the right.
Now, if you remember from the beginning, this we did not take that same path.
Yeah, it
was
throws me off every time. Because in the beginning, it's just a straight line. Also, Milliam's not in the party.
That door
Because,
near
you
it
know,
looks like
spoilers. Now, the cannons are gonna fire, and Reen screams no after we deal with these idiots. So, hey, do the Chrono Burst thing.
Here we go.
Now we motivate. Motivate. I forgot to swap Milliam into the party. This is double awkward. Well, we can use hers because it doesn't matter, and then we can just fight the other one.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Shouldn't be too big of a problem. Reen does need to interrupt that though, because that'll petrify.
leave it to me.
My turn.
Yeah, these two could probably just punch it to death pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then you can also use Milliam on chat.
Well, I mean, she gets force, so she regens all of it anyway.
Here we go.
Or she has force, I should say. She doesn't get force.
Now's your chance.
And one for me.
But that's fine. I have enough extra orange juice, I think, to fix that. Almost. She'll be fine.
Motivate gives 10 per, so
It's still a little under, but should be okay.
Yeah.
maybe you'll get her to attack something in the chest. Before,
You know what? I'm gonna run into an encounter and have Laura hit something.
Enemy sight.
My turn.
I don't think that's the chest.
Yeah, it is. We do both of them.
Oh, okay.
We do both of them just for the experience. Because you see, Milliam gets,
I did it.
you know,
I did it.
Not bad.
I feel like I'm going strong.
Milliam gets enough stuff back that it's fine. So yeah, what I'm gonna do to fix this is I'm literally just gonna run into this encounter. Hit it from behind.
Here's our chance.
Go.
My turn.
Here
Of course.
I'm gonna have Laura punch it once, and then we're just gonna run away.
Retreat. Let's keep moving.
There you go. Now she's fine.
Okay.
On the fly fixing.
Works every time.
Yeah.
My turn.
Another storage area.
But yeah, that one's just for experience. We're also gonna do this upcoming monster chest to get domination, which is an incredibly powerful quartz.
I've got this.
And not only does it give us a strength boost, it doubles the damage of the first action you take in combat, including S-Craps.
Here we go.
I don't think I need to say anymore.
Well, that's
I did it.
Yeah, this is a huge upgrade, and this is super important in the run. Domination makes everything better.
Domination makes the run possible in a lot of ways, because a lot of these bosses would require much lengthier setups if we couldn't just throw Domination at them.
This is the freight platform. We finally made it to the other side.
We've got to be close. Just need to head up that staircase over there.
So I hope you all like those monster chests, because they might be the only ones. We might
They're
pick up
here.
some very, very late in the
We're
game.
almost to the
You
railway
need to rest back EP now. To use it up for... Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna EP charge Reen just to be safe,
Yeah.
but I'm
the aid
pretty
needs
sure
to
I
be
do.
with them.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I only need one motivate for the first fight, but just to be safe.
Enemy sighted. Here we go.
'Cause this one should just be motivate,
Let's do this.
Millium. And then she gets a bunch back because Force gives her CP for everything she kills.
Well, that's that.
That should suffice.
So now that we've taken out the soldiers, we have to take out their boss, Scarlet. She's a very powerful fire-based NPC. She's got a flame sword and eye patch. She's super cool. Really is a shame we're not going to see any of her.
Here we go.
What are these criticals?
What is going on?
All right. My turn. All right.
At least you're gonna get one.
What was wrong with Laura's S-break text there?
Yeah, it looked like they were all just the first letter.
Yeah, it was really weird. But anyway, so Sarah's S-break has a 100% chance to faint. Scarlet has no resistance to faint. This fight is already over.
Great.
I did it!
I think they just put that fight in there for you to be like, this is how good Sarah is.
Yeah.
Because now she leaves her party for the rest of the run.
Yeah, after that she's gone. She'll be back in the sequel. But luckily we shut down the cannons. If you're wondering why we screamed no in the prologue, it's because the cannons fired. But thankfully, the first shot of all the cannons is a dud to prevent them from accidentally firing. Scarlet gets away despite our attempts to kind of haphazardly shoot at her airship. And then all of the soldiers take suicide capsules so that they can't be interrogated.
Which the suicide capsules make their head explode.
Yeah, they just kind of like explode, but they explicitly say like, oh, they took poison.
Could have done better than
Exploding poison. And that's chapter 5. So now we move on to chapter 6. If you thought chapter 5 was broken, oh boy, chapter 6. We got some fun stuff for you. But first, all the directors need to gather because after that event, they're like, I don't know if Class 7's a good idea anymore. I mean, these kids keep getting into all kinds of crazy trouble, and they keep thinking bananas are snacks. How's that straw poll going, by the way? I need to know the results of that. Very important.
The bananas for snacks?
Yes.
20 votes for get the hell off of me, 8 votes for yes, 4 votes for no.
The correct choice has been reached. But they discuss for a little while, and eventually Oliver, in his only good role in this game, is like, no, they have to do this. Class 7 is integral to the success of our nation. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, that was a rousing speech. I guess you guys get to have a class.
Well, they're not wrong. Like, literally what you've done is you thwarted, like 2 terrorist attacks and like a giant corruption thing in chapter 1.
To be fair, yes, we have solved a lot of problems considering we're just a bunch of kids.
So this is where they're like, here's a bunch of characters that you should meet and also know who they are. This might be important later.
Here's a bunch of plot important characters. You'll need to know this for the sequel. Take notes.
And we get the summer outfit. Or no, I think we put away the summer
We
outfit.
put away the summer outfit, yeah. So once again,
Reed
Reen
knows
tries to
somebody's gonna
leave,
talk to him.
and Reen just can't leave. It's time for Toa to talk to him and apologize for making him do all these dumb tasks on his day off. But he's like, no, I like doing them for you. And then Reen helps her with her shopping, which apparently takes several hours and involves him holding 20 bags at once. Come on, Toa, consolidate. Consolidate the bags.
There are not enough shops at Thor's Military Academy.
This is true.
For it to take that long.
There are only like 4 shops in this entire town. What are you buying?
And you know what's the worst part? She didn't even take Reen to his favorite, the cafe.
She didn't. You know what? And in fact, Reen is so upset about it. Reen is just gonna go there by himself. Also, that's the one. That old schoolhouse request is just like, I feel like I could submit a blank request and no one would notice. Alright, so because Arena's a little underleveled, we're gonna actually do a little extra thing here. Augment, Lilium, need to borrow Domination real quick. I need to borrow Brave real quick. Normally you lose this fight, but we're gonna win it. Can I win this?
I don't know, we'll find out. If you don't, it's not a big deal.
It's not, but yeah, I don't have a I don't have an egg soup, so I have to actually spend to get this flame slash off. And yeah, it's gonna do significantly less damage as a result. Alright, well I can't win this. That's fine.
Here we go.
Just for the record, an S-Craft takes all of your craft points regardless of how many you have, but it only gives you a benefit over 100 if you have exactly 200 when it does 150% damage. Continue. So yeah, you can lose that fight and actually just continue, because it's like a training match, and she just wants to know that you're strong. And, you know, Reen's strong.
She's like, I know I just punched you out, but good enough.
Yeah, I know I just punched you out, but you know what? You did okay. Shot. Exchange. Alright. It's so hard to tell what the, like, which cursor is which sometimes.
So we're preparing for, this is kind of the last big menu. We'll buy a little bit later in the chapter, but the big Mac Daddy we're buying right now is we've got the Megalith. So, are you going to equip it on Reen since you used your CP?
No, I'm just going to give it to Crow. Reen's fine. Reen doesn't need to do anything for a while. Crow, bring William, bring Fee, bring... I don't care.
Do you need to motivate in this fight?
Oh, yeah, Reen has 0 CP, because yeah. No, good call.
So I want everybody to watch Reen's CP on the map.
Yep, right below the mini-map. Just remember where that bar was. It was like a quarter of the way full. Now he has a full bar.
Megalith is nuts.
Yeah, he's gonna have a full bar before this is done.
Yeah, every fight that you start with Megalith, you have 200. Yep.
And it works even in fights where they're like, it's a fight and then a cutscene and a fight. You still get the CP back during that cutscene. It's crazy.
My turn.
So if you combine that with somebody who's got domination, and you combine that with somebody who's got a nice S-Craft, and you basically have every trash fight that we fight is a one-shot kill.
Even most bosses are just like, hey, we're gonna walk up to you, bam, oh, I have all my CP back.
This is the reason why if we have to farm, it will not.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a few extra monster chests, but again, they will just be, we open the monster chest, we S-Craft, we have all our CP back, and it's, you know, we lose the like 10 seconds it took to go get the monster chest.
I've got this.
So it's actually faster to go back around the other way if that's all you're doing, but I'm gonna fight a monster chest here for the experience, like we were just talking about. Yep. Switch.
That's what I call a chest. My turn.
This is thankfully the last schoolhouse that's going to look like this.
Yep, and the most confusing of them, unfortunately. It's the one I get lost in way more than the others.
Yeah, particularly screen 2 is bad.
Oh yeah, screen 2 is just I have no idea.
All right,
where to
if
go.
you want to fight, go.
Hey, look, the fight's over.
Great.
8 seconds. Good fight.
I've only just.
We obtained Juggler, which is a Master Quartz that like inflicts a random status effect when you auto attack. It's not very good. It's not very good.
Let's keep up the pace.
We're not using it.
My turn.
There are a bunch of additional Master Quartz just in monster chests throughout the game. I mentioned Tauros before, which I believe the CS2 route actually heavily uses Tauros. I might be wrong on that. If Shin's still in chat, he can correct me. But I feel like there was some discussion about Tauros usage in that run.
I believe that's true, but also the effects of the various Master Quartz changes between games.
Oh, okay. I didn't actually know that because I've only played so far into CS2.
Yeah, Megalith does not do this in CS2.
Aw, but it's so good.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I forget what it does, but it is not of interest to us.
Alright, so also just gonna go ahead and open this chest and chest done. The impenetrable shield we get there actually sells for like 6,000 Mira or something ridiculous. So, you know, it's something. Yeah, we go up here and hit the switch.
Go.
Yeah, in CS2 it doesn't do anything to affect CP if I remember.
Slots. Make an EP1, make an EP. Cut.
It's experience. It's an experience booster. So it's still good casually. Some might say casually it's better.
I think it does that in this game too, actually. I do believe it increases your experience on top of its effect.
Yeah.
But it's not terribly... okay, here's where I always go wrong, because I turn left instinctively.
Yep,
And it's
that's
a right.
the one.
Yep, it's a right. That's the spot.
It's hard because there is a down, but you can't really see it.
Yeah.
So I always make that mistake as well.
Modify... Okay, I don't have an EP1. I have 2 EP2s, though. Wow. And I don't have an EP cut 2. Slot. Hey, look, it's time for Elisa. It's the Elisa show. Can you tell? Alright, quartz. Vermilion, remove all. Lore, remove all. Gaius, remove all. Pro. Auto-equip. Remove the action 3. Make sure you have Brave. Replace that to, like, Keelan. Replace... Man, you got some weird stuff, Crow, but you're probably fine.
This is what I think is good. You'll never get anywhere with that kind of Crow. You'll never amount to anything.
No, you won't. Dragon Vision, Voice Breaker, Speed Breaker, and you get Force. Green gets Brave, Green gets Action 3, Green gets Chrono... Oh yeah, Green gets Chrono Break. Yeah, I don't have that slot open. Whatever, it doesn't matter. And finally, Lisa, we're gonna set her up now. She gets Cypher, she gets EP Cut 1, she gets EP Cut 2, she gets EP1, she gets EP2. I wonder what that could all be building up to.
This is not foreshadowing at all.
This isn't even a fight, but I'm gonna save before it. But this isn't even a fight.
The least scary boss in all of the schoolhouses is the last one.
Yeah, the last boss of the schoolhouse is... Oh, survived. Is dead. I couldn't remember if you needed a double up there or not, but I had Millium, so whatever. Geigen Breaker, they're dead. So if you remember, Crow just spent his S-Craft. He should have 0 CP moving forward. right? He has a full bar.
Classic megalith.
Yep. This is the megalith meta.
I think this is a point of pride for the runners that helped develop the route off of the Japanese route, because this is the big thing that I would say we added.
I would agree. Megalith is, I think, like, if you can credit one thing to like our version of the route, Megalith. The addition of Megalith just broke the end game wide open. And this is the weird one, because you don't go home. For the first time ever, Reen doesn't want to go home. Oh, frick. Should I poke her cheeks or not? What do you think? I'll leave it up to you. Are we letting her sleep, or are we poking her?
Poker.
Alright, we're poking her. So, yeah, Reen doesn't actually want to go home. He wants to go hang out with Toa, because he promised he would. But she fell asleep waiting for him, because Reen is kind of a bad friend and keeps going into the murder house. We could let her sleep, but instead we're gonna poke her cheeks. And then we decide to let her sleep anyway. And eventually she wakes up and, you know, she gives Reen a flash drive with a cool video on it, because in spite of all the murder housing, Class 7 has their biggest assignment yet. They need to do something for the school fair, because there's a school fair going on. Saving the world is not enough. You have to actually have an exhibit. So they needed an idea, and now they're going to put on a concert. Because this game needed a concert scene. Yes, it did.
Also, Crow is pumped.
Yeah, Crow
is pumped he's been about
Crow
anything.
is like so excited. Like, oh man, we get a concert scene. I've been waiting for this.
I haven't seen him so excited since he stole that 50 mirror. I don't think.
Wow, the call out. And everyone's like, yeah, the concert. That's a great idea. Alright, it's time for the least practical exam ever. So Sarah's gonna be like, pick 2 people and fight me. But for real. So we're gonna be like, okay.
Let me introduce you to my good friend Megalith.
Now let me introduce you to my good friend Crow. Have you heard of Crow? He still hasn't graduated, but he can do this. Pew pew pew. And Sarah's dead.
You've come a long way.
You've come a long way from not having Megalith and Crow in your party. This is the true end game. You viewers may not like it, but this is what peak CS1 looks like. It's actually not. We're gonna get crazy. Don't worry.
Yeah, we haven't showed you the final.
Oh yeah, we still have a final form to reveal. And yeah, we're just gonna leave Crow on Megalith for basically the next like 20 minutes, because every boss from now until Crow leaves the party is, and Crow S breaks the boss. Okay, next boss.
Well, Crow leaves the party to go help people.
Yeah, I mean, he leaves the party to save some people. He's a good guy.
Alright, so this time we're not going to the train station. We're going elsewhere.
Yeah, we're going to the Academy Field. Why are we meeting on the field? Oh, because we have an airship. I'm gonna jam out
this.
This
is Trails of Cold Steel in the sky.
It's a great song. So yeah, Laura's dad was like, I'm definitely not joining up with the Imperial, or the
nobles.
The
noble
nobles
faction.
Yes. I'm not joining up with the nobles. I'm gonna pave my own path. And so he co-funds the SS Courageous. High-speed air cruiser. And
you guys might be noble, but you know what you don't have? An airship.
Yeah, I mean, the nobles don't have an airship. That is where we're beating them. And we fly over and see all these important characters. Like, you know, Blue Blanc just chilling in the Ost district. I don't I don't really know what he's doing, but he's there. I don't think he knows what he's doing.
He's probably like some kid comes in to buy something at the. Hey, child, what are you doing? That's very interesting.
Can I interest you in a riddle? No, mister, I just want some candy. Oh, I'm very sorry. Would you like to find some edible tree sap? No. So yeah, now we have the trademark airship portion of the Kiseki game. We got to talk to all of our friends, but this time we got to talk to all of our friends on an airship. It's different.
And the order that you have to talk to them it's kind of weird. Because you have to talk to everybody, but that's not enough to trigger.
It's not enough to trigger. You have to leave the airship and return from one of the external passages to start the next part of the quest. Also, Elisa here in the basement and Laura up on the bridge won't put quest markers over their head until you've talked to the other two people. So the game, wants you to have to come back to the bridge and be confused about what you do next. It's very confusing, honestly. I'm not a fan of this segment.
Yeah, it's not great. Although at least it's fast in speedruns, since I'm glad that they let you talk to them.
Yeah. You can talk to them earlier. They just don't show up as vital quest objectives. Also, Elliot, Crow, and Machias are just kind of sitting there being useless. Great job, guys. You're doing it. I think they're planning out their fashion for the dance or something. But it's whatever. So now we're gonna land in Elisa's hometown, Rower, but apparently we can't linger too long because nobody really wants the airship here. Also, they have big guns. This is basically a weapons manufacturer now. But Rower has the best thing in the game: escalators.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Escalators. And the game doesn't let you go up the escalator. It cutscenes that away from you. Well, you know what, game? Phooey to you, I say. I'm going up an escalator of my own volition, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop me. In fact, I'm even gonna go down the up escalator. Nah.
Master Bean, please don't cause too much trouble. Let's make our way to the right.
Sharon gets progressively more and more upset with you as you go down the escalator. It's great.
By the way, as we tune into this group of cutscenes, just a reminder, at the end of Chapter 6 and the beginning of Chapter 7, we're going to have this festival where we have to pick a person to bond with. I guess that's actually after Schoolhouse 7, isn't it?
It's after Chapter 6. We can call it good then. But make sure to
anyways.
we got a whole list of all of the important characters in the game. All of them are pickable, and we want you guys to vote in this straw poll on what one you'd like to see. Right now, who's winning? Give me the rundown.
Fee is winning, 51 votes. Laura and the cat lady are behind. Crow has 13 votes and 12 votes. So I guess 25 votes. Lisa, 13 votes. Milliam, 6 votes. Elliot, 6 votes. And Guys Gang still only 2 votes. So, Guys Gang, guys, I want to see a comeback. I want to see enough votes for Guy. Sarah and Toe are off the list because, honestly, you have to do extra bonding events in order to have the event with them. And we talked about it before the run, and we didn't remember where those events were at, so... No, Guys had 2 votes pretty much the whole time. Well, he had 1 vote for a while.
Forgot to buy the jumpsuit. And I can't find the door. Oh my god, the door. So you actually just want to walk over here. There's no teleport to this quest objective, but that shop is the closest place. You want to be really careful outside this place, though, because there's a tiny remote control car that will be the bane of your existence. It will just stop you. You will not be able to defeat the car. Right, our store.
Guys is up to 6 votes. Keep at it, guys. Oh, Laura's up to 44 votes. Maybe my thing didn't refresh. Let's see. Crow's still behind. So, this is still the same top 3, but Laura's not very close to being overtaken by Cat Lady.
All right, and with that, our Elisa is complete. She has everything she requires to be powerful.
Because really, she is a Chrono Burst.
She is. Now, let's put it this way. Elisa has an ability that gives 40 CP to all 3 other members of your party. At the cost of 40 CP to her. Now, what if she could regenerate 20 a turn and also take infinite turns? You know, 2 plus 2 plus another 2 plus as many more 2s as I want. They're my 2s. You can't have any. I control all numbers now.
That's just science.
That's just how math works.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this path to be so steep.
Man, you city slickers need to toughen up.
So this is another monster chest I'm just gonna do real quick. This one's a little further out of the way. You wouldn't do this in a real run, but again, to be safe, to get Reem the levels he needs.
When life gives you 2s, take infinite turns.
Yeah, exactly.
Correctly. Thanks, Tillwolf.
See? Great.
Alright, Reem's level 46. I need him to be level 53 by the end of the game. We get the Brahma gem there, which actually gives 80 arts and the strongest light spell in the game. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone who really wants to cast anything, and we're not running Emma or Elliot for an arts-based S-Craft, so that probably just gets vendored. In fact, I don't think we even have another shop that we need money in, so that just sits in our inventory of sadness. By the way, if you'll notice, Crow already has his S-Break back. Megalith is good. We're going to keep talking about it. That's pretty much the rest of the run, is how good Megalith is.
Yeah, there's less for us to talk about anymore.
Look, Megalith has just overtaken the commentary. Get Megalith in Discord, he can be our 3rd commentator. So we have to go clear out this mine. It's got like an infestation of giant killer mushrooms. This feels like something that just probably should be like looked at by a specialist and not a group of children, but whatever.
Hello, I'm Megalith.
Oh, hello Megalith. How are you doing today?
Yeah, just doing the normal thing, just charging up CP, you know.
Yeah, I see. That's good.
Crow is a real pod.
All right.
Crow he's a good guy. Crow would never do anything mean or wrong. He's perfect. I love him.
I feel like between you, you Megalith and Crow together, you guys could.
You have forgotten the MVP in my team. That's also domination.
Oh yeah, right. How could I forget about domination? Domination makes everything work behind the scenes.
Yeah, domination is just such a good part.
Please hold your applause.
Please hold your applause.
Okay. I have to go back charging up CP. See ya next time.
All right, we'll see you for the next run. We'll see you for the next run, Megalith. Even though you won't, you won't be there.
I made a faux pas. I called Megalith domination.
You did. You mixed them up. How could
you do
that?
Oh gosh.
I know they're inseparable, but still, that's just you can't do that, man. So anyway, you notice how we walked to the mines and then walked back to town? That's this entire chapter. We're just gonna do that like 4 more times, and then we're gonna move on to chapter 7. It's like horses without the horses, but at least we get Megalith. So I mean, there's that to talk about.
Somebody, La Mystica. I only bought Master Quartz for the Platinum Trophy. Honest with you all.
Look,
me too. I saw Megalith and I was like, I don't need CP. I need more damage.
Again, this Megalith wasn't used in the original Japanese route. Nobody knew about it. I don't even remember who mentioned it, but we all assumed it was worthless until someone picked it up and was like, guys, this charges CP on the overworld at a rate of like, yes.
my turn.
And yeah.
I challenge you to get into 2 fights and not have it filled back up.
You could do it, but you'd have at least 1 bar. I could get into 2 fights in a row where I only had 1 bar. I think is about as far as I could go.
Okay.
That's right. So we're gonna have to do this again tomorrow. After we do a couple of know nothing quests, and every time you get a know nothing quest, you know something bad's gonna happen. My biggest complaint about Rur is that, other than being difficult to say, the teleport spots in this town are just absolute garbage.
So there's an entire lower floor to this town that we will never see because there's just nothing good down there and no relevant teleports. But anyway, we come out of, the Institute, and there seems to just be like a riot going on. The local police and the railway police are clashing, and we can't get down there by the escalator, so we have to take this elevator that exists for no purpose other than this cutscene.
I can't help but think whenever I see that one guy raise his arms up in this cutscene that he's like, "Are you not entertained?"
Okay,
Every time.
My favorite part about FOV settings is if you have your FOV setting to max, when these guys leave, you can actually see that they just walk straight into the wall and stop. And it's hidden by the game's default FOV. Let me see if I can point it out real quick. I don't have mine set to max. Yeah, right here, when she and the railway police leave, they just walk into a wall over there. But anyway, now we get to go up and see Elisa's pretty cool penthouse, frankly. It's got like a super security lock, and it's got a couch. I don't think we've seen a couch in this game yet. That's an innovation.
You know what, Sent? You know what I think this run could use more of? Walking around and talking to everybody on your...
Really? I thought it could use more to dying to Patrick. I was actually really depressed he wasn't going to come back in Chapter 6 for a rematch.
Listen, Patrick may have been a baller, but as soon as he didn't help out House 4, he's dead to me.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. He soloed our entire party, and then he was like, "Nah, I can't help you here. I'm just gonna leave."
Oh man! And of course, Crow. What Crow has to say here is very good. Also very bad.
I don't actually remember what Crow says. Oh, it's about the outfits. Yes, I remember what Crow says. It's very bad. Crow is, in all honesty, he's a little bit perverted. It's part of his character. It's kind of charming in a way, but also not. Really not. So this is Elisa's room. We go down here and we knock. I don't know why this is the one room we feel we have to knock on, but yeah, we do. We're polite. Now, the trigger point for this is weird. You have to, like, go back upstairs between these 2 parts, and then you can see Sharon leaving. And then you have to go down and talk to Sharon.
Sharon's like, "Oh, you wanna go rendezvous with somebody?" Say no more. I'll cover for you. No problem.
You want to go have a secret midnight rendezvous? Oh, Master Reen, I'd love to help facilitate that. Just... all right, Sharon, calm down. I'm going to see the military captain. But first we have to have some, quality time with Elisa. In their indoor botanical garden greenhouse thing. Seriously, this is a really nice penthouse. We talk more about how Elisa's mom really just, didn't get along with her, but she feels at home with Class 7.
That head pat.
And Reen just sneaks in a head pat on her, and Elisa's like, you can't just pat girls' heads, it's not okay.
That's assault, Reen.
you can't do that. But yeah, then Reen gets a call on his phone, and it's like, hey, meet me at the bar. And I think Reen's like 15, so I'm not even sure why they let him in the bar. But you know what? Sure, we're going to a bar at like midnight alone in an unknown city to us. With no parental supervision.
It's fine.
Yeah, we're setting a great example. Also, Sharon's just like ninja outside the door. She's like, yeah, whatever, go. Speaking of ninjas outside the door, for no reason other than to provide comic relief, Fee decides to sneak down with us. Unfortunately, she can't mute the elevator, so I don't...
What was that?
I don't understand, Fee. That was never gonna work. For what it's worth, it's faster to find Fee than it is to leave. She's closer to you than the exit. She's not good at hiding.
This is one of those deviations, because in the turbo route, it's actually faster to just leave her there because you don't get the menu that pops up that says you got like bonding.
Oh, that's true. Now, here's an annoying thing. Even in no turbo, you get here before this line finishes, and you just have to wait.
Also, if you stall a little bit, it'll start another text box that takes even longer. So you gotta be at the door.
But by the way, there was a cutscene just to open that door. That's all that cutscene was. You don't go in the door; it just opens the door. Did you know there's a shop in this bar?
I did not.
You can buy an item that restores 30 CP here for 1,000 money. We routed in a bunch of them at one point, right before we found Megalith. We routed in like 30 of these to finish out the end of the run.
I was gonna say, yeah, too little too late right now, but getting one of those monster chests and selling it, there you go.
It's super orange juice. Like, it's the orangiest juice.
Drinks run.
Meanwhile, Northrop Rower. They're communicating with C by old-fashioned ham radio? Very confused at that.
The technology is inconsistent at best.
It's so inconsistent.
By the way, I think we all agree that Bar Iron Maiden is Iron. Right, that's her nickname, I think?
I think. I don't remember.
All right.
Again, an
or
important...
Claire, best Claire.
It's Claire, yeah. But like, she's a very important character in the series, just not a terribly important character in this game, specifically.
The school doesn't actually have self. The school has these special orbment things that, in theory, nobody has. Also, work as self. So I guess it's fair that other people don't have that technology.
Yeah, I don't know.
They are special, and they let you link up with your friends,
This one's nasty.
and also to call them on the phone.
You heard Rain. This one's nasty.
Here we go. All right.
Oh, hey, there's a crit.
My turn. All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just take that crit and the fight's over.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to fight.
Crow got moved, so I wanted to make sure I actually got his S-craft. But yeah, Crow should just one-shot them with this crit. Yep.
Handsome and strong. I'm the total pack. Great. Yeah.
So that's what happens when you crit 200 CP, double motivate, dominate,
A+ out.
totally stacked orbment, 60,000 damage.
Yeah, he just kind of destroys everyone. So now we're going to swap in Noctius and do some orbment for Noctius. We're going to Falco. Attack 2. Attack 3. Right, now here's kind of the awkward part of the run because I've just left Megalith on Crow the entire time. I want to leave right about now. Yep, that's good. We'll swap the Megalith. Bam. And now Reen should get just enough to max out before we have to do our next boss.
Because the next fight is unfortunately not just a one-hit. Everybody's got to use their S-crafts.
Yeah, everyone's gotta go in full power on this one. But there's an emergency at the weapons facility. But the workers are still inside. We've got to save them, and saving them means fighting. Really now? Really now? Alright, well, he's still in range.
All right.
My turn.
This should still be fine.
Here.
Cross Raven. still did like 50,000 damage. Good job, Crow.
Now, an easy mistake to make when you're doing these fights is if you're trying to stall for a crit, you have to remember, do not attack anything with Crow.
Yep, because he will use his domination. Oh, I didn't die to the bird. Reen not getting the double buff actually made the difference. But should die to like one attack from Crow. Or even an attack from Fee. Whatever. Whatever works, frankly. I'm glad that that mech started the fight with a crit. Like, the game knows at this point. It is actively trying to sabotage.
You see, that's the story of this run right here.
Wait a minute, this was all just a distraction. They're attacking the mine.
You mean the one that we have to walk so far to get to?
Yeah, that one.
Aww.
And look, Reen already has full CP again.
Every minute we
because
stay
it
here, things
goes
are
on
getting worse for the
cutscenes.
miners. Stay calm, Elisa.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah,
if you
the
order a
military
megalith
police are
now,
on their
we'll
way,
throw in 1 chrono burst for free.
Let's at least
My
try and get a
turn.
look at what's going on.
See, the thing is, Megalith isn't even in its nastiest form when it's on Crow. Or on Reen.
It's
The
not.
most brutal is on Elisa, man.
Elisa
Man,
just
the
takes it
terrorists
up to
really
the
were
next
planning
level.
to blow up the mine?
And we're gonna just refill Fee as well,
Shake the
because
very
we can.
foundations of the Empire.
Which shake... Man, if someone was gonna blow up the mine, it would, like, shake the very foundations of the Empire and bring about the societal change we need. I mean, what?
Thanks, Crow.
There you are. Like, alright, Crow, you're a good guy, right?
That's annoying.
I didn't.
Watch
I mean,
He's a good guy,
I mean,
right?
you're not wrong, Crow, but that was a little.
That was a little on the nose. I mean, people are, like, dying, Crow.
Maybe you shouldn't have done like the evil laugh afterward.
Why do you have that weird mask, Crow? What's that for? Do you do kendo?
It's for my complexion.
Oh, okay, I see.
Too much sun and it'll ruin your skin.
So the provincial army and the local army are having a fight over who's allowed to go into that mine or not because it's privately owned. It just happens to be privately owned by Angelica's dad.
And I'm so glad that they didn't make you walk back.
No,
you walk up there to be like, no, you can't come in.
No, you gotta go back. Oh. But we talked to Angelica, and she's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go tell my dad to like stop being a jerk. Let people in to help. And Elisa's like, you know what I can do to help? I'm gonna talk to my mom. Make an appointment for me. And you make an appointment with her.
You know what gets me the most about this upcoming scene?
What gets you the most?
Like, she's in charge.
Yes.
She does not need to be on, like, a calculator machine or anything. Like,
No, I think it's just to show how much of a workaholic she is. Like, the whole point behind Elisa's mother is that she puts her job before her family to the extent that she stole the company from her father and neglected her daughter for years. And, you know, she finally sees her daughter stand up to her to do something right, and she's like, you know what? Do it. Also, she might have hired a member of Ouroboros to protect her, but that's another story.
so now we get to run underneath to the mine. So, same distance, just in a very repetitive tunnel.
I think this is actually shorter, strangely enough. Maybe that makes sense, because we're just, you know, taking a straight tunnel through the mountain.
Leave it to me.
I'm gonna get the safety serum powder before,
Yeah.
before
Toe's
the
been
bosses.
pretty worried about all of you, you know?
Yep, makes sense.
just because we had to blow
she's
the
looking out
capsule
for us. Right.
to fix that error in chapter
Yeah,
5.
though I feel a little bad since we're making more work.
Let's buy treasure.
Go!
Leave it to me.
You can tell it's getting close because it's getting all twisty.
They haven't said that yet.
I was saying that.
Now they've said that.
Real twisty all of a sudden.
I wonder if they built it like that to avoid the mine shafts.
If that's true, that must mean
Now
we're
we've got
almost
another
there.
unnecessary cutscene coming up.
That's not even a cutscene. It's just some good old-fashioned Metal Gear Solid ladder climbing.
we made it.
Also, Fee can just clip through the wall. Good on you, Fee. Oh no, this is a cutscene. Wow, I forgot about this. It's a cutscene to look at a ladder, and then you have to actually climb the ladder yourself. Why? Who came up with this?
Can somebody get in here and get in a ladder skip?
Why are we still fighting CS1? Is it just here so we can suffer?
I swear,
Oh, the ladder's
this
over
girl.
already. Darn. Snake Eater. Also, again, we opened the door with a button prompt, but we don't go through the door. We just open it. And oh hey, look,
Also, this song's
we're back in the mine.
this song's a banger.
This song is a bang. All of the songs from now until the end of the game are bangers. Turn up the volume and I'll shut up.
You got it, boss.
Hey, look, it's the chapter 2 boss.
Leave it to me.
Looks like this place
Sorry,
is
doggo,
full
not
of
today.
treasures. Just like
No, we already played with the doggos.
There's some monsters I didn't see when we were here yesterday, too.
They must have brought them in from outside. Be careful.
Ah, yes. They brought in outside monsters. Truly the biggest fear of the Union mine workers. The scab monster.
I mean, the real villains of this game are the people who can somehow be. I've got these crates of monsters. Where would you like me to put them?
Yeah, where would you... Monsters Are Us? Where would you like your monster delivery? Really?
Also, as Hoppy has reminded us, this is kind of, we're getting close to the last chance at Straw Poll.
My turn.
Pick the character we do the bonding event with.
Oh yeah, thank you for the reminder, Hoppy. Yeah.
Getting there, I would say we're probably, let's see, we're probably about
Oh, that's a double buff. Whoops. Oh well, I'll just shuffle
30
Megalith
away
around.
from Loa, I think. Maybe a little bit more than that.
We're coming up pretty close on Loa.
Right.
So we'll cut off the Straw Poll at the. Actually, we need to cut it off before Loa because you have to go to town before that.
We'll cut it off at
So-
the end of chapter 6. I think that's the fair thing to do. So, you got a couple more minutes left in chapter 6. Get those votes in, and we'll pick a winner then.
Here we go.
All right.
Thankfully, these things are really slow, and
Can't relax yet.
it's fine.
Success.
A+ out.
I did it!
Hey, Crow, I need all your quartz. Alicia gets action 3. Angelica. Angelica starts with like so much useless stuff. It's amazing. Cross Crusade. Give me Rakshasha. Give me Chaos. Can't put Queen in there. Put Queen in there. Give me Attack 3. Give me Attack 2. Get Lean back up to full, we'll get Fee back up to full, and we actually need to swap in Elliot real quick. So I'm going to do that as well. Oh, Elliot's in already because of the change, right. But Fee, Megalith. As long as Megalith ends up on Elisa, we're fine. It literally doesn't matter who has what, besides Elisa has Megalith. So I don't mind doing the shuffle.
Yeah, it's a lot faster than, you know, if you had to go to the inn before we came in the mines, and option.
For sure.
My turn.
Yep, this is the one. Climbing this should take us.
And we're gonna take another monster chest up here.
Hobby is asking if Elisa has Chrono Burst.
Yes, she does. I will double check right now, actually, because Hoppy mentioned it. Yes, she has Chrono Burst. You worried me, Hoppy. I was like, oh man, that would be. Actually, it wouldn't be disastrous provided we had the right setup, because you can actually really just do the sea fight with force.
And I've definitely, well, again, this is on easy, but I've definitely done clearing the boss without her having Megalith. It just makes C more difficult.
Solar. We got a really strange spawn here. Oh, these things are immune to fire. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know that.
I don't even know what this chest has, so.
It has the highest tier water spell, I think.
Alright.
Great.
I did.
Yeah, the highest tier water spell. Elisa gets Megalith. Quick. Elisa, give her the Deep Ultra and the Evergreen. I'll give you Howling Claw. That is okay.
I've got this.
I'm kind of frustrated, honestly, looking at this, Frick, because, you know, from like chapter 4 onward, this hasn't been a bad run.
Yeah.
Like all things considered, the late game's actually gone really well, and we've made a couple of decent saves. It just, oh my god, the early game was brutal.
And even chapter 2 wasn't so bad.
Yeah, chapter 2 was fine. I don't
just Grenoja and
yeah.
Patrick.
Grenoja and Patrick just didn't want to play today. They really didn't want to play.
And Nosferatu gave you trouble the first time.
Nosferatu was being cute. Like, I respect Nosferatu. I'm gonna go get the Zerum powder just to be safe. I'm also, just to be safe, you can do this. And that way, if we get a thing where C has a turn before Elisa, Green can move forward, so C won't be able to move away. But first we have to fight Vulcan, and Vulcan tells us his backstory. He was a mercenary who fought against Fee's mercenary group, and they won, but then they fought against the Iron Chancellor, and the Iron Chancellor just demolished them single-handedly with his fists. So now he's working to bring him down for vengeance. Hey, this is a good turnover.
So in this fight and the next fight, the most important thing that can happen is that Reen goes before Lisa, and hopefully they go before the enemy. But even that's not even necessarily.
No. I should have given them Heavenly Gift first. Oh well, not a huge mistake. So this is our final form. I can do this.
I can do this.
It's my turn.
It's my turn.
I can do this.
Thanks.
You get the idea. This is combat now.
Not bad. Looks like I don't have to hold back.
He doesn't have to hold back, guys. This is him holding back right now.
I can do this.
Thanks.
Right. I can do this.
Thanks.
Damn.
Well, I guess he's not actually holding back.
Just do it. Oh, nope. Wasn't enough.
I can do this.
We'll have to refresh then.
I can do this.
So the downside of this is that you don't have enough.
I can't do math, but I think it's fine. As long as he doesn't do his S-craft and kill us. No, we're fine.
It's my turn.
So you get a full heal in between this fight and the next. Of course, that's CP. So the goal is to try and get everybody's CP to what is ideal for the next fight. So if there's any early crits, you can take advantage of them.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be great. I mean, really, all I'm looking for personally is I just want Reen to have enough to double motivate. Like, anything beyond that is gravy if it mats out. Also, I thought I had Exactsies there for another Chrono Burst, but that was a 3 and not a 5. But it's fine. So now we have to fight C and his 2 robot cronies.
By the way, after this cutscene, oh look, Elisa's got 200.
Yeah.
Weird.
Weird how that works.
What is with these first turn crits, man?
I don't know, and I can't make use of them either. That's like the annoying thing, right?
Elisa went before Reen.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to, you know. I'm just gonna have to take it. It's not ideal. It's gonna make this take longer, but I don't want to risk giving them a turn. You know?
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
They can move people around. They can feint people, and I think we only have feint protection on some of them.
Fee and Angelica have feint protection, but yeah, it's not worth letting C have a turn. He can do all kinds of obnoxious things, even if he stands perfectly still, which he does sometimes. Just means this is gonna take more reps, and I'm gonna have to dip into my zero powder supplies, but that's fine. You have extras.
Thanks. I can do this.
And now it's time to refill.
It's my turn. Right. I can do this. I can do this.
Thanks.
A respectable effort, but you'll have to do better than that.
A respectable effort, but you'll have to do better than that. We're not doing good enough, guys, apparently. We have not impressed C.
So little information on the history of this speedrun. When I started speedrunning it myself, a couple of other people, we didn't even actually really know about the work that had been done on the normal version because we were only PC version. I think this was before there was like full-on speedrun.com page and
Yeah, this was pre SRC for sure.
So it was I was doing it on easy, but I did not use this strategy for this fight. And this fight was definitely a run killer at the time. Of course, at the time, the turbo run was just under 5 hours, where right now the world record in turbo is 2 hours and 22 minutes, I think. So a lot's changed.
Use our last one.
I can do this.
Is that the last one?
Yeah. We get more before Loa, but that's the last one.
I was gonna say, that's...
Yeah. It looks like there's an extra one, but remember, this isn't a real file. It has an extra zero powder on it that I will not use.
It's my turn.
Thanks.
Alright, well, not getting the buffs for C made the fight probably take like 5 minutes, but he should be dead on that. Oh, and there's the S-Craft bug. That's twice in one run.
Perhaps I underestimated.
Hey, congratulations. We're closer to figuring it out.
Hey, it was only a 3-minute fight. Oh, I expected that to be much longer. I don't think we're any closer to figuring it out, Frick. I really don't. I think it's just a mystery. Mysteries. Anyway, that's V and C. All that's left is final chapter, chapter 7.
And this is the end of chapter 6, so final chance to get the votes in on the straw poll. There's going to be some talking, but once that's done, we're going to take the results.
And then the guards come in and they're like, how dare you enter this mine? This is private property. And Angelica's like, I own it. All right, we apologize. We are leaving immediately. Afterwards, both Claire and Sharon decide to inspect the site, and they find a sniper rifle that was set up in position. Also, extra sentry guards, who they one-shot because they're like level 90 characters at this point in the series. Don't mess with them. I'm very sad that non-turbo doesn't get the flying maid glitch. That's the best.
Alright, chapter 6 is done, and so that means...
Who are we taking?
Ride with Fee.
Alright, you guys have chosen correctly. Fee is definitely the best character to ride with. But first we have to have a school festival. Yay!
Clearly my doggos were unhappy.
They were unhappy. they wanted me to ride with the doggos from chapter 2. They didn't get their turn to like destroy the speedrun. They wanted some. But even at the school festival, we have a bunch of menial tasks that only we can perform for some reason. Tasks like making sure everyone has their food license. What quest should we give the player when they enter the final chapter of the game? How about we have them run around and hand out food certifications? Alright, sure. Sounds like a good, fun downshift from, you know, saving the world from a renowned international terrorist group.
Is it food license or is it permission slips? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter.
It's like permission to handle food from the school. So now we're gonna give one to the cooking club, but the cooking club leader isn't here, and instead we have Milliam, who doesn't really cook in the cooking club. She just sits around and eats, and I respect that. We're gonna have a rest.
I was gonna say, I have missed this rest a couple of times, and it sucks pretty bad. I mean, it's not the worst, just because you can shift around.
Yeah, you can just Megalith
as needed, but
yeah, you can always tag in Megalith, and you're fine. First floor. If you talk to the school instructors at this point, you've done certain achievements. They'll give you some really powerful equipment. Unfortunately, we haven't qualified for any of those because we've mostly been asleep. Alright. So we're taking Fee, yep?
Yep, we're taking Fee.
Alright. Cool, so we head over to this bike here. And we got the sidecar, so now we can finally head out. But we shouldn't go alone, because that's dangerous. So who are we gonna call? Well, not Ghostbusters, but Fee's a close second. You get a little scene with her in the car, and you get a little scene with her when you pick up the outfits. And go ahead, Frick.
Part of me thought that you were actually gonna go take note.
So we discussed earlier in the day, but before we started this marathon run, putting out the straw poll with all the characters on them except Crow, and then ignoring the results and picking Crow. But you know what? We're gonna listen to the will of the people. You guys have stuck with us through some shoddy gameplay, so the least we can do is give you some scenes with the best girl character. Reen just rides his motorcycle back to the schoolhouse too. That's not a road, Reen. You can't do that.
Admittedly, I don't think they have any laws. Don't.
I mean, that's fair. There's only one motorcycle in existence, so you know. The noble class is putting on a play. Some kids have set up Wakamishi, which is a great mini game. Also here we learn about the nurse for the first time if you haven't done any side quests. And the nurse is apparently like this crazy sniper who kills people on both sides of the conflict and heals people on both sides of the conflict. And
sounds legit.
Yeah. Apparently, like, they just outright say, like, yeah, she would even kill her own soldiers if they tried to harm wounded enemies. And I guess she's still got a job. But she's frankly pretty cool. I'm a
Wounding
fan.
them is fine, but harming wounded enemies.
No,
that's
if they're wounded, I get to heal them. First, do no harm, except the harm I will do.
Do harm, but only so that you can do good because of the harm you did.
Exactly. So we move on to chapter final. Put to the test.
The test is, what mini games will you play with your 6 ticket?
I'm just gonna go take girls to have their fortunes read, frankly. I won't lie, I kinda wanna play Wakamishi. I was going to play Wakamishi, but we've burnt enough time on this already, so I'm just gonna do the fast option.
Now this is, we had a couple of people asking about Sarah and Toa. If we did Sarah and Toa, not only would we have bonding moments in other chapters with them, but we'd have to take them to multiple things. You can't take one person to the same thing.
Right, we would have to take them to at least, like, 3 of these events, if not, like, 4 or 5. I actually don't know how many you need. Fun fact, even if you're not doing the route, Sarah and Toa are the fastest 2 to take on these because they don't have the visible relationship screen.
I just love the fact that Ween is like taking a bunch of girls
or
guys. Like, hey, what does your fortune say about your relationships?
Yeah, it just keeps coming back. Like, Reen, this is the 4th time you've been here and asked about a relationship. Are you okay? Like, is everything cool? You know what? Just because I can, let's there he is. Wow, Gaius is in a weird spot on the list. I was looking for him. Let's take Gaius and talk about relationships.
I have a spear. My family's totally normal.
I'm a completely emotionally stable and normal person. Man, I wish I had that. Reen, you want to take someone else in? Yeah, sure, Elliot, get over here. Let's talk about relationships, brother. Alright, and no single
Orbital bike best waifu. Yeah.
No single choice could break the Orbital bike trip, but just for the sake of it, let's bring Fee as well. But yeah, there are a bunch of little mini games you could do. You could take people into the exposition garden where they give you backstory information about themselves. You can take people to Wakamishi. There's a horse race. I'm trying to think of what else is it. There's Blade. You can play Blade against a bunch of people.
If you really want to, you can play Blade.
If you really want to play Blade, now is the time to play some Blade. Nobody wants to play Blade.
And it takes a lot of time, if I remember, because you have to play against...
Yeah, it's like 3 matches of Blade or something. It's actually quite a bit.
And of course, the Blade champion of the universe is... Sharon.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sharon.
I mean, she is a master maid. So yeah, the clock strikes midnight, and then it doesn't stop striking, and also our creepy schoolhouse is covered in magical blue energy. That probably... Look, I don't... You might need to turn it off and back on again. I'm not sure.
Now the thing is, if they didn't do anything with this old schoolhouse for years, how did the other students treat it? Was it like the haunted house? Like, is Class 7 just hanging out in this haunted house?
I guess. Like, yeah, nobody wants to go to the haunted dorm except for Class 7, and it's magical. But thankfully our souls resonate with the barrier, and we're allowed to pass through.
It's a completely normal thing, just like this completely normal schoolhouse. It looks exactly like it.
The schoolhouse is fine, and they're like, hey, we should go check out the elevator. Because remember how 6 was the bottom of the elevator? The game lied. There's a 7th floor, which has this creepy magical door in it. And what's behind the creepy magical door, you might ask? Well, obviously, it's the realm of the Great Shadow. What else would be behind a magical door on the 7th floor of a basement in an abandoned school building on campus?
And of course, Emma's like, this is a totally normal thing that I know a lot.
But by the way, I'm a witch and I know a lot about this, so I'm just saying, like, everyone stay close to me. We can do this. This place is a great theme, though, and it looks super cool. So, I mean, I'm cool with this being the final area of the game.
So you're saying turn it up? I think you're saying turn it up.
You are currently at level 52.
Oh, wow. Closer than I thought. So, hey, million bits. Wait. What's Ring? What does Ring have now? You're not Millium. You're Millium. Million bits force. Auto-equip. Move 3, move shield 3. Move Maelstrom. Give her attack 2. Rakshasha. Give her healing. Make sure he has Brave. That's not the way to Brave. That's the way to Brave. It's fine.
Green.
Yep.
Hold on
So
to that
unlike the
for
rest
now.
of the schoolhouses,
Keep moving.
this schoolhouse trip looks a lot different. A lot more anime.
Okay.
There's actually a whole, like, crazy gimmick in the schoolhouse that revolves around something we haven't even touched upon before in the run. Do you want to talk about attack types? It has been so irrelevant that...
I know a little bit about them. I could talk about them. So we didn't really talk about it a lot because we don't really use it a lot in the speedrun since we just S-craft everything. But different weapons have different attack types, and different enemies are weak or strong against those attack types. And usually in combat, what that means is it is more likely to unbalance an enemy, which is where you get that link attack. Doesn't matter to us because you always get a link attack when things are fainted, and that's pretty much the majority of what we do in speedrun. But for this dungeon and this dungeon alone, there are devices that need to be triggered by particular attack types, and the different attack types, I believe, are slashing, piercing, magic. I don't remember what all of them are.
It's like...
I think there's 4.
It's like slashing, impact, piercing, and then another type that I don't remember.
But so suffice it to say that we're going to need to be alternating between characters to trigger the right ones at the right time in part 2 of this dungeon. However, it is worth noting that Fee's weapons are effectively 3 of the 4.
Yep, they are slash, pierce, and I think also thrust. And what we're missing is impact, which Millium covers. So
at least it's a little bit easier. And also, since we haven't really used Fee in the front, she's got daggers, but they're also guns. So if you're a little bit further away from the thing, you can actually shoot it. The animation takes less time, and obviously you don't have to get as close to the item when you're turning around, so save a little bit of time there.
that's the wrong side.
Yeah, I think there's a monster chest over there.
Yeah, there is. But you have to hit the switch first anyway, I believe.
It actually works out really well in part 2 because sometimes you can get the right party layout that as you switch to dodge enemies, it perfectly aligns you with who you need to trigger the triggers. Which is easy to do as long as you end on Fee for most
Why did I put Crow in my party instead of Elisa? not thinking.
I know. Be careful, I promise.
And who is domination right now?
Million. Million gets it off the auto equip.
Okay.
The audio equip. You equip sound to Milliam to make her less annoying. It's a good mod. I'd recommend it. I gotta be honest. I was playing in English today for the meme because hey, Ore no bandana has. There's enough of that. Don't worry. We'll get more of it, I'm sure. But I actually genuinely really like the English voices overall. But I don't really hate any of the voices in either version, except for Japanese Milliam. I can't stand her voice. It's the one that gets on my nerves.
Also, shoutouts to ladders.
Shoutouts to ladders. Shoutouts to Reen cutting switches with his sword. Good job, Reen. Wonder if you could just activate these normally and we didn't have to like shoot them, and our party's just really hyped up for this final dungeon.
I mean, these kids have received almost no schooling. They just fight people, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, "This seems like a puzzle that I can."
How do we solve this puzzle? Have you tried hitting it? No. We'll try hitting it. Oh, okay. Also, enjoy all of the recolored enemies in this area. This is recolor central. We didn't touch about it when Chapter 6 was ending, by the way, because we were busy talking about the thing. But Chapter 6 actually is the point of cut content for the game. Reen monologues towards the end about how, like, after that, there was a time we went to my homeland and saved a bunch of people and did some stuff, but that's a story for another day. That area was supposed to be in the game, and in fact, the cutting room floor even has, like, the town. They got it, like, loadable. It's still in the game files, but there are no NPCs, and there's no, triggers for anything. So it's pretty useless to visit. However, that adventure does actually happen, and is a canonical part of the Kiseki storyline, and if you would like to experience it, all you have to do is go find the audiobook that was released with the Digital Deluxe Collector's Edition of this game at one point, and listen to it in Japanese. And you too can have the full story of Cold Steel.
Highly accessible.
Highly accessible. I don't believe they ever made an English version of it, although I'm sure there's probably like a fan translation guide for it. So anyway, here's the other one we're gonna do.
Bring it on!
I can do this.
Target's in the car.
Did it! Yeah, more of that.
And we'll just do the Mega Shuffle to make sure everyone's full.
Here I go.
CP.
Chat, love it. Sarah, what did I teach you guys about solving problems? Hitting it. Sarah, y'all make me proud. Perfect. I mean, you nailed it. That's CS1.
That's CS1. Sarah teaches the gang a lot by teaching them to punch things. Guys, we have emotional problems. Punch each other. Guys, we have problems with terrorists. Punch the terrorists. Guys, we've been trapped in the realm of the Great Shadow. Punch the shadow. Oh, are you sure? Punch the shadow. It worked.
Punch the puzzles. Punch it. Just to hit it.
How do we solve the puzzle? Punch the puzzle. Oh, okay. And then they punch the puzzle.
The Wolf sharing the Trails of Cold Steel memoirs. So you can read them there. That's cool.
Oh, did he have a translated version handy? That's cool.
I suppose.
Put that in the Discord if you would, Wolf. I actually haven't read them myself, and I'd really like to.
It's enormous.
By the way, guys, if you're interested in learning any of the games you've seen this weekend from far better runners than me, you should definitely join our Discord. We're a really, fun, inviting group of people. We got some great guides for all the games. you know, we don't get together and race stuff too often. Unfortunately, these runs are super long, but I'm sure, you know, we would in the future. I think everyone's really enjoyed the relay so far. Huge shout-outs to Skoll for putting it together, and to everyone behind the scenes who's doing their part to restream, and wow, Fee, really? Get more range. Everyone behind the scenes is doing their part on like restreaming, commentary, and all of the administrative stuff that, you know, people often forget it really takes to get a marathon like this off the ground. So huge, you know, shout outs to you guys, and thank you for putting it together. And thank you for having me run this game, despite some of our early game troubles with it. And Frick, thank you for popping on for commentary. I really appreciate that while we have a moment while I go down this ladder.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, for sure.
Tons of fun.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. I don't know if I would have gotten through this alone. I gotta be honest. You've been my rock, and I appreciate that. Frick, I want to take you on the motorcycle to pick up the outfits.
Oh, that's very kind of you. But I'm not dancing with you.
Oh, it's okay. When you pick a boy, you just go have juice instead. Have you ever actually picked a guy at the bonfire?
Oh yeah, I picked them all.
Okay. There's actually a lot of really good lore in that scene too, and I accidentally toggled off of Million there, so that was a little goofy. But like, again, the characters feel super bland, and then you get into these character moments with them, and it's like, wow, there's actually a lot of depth here, and I really want to see this character grow and develop in the sequel. Milliam in particular, if you take her to the dance, you know, she talks about this whole thing about feeling like all of this is a lie because she's living this double life as a secret agent for the railway police, effectively, but she feels, you know, more at home just hanging out with Class 7.
My turn.
You know, Fee does, you know, something similar, but like, you know, she's never had a home because she's always been a mercenary, etc. Yeah, no, this is the way. I always turn the wrong way, and I actually turn the right way, and then I second guess myself.
I do the same thing.
So it's like, oh, no, wait, never mind. This is the right way. You, Megalith, you, sure.
Yay, treasure!
I don't know why I picked up the Aurelius. I just wanted the... Oh, wait, that's not the Zerum Powder. It's in the next area. Oops. I wanted neither of those. I picked both of them up. We call that time loss.
You thought it was over. It's still not over, but at least there's not any more puzzles.
Okay, to be fair, it's pretty much over. The rest of this area is a straight line. If the enemies line up right, you can just walk forward, and you will make it without trouble. Also, why is time reversing? Why is the realm of the Great Shadow in the basement of this building? Who is calling out to our souls? Most of these questions will go unanswered.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I played through CS2, and the one thing I could... They don't really resolve that.
Yeah, a lot of these questions just don't seem like they got resolutions in CS2. Maybe CS3, maybe CS4. We'll see, I guess. I am excited to hear CS3 getting an English loc date. That makes me happy. Oh, he's too close. There's a Zerum capsule in there, so we should be all good for the final couple of fights.
Alright, we'll get a safety save, make sure people have the right stuff.
Yeah, I don't need to do any more menuing.
This monster seems dangerous.
Aside from the Megalith shuffle, so... It's just time to fight the final couple of bosses and call it a run.
My turn.
Alright, let's get some energy in chat for getting good turn order against Loa.
Oh, good turn order is so important against Loa. If you don't get like read into Elisa, frustrating things happen. In fact, to that effect, is there anything? Oh, he already has an action 3. Whoops. Well, there we go. System save. Now reveal unto me the color of thy souls. You guys know the strategy for the fight. I'm not gonna say anything about it unless something goes wrong that we need to explain. Just enjoy this song. This is a really good song. But first, of course, we're transported to a shadowy void full of swords and dust.
This reminds me of the anime Berserk.
It does.
It gets real creeped out at the end.
Yeah, a giant shadow rises from the ground, and here you go, guys. Loa Erebonius, the Great Shadow.
Order. Come on.
Come on, Reen. Big money, no whammy.
It's my turn.
We're just going.
I can do
You
this.
really don't want to let Loa get a turn.
I can do this.
Can you take out the minions and maybe give him a turn on minion?
No, Loa has the next turn.
Yeah, but I think if he clears the minions, he'll just summon minions in his turn. But that he might do that anyways, and also
He'll do something else. His delay is super low when he does that. I have the resources to do this, so I'm not worried.
It's my turn.
It sucks, but you know, it's not the end of the world.
I can do this. It's my turn.
Also, Reen has a new S-Craft just for this fight. It's Azure Flame Slash. It's like Flame Slash, but with now 100% more blue. It's pretty cool. I think Loa has about 200,000 health.
It's my
I
turn.
don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, actually.
Right.
I'm not really sure about the numbers on normal.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's fair. I do know that these damage numbers aren't what I want to see, but that's okay. Alright, EP
It's
first.
my turn. Right. It's my turn. Right.
Assuming Shin isn't preparing for his run, which, you know, I would be right now if I were him, but he's a much more talented player than I am. What is your thought on not getting a good turn order in normal? Do you just try and force through it like this, or do you take the risks?
I think I'd probably,
It's my turn.
if I can't get motivates up, I would probably rip it and then do another run. So I wouldn't know if I had enough. I've never actually had to.
Oh, I know I have enough.
Either I go for it, like let Loa go, and he captures someone and it goes to complete garbage, or
I can do this.
I just die and reload.
Right.
I want to point out that Reen has not landed a burn yet, and it is a 50% chance in this fight.
Shinoa said take the risk. Take the risk of getting the motivates up, or take the risk of going without motivating.
I assume he means take the risk of it, because there's no risk to going without
It's my
motivating.
turn.
It's entirely, you know.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
I have to throw the capsule.
Right. Right.
Well, this is all you gotta do. So
Thanks.
Oh, that
It's
missed
fighting your
William.
I hate the targeting reticle. It does that all the time.
It does. It's so bad.
Right.
Yeah, I should have ripped this. Reen is, by the way, like 8 Azure Flame Slashes in without a burn proc. Just pointing that out there. The burn proc is actually significant because it does 17,000 damage to Loa. I might have to risk this on a burn proc.
I can do this.
How do you feel about he dies to the burn on the final boss of the game?
That'd be really good.
Well, I'm out of CP, so we're gonna have fun, I guess. All right, Loa gets like 20 turns here. Let's see what he does. I miscounted. I think a burn proc would have killed him too. Okay, he did World Ender. Yeah. He did World Ender. Alright, I'm just gonna try and give him a turn and see what happens.
It's my turn.
Having the gift. Alright, what's he gonna do on his first turn? He's gonna absorb Million. That is actually like the worst thing he could do. I only single motivate. Why did I only single motivate? I'm stupid. That one is on me. That one is just me trying to avoid it.
All right, Loa, calm down.
All right, I'm just gonna wipe this. This should be a quick wipe.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, that's a quick wipe. Alright.
I would try popping an S-Craft to clear the minions first.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Who has dominations on Milliam?
Yeah, it's on Milliam, which sucks to use it, but she's the only one who can hit all the minions.
Oh, Fee won't hit all of them.
Fee won't hit all of them. No.
Oh, there's a crit coming.
Who do you absorb? Fee. Okay, Fee absorb is the best absorb.
My turn.
I'm gonna Chrono Burst.
There's another crit coming too.
Did I bring Machias?
Here we go.
I don't know the answer to that.
Because you know who can actually save this situation? I gave him a crit. I'm dumb. Machias could have actually saved that situation in a silly way. Okay, who are you absorbing this time? You're absorbing Milliam. That's fine. Can Fee move back into range? Yeah, she can. Okay, that's fine. We can work with this.
I can do this.
Fee does not have motivate though. That's the only downside.
Yeah.
I can do this.
You're the worst, Loa.
Yep. I think Reen just having 3 would be good enough, and then I can maybe throw some at Milliam if I need to.
Shino is saying that Reen is missing
Raven.
Reen is missing what?
Raven.
He's missing Raven. That's why he's not getting the first turn. You know what I'm gonna do actually? We're just gonna wipe this like super hard by closing the game, and then we're gonna put Raven on Reen because we made a safety save. Thank you, Shin. Oh my god. Things were going really well until I just forgot to put Raven on Reen. I don't have that in my notes either, that's why. Yeah, he has Iron on.
And the thing is, you could have gotten lucky.
I could.
It is possible you still could have gotten lucky.
Alright, that should be good for everyone. Alright. Yep, I could have gotten lucky, but you know what? That one is my fault. That one is entirely my fault. I forgot to put Iron on Reen, or Raven on Reen over Iron. It happens though. You miss a small detail like that, you just don't have the extra speed over Elisa, the turn order gets messed up. Bad things. You have to watch this cutscene again, unfortunately. It happens.
Alright, let's get a good turn order this time.
Perfect turn order.
Go.
Alright, well, thank you, Shin. I apologize again for the dumb mistakes, but we're wrapping up here, thankfully. Blessed Arrow having the gift.
I can do this.
course, so he can spare the breaker. It does so much more damage.
Quarter of his life.
Yep. Blessed Arrow. There's your Flame Slash. It still hasn't caused burn, by the way. We're like 20 Azure Flame Slashes in without a burn proc.
It's my turn.
It doesn't matter. We're not gonna like use the burn proc for anything. I just want to point it out.
Right.
Geigen Breaker.
Right. Right.
So yeah, you can see how much of a difference that domination makes in that case.
Yeah.
She did 47,000 and then she did 16,000.
And I mean, it's basically, we're basically doing double damage with each S-Craft, so yeah.
I can do this.
Alright, refresh EP. I'm really anxious about that auto-targeting, because I have seen that decide, like, someone, like, Reen needs the EP more. Or the CP more, even. At least we get to hear the song more. This is a great song.
I can do this. It's my turn.
I'm gonna be safe in EP charge here.
Right. I can do this.
Think maybe one more cycle kills.
Thanks.
No, it's gonna be more.
Right. I can do this. Thanks.
Yeah, just slightly more. I could risk it on Fee here, but I'm not going to.
Right. Right. It's my turn. Right. Thanks.
Oh, I could have risked it on there. Oh well. That's how the little fight is supposed to go.
Here we go. All right, we killed the shadow thing, and everything is good now.
Yep.
Fine, right?
Game's over, right? We can start CS2, yeah. Right?
So what's our reward though?
Well, our reward, of course, is Gundam Wing. Trapped in green jello.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you.
Of course, the game isn't quite over yet. We haven't had our concert, guys. We gotta have the concert. It's very important. Everyone's here, even Elite's dad and Elisa's dad and Toval.
Cutscene, lots of cutscenes.
Yeah, there's like 5 minutes of straight cutscenes.
And then, well, there's an unnecessary movement. Hey,
oh,
go
yes.
talk to these people.
Yeah, like, hey, go talk to some people real quick in between these cutscenes that never end.
Hey, do you remember how you just left the schoolhouse? Go back there right now.
Might as well Megalith Shuffle while I'm at it. I mean, we gotta go down and see that Georgie is working on, like, figuring out what this giant robot is. Along with Crow. I wonder why Crow's down here.
Yeah, he's probably just bored.
Yeah, he's probably just bored. Hanging out with his friend George, you know, nothing suspicious. Alright, well that's cool, guys. I'm gonna leave now.
By the way, chat, super duper enjoyed your just full domination of Loa in that.
I don't think we can call it full domination. Also, they're
last fight, not the ones before that.
I don't think we could call it full domination when we failed. Also, Makius' father, secretly the god of Blade.
First try every time.
First try every time when you don't count the other tries that didn't work. It works 100% of the time, like 10% of the time if you judge my luck from this run. I do still want to point out we did not see a burn proc from Azure Flame Slash.
Yeah.
And that is a 50% every time. Again, it didn't matter, but I almost want to, like, engineer some goofy backup strat where, like, Machias has Angel on, and in, like, the worst case scenario, you can burn proc, swap to Machias, let him die to the World Ender, and then revive himself with Angel and Loa burns to death.
That's swag strats right there.
I mean, it's just showing off, but at the same time. Anyway, here's a concert, by the way. These songs don't have lyrics, but man, Laura can drum. She's just going ham. And then we did like an idol song, and now we're gonna do an encore with Emma. There's no piano in this song, Elliot. What are you doing? There's no bass either.
He's a musical genius.
None of these instruments are in this song. What is everyone doing? How do they know the words? Well, I've ruined the concert. My plan was a success.
So everything's good, right? We had a good concert. I
want to point out
the
that
day.
Right before the concert, Frick, I want to point out that we were given a save prompt. That's going to be important in like 2 seconds.
Wait, which prompt?
We were given a prompt to save, like right before we started the concert. And then we're given a prompt to save in the middle of this cutscene.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to miss that cutscene.
This cutscene's really long. Would you like to take a break? But anyway, we light up the bonfire, and it's time to dance with the person who's special to us, which isn't Crow today. Crow isn't special to us at all. Not after last year. Not after what you did to us,
Don't
Crow.
say that. You gave your mirror back. You're good now.
We're even. We're even. I will accept your bone dragon offering as a token of peace. So yeah, there's some extra things you can do here. In New Game Plus, you can choose to dance with Elise, and in New Game Plus Plus, for absolutely no reason, you can choose to have Reen stay by himself. So yeah, if you played the game fully twice, Reen can dance with nobody. There's no other benefits to it, by the way. That's all you get. You get Reen dances by himself. This is again a 6-hour speed run, or a 7-hour speed run if you're bad like me. But I'm just saying, 6 hours played optimally to see Reen dance by himself. Is it worth it? That's a question for you.
If you really want to enjoy the Reen dancing by experience, you just do
I mean,
turbo, so that's fine.
That's true. You could 6.6 turbo and be done with it in like an hour and a half. So now everyone's antsy because the bonfire at the end of the night got broken up, and there's apparently going to be a special announcement on TV, and everyone's freaking out about it.
Let's figure out where everybody's at. We're gonna find
Milliam down here.
Find George, Milliam, and Toa, and Crow, and make sure that they're all okay.
Right, you can't teleport out of here.
Thanks, Schoolhouse.
Yeah, this is still considered part of a dungeon, even though it's only ever used in cutscenes, so you can't teleport out of there. Because they said so, so deal with it. Someone apparently has a jackhammer outside my window, so I'm just gonna have to deal with it.
Oh,
They're crushing it, just like you're crushing this run.
I'm crushing something. It might be my hopes and dreams. Well, no one's seen Crow. That's kind of weird. Like, you'd think Crow would be around a little more, you know?
Do you stay at the inn here?
No, I just megalith everyone. Why am I walking? We can just teleport. We have the technology. We can teleport. Oh man, Crow's room is just like completely empty. That's weird, right?
I do like that he cleaned his room before.
I mean, it makes sense why.
I know y'all like listening to the old-timey radio, but we've got new technology for you.
Yeah, Milliam's like, well, I guess Crow wins this round. If you haven't figured it out, Crow starts with a C, and yeah.
He says you didn't dance with them, so now.
Yep.
Assassinate the Iron Chancellor.
Yep. Crow, would you like to say the line so we can move on?
Go finish your speech in hell.
It's a very important line to the series.
Everyone in chat is very surprised that it is Crow.
I was very surprised that I wasn't surprised that it was Crow. I was very surprised that he actually kills the Chancellor there.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd be successful.
Like that. That's one of those, you know, haha, dang, I didn't get it. No, he shoots him through the heart. He's dead. Oh, by the way, yeah, the nobles have a battleship. It's a really big battleship, and their battleship has Gundams.
So,
unfortunately, the Imperial Army only has tanks. They cannot deal with the 3D fighting capability of Gundams. We've locked onto him, sir. Fire! Oh crap, he can move left! Our one weakness. Also, hammers. Their other weakness.
I'd like to chalk it up to specifically those tank operators, because in CS2, there are better tank operators.
I hope so. I hope the Empire's finest know how to better pilot tanks, because man, those guys didn't do a great job of it. Oh, anyway, here's Ouroboros. They're enacting their grand plan. I think they were also sleeping for most of the game. They had like an ice cream social one night or something. They're like, oh yeah, we should do that thing where we take over the world. Everyone good? Let's go.
Also, Emma, like, literally just reads books all the time, and then she's like, oh, I'm so surprised that this famous opera singer is actually, a witch.
Yep.
y'all should have known that. It's like you should have been following any pop culture. Come on, Emma. Just listen to the radio once in a while and you can be like, that's a witch. I know that. Because I am also a witch.
We want brave, we want force, we want raven. I don't think it actually matters too much for this.
Alright, so we're about to get to the end of the game.
Nope, it's the other one.
We have effectively 3.5 fights.
Yeah.
Remaining.
We don't have very much left. It's pretty over. Hey, he's Sharon. Yeah, she's like also a super battle main with a dagger and iron wire. The principal has like a glaive. The other teachers are spellcasters. It turns out when you assault the super military school, the teachers can defend it. But now we're
also,
like,
Sniper Nurse has no qualms about murdering machine.
Oh yeah. But now we're like, oh man, there are two more approaching from the other side. We gotta turn around and stop them.
Enemy sighted. Go.
By the way, this song is what is it on the soundtrack? Risking Everything We Stand, and it's a great name for a song, and it's also just a good song.
Right. I can do this.
Heavenly Gift. Can I get all three of you? I can. You guys know the name of the game at this point. We double buffed. Now we're gonna hit buttons until people die.
Right.
Now the only concerning thing is because of the way he hit us, I don't think we can get William and... We can get these two though, that'll be us.
Thanks. Right. I can do this. Thanks.
And of course, because this is a shorter fight, we don't really need the Zerum capsule.
Yeah, I mean it's there if you need it, like if something really goes wrong, but one more cycle should do it.
Right.
Too much Azure, not enough Flame.
It's my turn. Thanks. I can do this.
Alright, we're gonna be super safe. Let me show you the forbidden strat.
Right. It's my turn. I can do this. I can do
Shoot him for 0 damage to generate CP.
That's optimal use of Chrono Burst energy.
That is optimal use of 150 EP. Alright, and dead. Cool, so now we just have the two last fights of the run. Which, by the way, the last two fights of the run are a tutorial. As you should expect at this point. So for this fight, we just need to let them take 3 turns. The first turn, they make themselves immune to physical damage. The second turn, they make themselves immune to
I can do this.
magical damage. And the third turn, they just kill us.
Here we go.
To clarify my statement, like, Emma knew who she was.
Oh yeah.
Like, she heard her voice and she was like, oh, I know who that is. That's a... Like, I'm not saying that it's bad that other people didn't realize she was a witch. Like, Emma was like, the moment I heard her voice, I knew she was a witch, but she's also a famous opera singer. Should have. That's my complaint. Also, we have to die there, obviously.
Yeah, you cannot win that fight. You can reduce that mech to 1 health, but it will not die.
I've had a 6-hour run, soft lock right there. So
Nice.
We're past that, so that's good.
Good. We call out Valimar, the Ashen Knight. And our Gundam springs to life. Because you know what this game needed in the 11th hour, the 11th hour in the 59th minute? Gundam battles.
Do you need a tutorial on driving this vehicle? Probably.
Kinda. About Divine Knight battles. Alright, Spirit Buff attack.
How about this? How about
So based on the stance that the enemy is making, one of the 3 spots is going to be vulnerable to getting a link. So as long as you know what the positions are, you're good to go. At least in this fight.
Aren't you feisty? We'll see how long that lasts. How about this?
You do get to do some cool super moves, though. Like Destructive Impact.
Punch Party. That's what they should have called it.
Alright, final fight.
This can't be happening.
Not only is he great at making costumes, not only is he great at assassinating his enemies, but also he's extremely good in one of these Gundams that no one knew about, but he did practice.
Yep, he's been piloting this thing for 3 years, and he's gonna destroy you now. Here's this sword, Reem. We must fight. So, Crow, we want to attack. Attack buff.
Here goes.
And it's been mentioned several times in the chat, and mentioned several times over the run, but again, the stats for Valimar are only dependent on Reen's level. Equipment plays no role in it. Everybody else in the party, their stuff plays no role in it. Which is why we had to make sure that we were level 53, or else this fight becomes terribly dependent on a coin flip that many times will not go your way.
And to attack Spirit buff. Attack buff. I like how the music drops right as you do this move, though. It's pretty well timed, honestly.
Here goes.
Now I need to buff.
Here goes.
Oh wait, he said something. Crap. I messed up. I don't think it matters.
Yeah, in part 2, he says something, it changes which spots are.
Oh, Mike, because he actually linked me there. I'm gonna be really sad if that kills.
What you gonna do?
I think I'm dead actually.
Can you use your crafts? Can you do?
I could have crafted him. I forgot that was an option. Oh my god, I messed up the last input in the fight, and that's just kind of a great summary of this run, frankly. I messed up the last input of the fight because I didn't hear his voice. Oh well. Sorry, Shin. Gotta redo this one. Should be quick at least. You can't skip any of these animations, by the way, if you're wondering. Spirit buff. Attack buff.
That's it. You're finished. That's it. Now, here goes.
That's still fine. That puts me one behind, but I'm still fine. The buff, that buff's good.
Not bad. Think you can handle this? That's it. You're finished.
One thing we didn't mention is there is still some luck associated with this fight, in that if Crow gets too many imbalances, he'll just.
Yeah, he just wins if he gets too many imbalances.
Think you can handle this? Now, here goes.
Oof.
That's it. You're finished. Hope you're ready.
Okay. I heard him that time. I need one more hit after this. If he staggers me, I'm dead though.
Looks like you're next.
Yeah, we got it.
And time is when he collapses to the ground.
When he collapses right about now. That's time. I don't want to know what it was. Thanks for everyone for sticking with me. Again, give a huge shout out to the organizers of this marathon and everyone working behind the scenes to make sure that it came together properly. And of course, a huge shout out to Shino for putting together this route for us based on just all the work that all the past runners have done. Huge shout outs to all the past runners of this game, and of course to Frick, my commentator. I'm just gonna advance through this ending cutscene, but Sculpt, please put me out of my misery and put Shin on whenever he's ready. It's been an afternoon. I hope you guys have at least had fun. I've enjoyed making fun of the story with you, Frick. I hope you've had a good time with me as well.
Oh, I've had a great time. If you guys like what you saw, join the Discord.
Yeah, definitely.
If nothing else, we have tons of CS garbage posting? I was gonna say another word, but we're not using that word.
Yeah,
for stream.
we garbage post. We have great spoilers. There are plenty of memes. Always a ton of Mishi everywhere. And hey, if you join that Discord, you can get the notes, and you can learn to be better at CS1 than Sent is. Probably in like 5 minutes.
Did you think I would?
Anyway, that's really all I have to say. I'm, like I said, just gonna advance through this to show off that last scene. But if Shin is ready, please cut me off, and let's give him a round of applause for Cold Steel 2 as we continue the story and maybe get some answers to some of this stuff, but probably not.
All right, enjoy the rest of the marathon, everybody.